Okay, let's see if we're live successfully. I had to do some quick last-minute debugging. And let's make sure that we're ready to go. And there we are. I think we are. See that we're live on YouTube. I think we're live on Twitch. I got my chats open. I got 10 million menus open during the stream, but we'll manage. And welcome everyone to the Teutonic Night cosplay. This is going to be something else. Let me open up and just see who else is streaming AoE 2. This is going to be quite the stream. So what do we have going on? Hera versus Nos Zombie. What the heck? No way we're not casting that. Let's see, will this work? Yes, I think it will. Alright, let's make sure I can see my YouTube chat. We gotta get caught up to live time. Hello there, LL over on YouTube. Welcome into the stream. And we'll have Nos Zombie as the red Bengalis against Hera as the blue Ethiopians. Both of them opening ranges. We have a stable for Nos Zombie and a dock for Hera. And I don't think I've seen Teutons yet. I need someone to play Teutons. Can someone go to Hera's chat and, like, convince him to play Teutons? Does he have a channel points thing? So, Doc from Nos Zombie. Nos Zombie, one of the top players from Australia. Highly rated Aussie on the Red Bull ladder. He's played over 200 games and now matched up against Hera. #1 on the ladder still. Although Hera had, if you saw last night, some spoiler alerts, ACCM was on a 29-game win streak, and Hera had been trying to queue and match against ACCM. Finally got him wanting to end that win streak, and lost. So now ACCM is on a 30-game win streak. So here we have Castle Age, Gold Mining, Scale Barding Armor, all on the way for a Hera. Nos Zombie, though, has a score lead. You can say 8 minutes into Empire Wars, he has a score lead against Hera. The scouts will run around, find a vill or two maybe on the farms. See, ooh, that lumber camp is open, but Hera should be able to wall that off no problem. So for some more walls, Hera will just camp the TC with his archers and keep pumping them out from the ranges. Skirms come forward. And a scout goes down. Here we have Castle Age on the way. Scout comes over, and Bodkin for Hera. And Nos Zombie will call the GG. Hello, Arbase. Oh, Nos Zombie calling the Castle Age GG. He's ready to go up. Missing the helmet, and I have the helmet right here, Arbase. I'll put it on maybe in between the games. I don't know if I can actually cast with the helmet. I won't be able to, like, hear, and you probably won't be able to hear me. Well, we'll see. We'll try it out in a game or two when more people are here. So here we have 14 to 11 KD for Hera, but managing the eco to go up. Missing the hollowed voice. What does the Teutonic Knight even sound like? I don't even know. Let's see. We got Yo Nikov on Thames. Let's go give that a cast. Hera gonna queue again. We'll get Yo and Nikov going. Probably German. Oh, I should do this if I ever do a German stream. And let's see what we have here. Get Capture Age open. Get everything set up for Capture Age. Alright, here we go. Does the helmet get through customs? I don't think it's metal. It is the very first helmet that I saw on Amazon. So whether or not it gets through customs, you could probably just order another helmet at the location. The rest of the costume is also very simple. The cape was like $5. and the tunic was like $20, so it is not that expensive. Anyway, we will have Thames. Nikov will be the blue Kumans to the west, Yo the red Kumans to the east, and Yo immediately throws down a second TC. Well, Crackers will give me some tips. Oh no. Hello, Dangle. Welcome to the Teutonic Night stream. Yo picked mirror, Nikov force picked mirror, and got Kumans. So I haven't seen too many Kumans mirrors. We really do need to see Teutons at some point. And hello, Swizabolka in the YouTube chat. How are you doing? Oh, nice map. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Thames. Nikov with the bug to Thames. Where's all his wood? It's all forward. Oh no. Okay. Well, let me grab a bug report. Hold on. I will do this. Post my bug report, my Teutonic Night bug report, as Nikov will be poking at the front of Yo's base. Let me just tab over. Go to our secret Discord server here. Nikov versus Yo on Thames right now. River bugs out and runs behind Nikov. Left. There we go. Submitting a bug report. What is that Thames spawn? I don't know. I don't know. Someone know if Leary is playing today? I haven't seen... this is the first game I've casted today, so I don't know who's on. Or this is the second game I've casted. The first game was short. This is the second game I've casted, so we'll see who's on and who's not and who's playing later. Yeah, both mirrors would get Kumans. You like this map better? Maybe the entire map could be like that with the river running behind them. But yeah, I've not seen it bug out like this before. This is quite interesting. Yeah, I would go to the editor and actually try to generate some maps and debug them and get some bug reports. But the problem is, I don't think there's a way to generate Empire Wars directly in the scenario editor. So I'd have to copy the maps and make a custom version of the maps. And I'm not confident that that would generate exactly the same way as the ones in the game. I think it would, but I'm not 100% confident in that. I could probably test that out though. Yeah, this is likely a land generation issue, but I've not seen the map script itself. It could also be terrain generation, but I'm thinking it's land generation. That's true, I probably don't need Empire Wars for it, but I think I would much prefer to have Empire Wars, because sometimes if you have random number generation lower on in the script, or actually whenever you put it lower on in the script, if you then comment that out to go and try to debug the stuff above it, the random number generation all happens in one pass before the land generation. So if you think, oh, let's comment out all of the object generation just to test the lands, then you actually get different lands for the same seed. So I prefer to have the actual map and the actual seed, and you have to leave everything in. And changing stuff around can sometimes mess with that. And I don't know for sure, but I know there are lots of includes, and I don't actually know whether the includes work in a custom map the same way they do in the actual map. They might, but I would need to test that. Oh my gosh, the skirms go down to the mangonel. So there's a lot of ifs where it might work the same way, but I don't know for sure, and I'd rather have exactly the same thing if I'm going to give them debugging seeds. Because I can tell them that the map looks bugged, but they can certainly reproduce that themselves the same way I can. Hello, Langzander, how you doing? You look like a German priest. We need the Teutonic Knight helmet though. I can't wear the helmet over my headset though. That's just not gonna work. We'll put it on periodically. Like if someone raids us, put the helmet on. Or maybe if someone subs. So, mangonel push from Nikov. Disappointed it's not a feudal ram push. Wear it like the Greek soldiers? How did the Greek soldiers wear it? I don't get the reference. Miss the helmet? No, we'll put the helmet on. We'll do it maybe between games. I can try to cast with the helmet, but I'm afraid you might not hear me. Well, maybe we'll try that next game. So, mangonel clears more mangonels. Cav archers come forward for Nikov. The chicken costume was much easier to wear while casting, I will give it that. One point we'll go as a phalanx. We could all dress up together. Go as one big army. I mean, I did buy arena tickets for the finals, so we could all go as clowns and go to the arena. Put the helmet back there? I could. There we go. You know if that's visible enough. Oh, the mic covers it? I do need the mic to talk. We'll put it on between the games. I actually, before the stream started, as Nikov takes out the workshop but continues pushing in, Yo's still booming, well, up to the castle age. Before the game started, I actually couldn't figure out, my webcam wasn't working. So I was crawling in this costume underneath my desk, trying to unplug and plug wires back in to turn it off and on again. The cape is very restrictive when you're trying to crawl. Eventually I figured out I didn't need to do any of that. I just needed to go behind the camera and tap the back because I had somehow accidentally activated a menu on the camera. And while the menu was displayed, it wasn't transmitting video. So I fixed that, and now we're good. Tunic is not that bad. I mean, it's like... I don't know how to crawl down. It's like one piece, and it goes all the way down. Some hot takes, like player A definitely won't be in the top 4 from the top 10. Well, look at the standings between games. What your Teutonic Knight standings look. So camels from Nikov, Kumans don't really like going too heavily into camels because they don't have heavy camel. So you can't go heavy camels if you don't have heavy camels. But we do have bloodlines for Yo. And I don't know how the Kuman mirror goes, actually. Step Lancers are a great choice. Kipchaks are an option. Camels are, of course, an option in the Castle Age. They have quite a few different compositions, I think, that can work for them. I'm not sure if there's a meta around it yet. I've seen a few Kuman mirrors over the years and not really seen a consistent output. If Yo reports this map, does he get the points back if he loses? Probably not, because it's Nikov's bug. I guess it's up to Nilly. Hello, Ray. It's kill a villager. How long will the ACCM streak? I don't know. Like, the question is, do you think ACCM will need to play more games? Because he's 3rd right now. And not only will players need to get into the 4th spot, they'd need to get enough to knock ACCM down, so he'd need 2 players to get above his elo to pass him. And with everyone fighting each other and exchanging elos, I don't know if that's going to happen. ACCM might be able to sit on his 30-win streak. Maybe try to go on the ladder and snipe Casfa once again to try to get a safer win. There will be inflation. The thing is, Hera is safe at the top, so if Hera doesn't play, people won't be taking points from him, and that would be the biggest source of points, if they could take someone for such a high elo above them. So I don't know how much inflation there might be, like if Hera, Vinch, and ACCM all decide to sit on their elos and not play. Hart and Leary will go above the current high elo? We'll see. Because remember, they also need to take elo from people, and if there's no one to take and they're constantly playing people lower elo than they are, I think that might be hard. We'll see if Hera keeps playing. He lost to ACCM and extended the streak, so maybe he feels motivated now, like he needs to snipe him again. You do have to beat Hera to take points off of him, that's true. And he does have a crazy 80% win rate, despite being matched with high elos most of the time. Going 9-1 and losing elo overall must be demoralizing. Yeah, that must be the state Hera's in right now, right? Like he goes 9-1 and loses points. So I wonder how incentivized he'll be to keep playing, because he's been casting a lot too. And if no one's threatening his elo, then it's not like he needs to play to protect it. I'm convinced he'll need to play at least 1 to 2 more. Maybe he will. Maybe he will. Better conversion. As Nikov keeps pushing, Yo with a 15 vil lead, but 20 military to 11. Yo relying on his siege to defend. Kip checks now for Yo. Yo playing a unique unit. Oh, and Nikov calls it GG. Okay, well, Nikov doesn't like facing the Kipchaks, it would seem. He calls a GG, recognizing maybe he did 1 TC versus 2 TC and he'd be down in eco. Well, he is down 4,000 resources, so maybe fair to call it there. Alright, we'll do the helmet. GG bug map. Yeah, I don't know if low players will stop, though. And what do you mean by low? Because the top 25 still get a payout. So maybe people like 35 to 25 will keep playing, trying to go higher. Alright. I have no idea if you can hear me, but time for the stats. Oh my god, this helmet is restrictive. My nose is too big for it. You can hear it's perfect? Alright. So, military, 19 to 15 KD for Nikov. Economy, much better for Yo with his 2 TC boom. He pulled off the 2 TC boom in the Kuman mirror. I was hoping Nikov might do feudal rams, but no can do there. Oh gosh, sounding like a true Teutonic knight, I bet. Alright, let's look at the standings. Hera number 1, Revenge number 2, ACCM number 3 still. Hart and Leary battling it out for that final spot. Leary has a while to go. Oh boy. I gotta adjust the helmet. My hair is getting stuck in it. Oh, this is wild. The helmet is very unrealistic. I bet so. What are we gonna cast next, chat? Who's playing? Yeah, Yo Sebastian. That sounds like a good one. Oh, Hera's playing Lewis on Crownwood. Do we want to cast that? Let's go Yo Sebastian. That way we'll get there ready to start. Grass is the wrong color? Oh, hot take of who drops out? I think Leary makes the top 4. Maybe even the top 3. And I think it'll be ACCM or Hart for the final spot. That's what I think. ACCM and Hart for the final spot. And I think Doubt probably stays in the top 10 above MBL and Viper. Alright. Get this set up. Let's go. Bastion. The map will be Pine. And we'll cast the game in the Teutonic Knight helmet. Alright, are you ready, everyone? This is going to be insane. Now, Lewis should be in the top 8. I don't think he'll be top 4. Nice outfit. Thank you, Mouse Puddles. How do I see out of the helmet? Through the eye holes. Very restricted. So this will be Vulpine. Foxes on the side. If you're fast like a villager, you can catch them. If you're slow like a Teutonic Knight, you probably can't. Eagle Warriors for Yo. I thought the other day that Koreans would have a huge advantage over Aztecs by going Fire Lancers, but in that Tato Viper game I cast, the Jaguar Warriors were insanely good for the Aztecs. Now maybe Aztecs still have some bite to them. And the Jaguars, maybe the Jaguars can still growl. Serve as a bad omen to the Koreans. Aztecs the hidden Korean killer? I don't know. Maybe they are. I mean, they'll produce skirms faster, so even with the Korean discount, maybe the Aztecs have a way of keeping even in numbers with their production. But I know Nikov's been calling Koreans the second Byzantines. But with a better tech tree late game. Hello, Red Cliffy. We're Teutonic Knight streaming. And I've no idea. This probably sounds awful and all muffled in the microphone, but we gotta cast at least one game in the helmet, so here we go. Teutonic West. Yeah, y'all better. Oh, thank you for the gifts.
Home sweet home. But wait. The English are angry that you destroyed their outpost. They're coming to attack your village.
Okay, chat. I need you to do me a favor. I need you to type the voice lines in the chat. because I can't hear them because I have my headphones off. So I need you to type whatever the voice line was, let me know what it is. Well, thank you very much for the subs. Getting towards the chicken cosplay. We'll do a chicken cosplay with, I guess, 45 more subs now. Oh, it's the English outpost, yes. I need to add the watchtower on the hill. Remind me to do that. Yeah, the watchtower on the hill. A couple more I want to add. The archer is killing some eagles. Still surviving though. We'll have Castle Age on the way from both of them. And around a 25-second difference speed advantage for Yo. Tussock Soul.
대기 준비. 예? 예? 준비.
Alright, so lots of archers for Sebastian, but they'll be against Castle Age Eagles now. Getting the Eagle Warrior upgrade and Squires to make them faster. They'll get an extra armor from that upgrade. And still can do their Castle Age armor upgrade, but Yo is lacking a bit of food for that right now. He'll try to chase them down as Sebastian adds in another TC. Yo, looks like he sold his stone to go up, so I wonder if he will try to get onto stone later for Jaguar Warriors. Jaguar Warriors, I'm thinking, are the only realistic answer to Fire Lancers. Fire Lancers, I think, should wreck Eagles. Finding out why German is such a brutish, shouty language, you need clear instructions so they are understandable through a helmet. So here come the Fire Lancers. They at least don't have a bonus against shock infantry, but 9 attack versus a base of 7. I don't think that works out well for the Eagles. Wo ist das Brot? Why do you just know where the bread is, Wise Turtle? Are you hungry? Are you hungry like these eagles are for villagers? Sebastian goes for the diagonal gate. That's not going to keep eagles out, right? Eagles are hungry for gates. There they go. Not the right way to wall from Sebastian, but it does buy him a tiny sliver of time to get the Fire Lancers over. Maybe that's all he needed, though. Maybe he just needed to buy himself a bit of time. Didn't want to waste more than just a gate. Expecting some spreadsheet jokes. Well, if it lags, we can talk about PowerPoint. Not quite a spreadsheet, but made by the same company. Well, these gallows are hoovering, as though they came from a spreadsheet build. Ooh, nice! Quick bait from Sebastian, walling them in. Fire Lancers keep giving chase, using their occasional charge attacks to deal damage from range. Are Woad Raiders considered shock infantry? No, they are not. Ooh, deleting the farms so the eagles don't snipe them. There goes Sebastian. Fervor and Wheelbarrow on the way for Yo. He'll put the farms back. Ooh, farm snipe. Ooh, no, just some HP on the farm. The eagles not going to get away out there. They can't escape. And I don't think there's any way Sebastian walls them in. So Yo's done some hoovering. Got a bit of damage done, but still 2 TCs versus 1. Am I strong against buildings? Are Teutonic Knights strong against buildings? I have a video that had like 100k views on my YouTube of Teutonic Knights eating 3 TCs in a row. I'm strong against everything? Yeah, I'm the hard counter to the Mamluk and the Throwing Axemen, in which I each take 1 damage. All of this melee armor. No, we're probably not going to see me in Red Bull, though, because of the Siege Tower ban. My hair is stuck in this, and it's pulling my hair out. Monk gets a conversion on the Fire Lancer. It is not strong against Cataphracts, I know that. Don't want to fight the Cataphracts. Also, weak versus microphone. Yeah, that's why I said we'll cast 1 game in the helmet. We're not going to spend all day casting in the helmet. Oh, we got to do it for the memes. The Lancer here poking down a villager. He'll go down. And the Eagle's still trying to find a way to fight, but it's against Fire Lancers. Best thing you can do is just run away. I agree with that.
Heck. But nay.
대기. 준비. 대기.
Getting some hits on the crossbows.
준비. 예. 대기.
And conversion, Aztec Fire Lancer.
예.
But Scorpions will fend this army away for now, so Scorpion, the defense of choice for Yo. What would Barbarossa do? No, we are not going swimming. Definitely not in this costume.
예.
And third TC for Sebastian coming up forward, trying to take some stone.
대기.
준비. 대기. 준비. 예. 대기.
Forward hitting the Fire Lancers, multiple wants conversions.
예.
And the Lancers will take the Scorpions down. Eagles walk back.
준비.
Scorpions come forward.
예.
Costumed swimming competition.
대기. 준비.
I'm not
예.
much of a swimmer. I was always more of a distance
준비.
runner. I've never done much swimming.
예. 대기.
As a child, the pool that we had in the apartment complex had a bunch that was like filled with chlorine, and it burned my eyes, and I was always uncomfortable swimming because of that. Gotta talk middle-high German so long I've got the helmet on. How do you balance it?
준비.
I'm honestly not sure how to balance something
Yeah.
with both the ranged and melee attack.
대기.
I generally don't like the idea of a charge attack
준비.
in general. So I
Yeah.
don't know what to do with it.
준비. 대기.
Maybe they could decrease
Yeah.
the range of the charge attack.
대기.
Because right now they shoot pretty far. Maybe make them more expensive? Maybe.
예.
Maybe make them
준비.
weaker, but give them
대기.
a middle tier upgrade like the Eagles have.
예.
So it's more expensive to get them into their current form.
대기.
And here they go, trying to rush down Scorpions, but the castle's up, and it's Jaguar Warrior time. Alright, Jaguar Warrior time. The Lancers keep chasing down the Scorpions. They're gonna leave one.
대기.
Pick off the Monk on the way out. Scorpion gets a nice bolt. Forward towers from Sebastian. The Jaguar Warriors are on their way. Let's go, Jaguar Warriors. Is this just ranked ladder? This is the Red Bull ladder. This is the Red Bull ladder. These players are trying to secure a slot to go to the Red Bull land in London in April. Why are they almost every way better than longswords? One, they are faster. I think they're faster anyway. I forget. They might have. Maybe they're the same now that they buffed the longsword speed. But two, more HP, more bonus damage against cap, so they're much stronger against the knight lines. And with a bit more HP, they're tankier against archers too. And then they have their charge attack, so they have a ranged attack.
대기.
So they're kind of. I don't know. Maybe their overall general attack is less than longswords, but all of their bonuses stack much more heavily than longswords do. I don't know if they have more pierce armor. They start with 0 base pierce armor. So I don't think they actually have more pierce armor. I think it's the same. Give them the Jaguar Warriors. Yeah, and that's also a good point, because you don't need food for them. They cost wood and gold. So it's cheaper to produce them in some ways, because you don't need the investment into farms. Instead of spending wood into farm to generate food, you're directly spending the wood. You counter knights better, and you hold up the crossbows better.
준비.
And that's true, with the Koreans discount, you don't really need wood for them either.
Jaguar warriors are actually faster than they are, so they can catch them, but they probably don't want to be fighting underneath the towers. Especially garrisoned with villagers. The Jaguar warriors, they don't care about the fire lancers that much, but they will die to the towers. Same base attacking speed, less pierce. Yeah, and then extra bonus damage to charge attack. Usually you'd consider them to be cheaper. I guess they don't have the same bonus against shock infantry that longswords would have, but they still win against the eagles. That doesn't matter. Tower. And, oh, there we go. Jaguar warriors in the ram. The ram somewhat trapping the fire lancers. Okay, we have Yo saying, ban the siege tower taxis. I'll use the battering ram as a taxi. Jaguar warriors taking out quite a few fire lancers before the tower goes up. As Sebastian is up to the Imperial Age. The castle on the way for Yo. Will he get the castle up? There's a tower there trying to stop it. A monk coming forward. Bill fights from Sebastian. Is this a doubt castle from Yo? It is, and he will call the GG as he won't be able to construct the castle. Jaguar warriors not enough. The fire lancers are raiding his eco at the same time. And fire lancer OP. Not even Jaguar warriors and rams enough to stop them. Alright, so we'll look at the military. That's a 93 to 52 KD for Sebastian. More res collected for Sebastian as well. Castle time faster for Yo, but wasn't able to do damage on this map. GG. Ah, man. Alright, gotta take that off. That's enough. Whew. Getting a headache from this. Hello, Prawn, over on YouTube. I don't know, could you hear me? I don't think I was audible during that. We'll put it on again at some point, but I gotta let myself breathe a bit. So next game will be Yo versus Lewis on Thames. Oop, I need to leave the map first. Feels like we just upgraded from 2004 sound quality to 2026. I did not catch Hera ACCM, but I saw the aftermath. So let's see, we got Yo and Lewis. Just set up the scoreboard so we have Yo's name properly visible. And here we go. You prefer the voice a lot more without the helmet, was a little muffled. Now I can actually hear the alerts. Let me your subs and I didn't even hear the voice line. Yeah. That's what my goal is. If we get to 300 subs, I'll make little videos for each of the voice lines. So we'll have, I don't know, like an outpost being destroyed, or Sir John Falstaff destroying some rams. It'll be cute. But I figured I'd do that as long as people like the alerts and we're going to decide to commit to them. So what do we have here? Vietnamese mirror. Let me just get... I feel like Capture Age doesn't give enough room to display the entire clan tag with the name. So, Onamaru for Lewis. Is LY still the sponsor? For Yo? I guess it is. He's still LY, Yo. Hera ACCM was last night. I think Dave casted it. He probably has a YouTube video if you want to see it. A lot of streamers have custom videos for sub notifications. Yeah, this would be like 70 custom videos, though. So I'd need to really invest some time into making them and have them be decent quality. Oh, and John Slow, thank you very much for the raid. We're dressed as the Teutonic Knight. My voice is a bit too muffled to cast while wearing the helmet, but thank you very much for the raid. We're going to be resisting some conversion. Hera made a video about the game. Oh boy. What website is that ladder? ! Standings, and you'll get a link to it. It's the AW2 companion website. So, archery range for Yo. I also have a link to it in the panel underneath.
So thank you, John Slow, for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you're gonna... Are you gonna be there in London? Because I saw when I bought my tickets, I bought tickets for the arena. There were different sections you could buy tickets, and the one I bought was the arena. So I figured that's the only place a true clown would buy a ticket. And Light Athletic Freak. Yeah, exclamation mark standings. Oh, wait. Well, I need to activate the bot to do that. Sorry. I forgot to turn my bot on. As I said, before the stream, I was crawling under my desk trying to fix my webcam, and yes, the cape is very restrictive when you're crawling on the ground, trying to unplug and replug wires. But let me just turn the bot on. Then we'll get the link working. One moment, the bot needs to warm itself up. Streamer bot 1.0.0 popping up. And I think we're good. All right, yes, we are good. There we go. Now it works. So, Lewis losing his scouts in the back to Yo as Yo walls up fully. From how I've seen Lewis play this map, he tends to wall the entire thing. This map also a bit bugged because there's water down at the very bottom of the map. Usually this should extend all the way to the edge. I haven't seen this matter at all, but I have also seen the map. We just saw an example where the river ran not to the edge here, but curved around the player and went all the way to the bottom edge here. Which would have been bad for Nikov had that game lasted too long because his woodlines were all forward. But don't think it mattered in the end for that game, even though he lost anyway. Yeah, hidden fishing spots. Call someone to fish boom for all the fish traps in the world. I'm sure Viper would love a map like that. Fletching on the way for Lewis as the archers walk forward. We'll have gold mining, fletching, and castle age all on the way for Yo. And another archer range up for Yo. And a spear over for Lewis. Gets a poke on some scouts. Where'd I get that cool helmet? It was literally the first item that showed up on Amazon. When I searched for, like, medieval helmets or Teutonic Knight helmets. So it is pretty easy to find. Hello, so bang, so good. Oh, wonderful Daniela emote you have. Teutonic Knight face reveal. We'll need to get like a higher quality costume instead of just the cheapest stuff I could find one day and do an actual unique unit. I wanted to do a calendar of unique units, but to get quality, I think it's going to take some time. So 2 wolves chasing a spear as both players are up to the castle age. Lewis will immediately begin booming as the wolves chase the spear. Oh, chase it behind the Royal Albert Hall, which apparently doesn't have outlines. Oh my gosh. Dave's going to love this building if it doesn't have outlines. There's a hilarious bug NBL encountered on this map yesterday or so. The whole map was de facto mirrored, so Relic and the river were at the bottom. Oh, really? Interesting. We'll have to look at that wreck. That's crazy. Twist calendar would sell out immediately? Yeah. I want to do like I did my villager cosplay the other year. I want to do a villager calendar. But I've been doing therapy for my shoulder, and I want to like get to a spot where I'm confident that I'm like making progress in the gym before doing it. Yeah, for the Wood Raider cosplay, exactly. Are fish traps not worth it on this map? I mean, that is a good question. You could dock and try to fish boom in place of farming. I don't know how easy that would be to stop if your opponent scouts it and then goes for fires. So I've not actually seen that. But it is maybe a bit awkward to do fish traps on Empire Wars because they're more expensive than farms. And usually if you're, say on Black Forest, you're going up from the Dark Age into the Feudal Age into the Castle Age, you could plan out your economy more for the fish traps. Here, if you just suddenly have to add them in when there aren't any deep fish to begin with and very few shorefish, you might not get enough value and momentum from the fishing ships to start with before adding in the fish traps to make it worthwhile. Because even though in the long run they are more cost efficient in terms of wood to food ratio than your early farms, they are more expensive to get rolling because you need 75 wood for the fishing ship and then an extra 100 wood for the fish trap. So you're talking 175 wood per each investment. Whereas sure, you're spending food on the villas on the farms, but I always feel that farming villagers are a bit more valuable overall because you can move them around as needed. Yeah, Empire Wars too. Any upsets in the ladder standings? ACCM did upset Hera last night, but didn't pass him in the standings. Hera was trying really hard to snipe ACCM and end the win streak, but ACCM extended his win streak to 30 games. Which, even if he has been somewhat maybe selectively trying to avoid playing the top players, I don't know if he is. He also has a weird time zone, but it is impressive to have beaten Yo, Leary, Hera, and Hart, and Nikov, some of them multiple times during the win streak. So we'll see how he does over the last couple of days if other people start catching him, because he's third right now in the standings, and he maybe needs to put his foot on the gas and play a few more games for more elo. Hello, Nick Stirs. It's going pretty well. How you doing? Is 19-hour meditation before any game is the key? I wonder, because now that everyone knows about the win streak, whenever they match him, they're going to feel pressure to perform and end the win streak. I wonder who actually feels more nervous going into those games. Like, is it ACCM, knowing that he needs to maintain the win streak, or is it his opponents, knowing that they have the pressure to break the win streak? I think maybe that the win streak actually gives ACCM a mental advantage. Might put some fear into his opponents when they meet him. What are my thoughts on Doubt's awesome run on the Red Bull ladder? I am hoping Doubt makes the top 4. I think there's nothing the community would love more than seeing Doubt make it. It was amazing seeing Doubt win Red Bull 3, and this would be even more amazing. Praise Doubt, yes. So Cav Archer's going for the house, Skirm coming over, a few Skirms coming over, as the Mangonel will shoot at the empty space. And Skirms will dodge. And nice dodges from Lewis. All the Cav Archers going down, and the Mangonel not landing a shot. Nothing they want more than to have a different champion than Hera. I think there's nothing they'd want more than for that champion to be Doubt. You know, what I think's gonna happen is we'll get to the land, we'll all be in the Royal Albert Hall, right? We'll all be packed into this building here. All packed inside. It'll be game number 9, right? The finals will probably be 9 games. It'll be all tied up. It'll be a long game. We'll get there to the 75-minute mark, going down to the wire. Doubt has the score lead. And just as the game's ending, with Doubt in front, about to claim victory, he will accidentally cue a siege tower, and the Nilly will swoop in and give Hera the admin win. I can't imagine it playing out any differently than that. To be invited to cast Red Bull. I was going to cast at the LAN in December that got canceled, unfortunately. But I will be there just as a pleb watching. Imperial Age on the way for Lewis. Sounds like a movie starring Adam Sandler. Lily will land with a glider from the top of the hall to give an admin win. Should be fine if he deletes the siege tower. I mean, not if Nilly's making the admin decisions. I don't know. Have we had that encountered as a situation yet? As Yo continues pushing against Lewis. Lewis trying to do a TC, but he'll run directly into a monk. At least he has a few light cav over there. Lewis will be up to imp first, though. So if Yo doesn't push too far, Vills are still tied, and Lewis will have a timing advantage up to imp. Vietnamese mirror, which I imagine becomes Fire Lancers, because they do have all that extra HP. and probably serve as a counter to the Imperial Skirmisher, since skirms don't do bonus damage to them. Drunk West Red Bull cast? I don't think we're going to be casting drunk. I don't really drink that much. So TC going up for Lewis, building a TC on one straggler tree. Very efficient use of the economy. Yo continues pushing, 29 military to 15. But Lewis is up, and he needs to get that TC constructed to save those vills. Here comes Yo with the Cav Archers, and I don't think this goes up. Lewis might be building a doubt TC here. Some knights coming over, avoiding the monks that are trying to convert them. Lewis has a castle, but it's all the way at the back, not protecting this TC. The vills are going down, and all of a sudden, Yo is taking a huge villager lead. Up by 15 plus vills, massacring the front of Lewis's base. No more vills, 93.03%. And Yo's gonna get out while the getting's good, click up to imp himself, and be happy knowing he has a great eco lead over our young Lewis. Disaster there. If you had a huge lead, you make 10 siege towers and make them around an enemy outpost. Yeah, I wonder what they do if, say, some player who isn't really in the tournament, just playing on the ladder for fun, makes a siege tower. And happens to be in a game where maybe no one else is queuing and they're matched against someone in the top 25 or so. As you can maybe expect people playing the tournament actively to be reading the Discord and the bans and the announcements. Oh my gosh, Lewis, don't do a doubt castle. But you can't expect everyone on the ladder to be aware of that. Vivi made it yesterday, oh no. Maybe Vivi didn't know. Poor Vivi. Hart paused and got him to delete it. What's the problem with siege towers, asks Messy Manganel. They're too messy. They basically travel at warp speed when you put fire lancers inside of them, and every single game was some type of Korean's mirror or Vietnamese mirror with both players making fire lancers and constantly ungarrisoning and re-garrisoning inside of the siege tower. It was way too powerful and a very unintended use of the siege tower, that they were not used for hopping walls, they were used as mobile taxis to move fire lancers around. The F1 towers, yeah. For TTL, we have the power to change the map scripts and adjust the siege towers, so our solution was to lower their HP and also to decrease their garrison capacity so they don't reach such high speeds. So their garrison capacity is 5 instead of 10, so they get to 1.05 speed instead of 1.3 speed. Because at max speed, a knight without husbandry, with husbandry they're 1.49, without husbandry they're 1.35, which is only 5/100ths of a tile per second faster than the siege tower. And it became quite silly seeing how every game was siege tower, warp into battle, ungarrison, charge attack, shoot, pack up, run away. You get villagers with the Khmer houses. I don't think you can do that with siege towers. Because you can't set a gather point for the siege towers, and you can't garrison from one to another directly. I know exactly what you're talking about, though. With TCs, too. That was, I think, the original one. I remember Zero Empires made a video saying the Cobra Car, or whatever the fastest unit in AoE 2 was, then someone was like, nope, this is faster, lined up TCs across the map, set the gather points, and moved a Vil from one side to the other magically. It was great. So, Yo lost one of his forward castles as he's trying to treb Lewis. Yo also does have control of the Royal Albert Hall, which gives him 25 population space and plus 25 max space. He needs to be extra careful not to lose it when he's housed, though, because then he will be Omega housed. He can get up to 225 pop. I don't really see it coming to play too often because the map tends to feel more like Gold Rush, where whoever controls the gold in the south tends to win. And even with 5 relics in the north, I don't think it's quite valuable enough to put the hall there for the long run. The gold always seems to be what matters more. Wouldn't more HP and less speed be more accurate? Well, the HP thing is also, you don't want to have players sitting the siege tower directly under an enemy TC, ungarrisoning, shooting, and re-garrisoning. That was another way they were used. You simply tank all the Pierce attack in the world. It's one thing if Rams do that are attacking the TC, but it's another if the Siege Tower is just spinning around, doing donuts under the TC, dropping off Fire Lancers. At least this way they die a bit more easily. Yo, trying to hit the Trebs. Okay, if he attack grounds and hits while they're packed, it is a one-hit kill if the shot lands properly. Yeah, the Fire Lancers not having a delay when they pop out and recharging inside the tower also makes them very problematic. That is not something I think I can change in the map script, though, so we had to go with the Siege Tower change. Would be nice if maybe their firing animation just took longer, so they had to stand in place and like, charge it up and aim before firing. The same way they took the Mangudai back in the day, or the Elite Mangudai, and gave it an attack delay. Same with the Mamluk. They used to have a 0-second delay, so they were super smooth to micro on AOC. Even with the extra lag that was built in then. So Imp Skirm for Lewis. Yo's still trying to go heavy Cav Archer. Maybe okay against the Fire Lancers. I mean, Fire Lancers still have an attack bonus against the Cav. That does indeed apply to the Cav Archer. Light Cav go for the Treb. And they go down. Okay, 19 HP on the Treb. Stable going down. Cannon takes it out. Yo's throwing this a bit. Yeah, it feels like he's lost some of the timing and the momentum that he had. But the full Cav swap against Fire Lancers does feel a bit weird. I suppose he technically does have the stronger units, but it feels like he's running them into something that counters them. And Lewis will inch forward with another castle. Yo's still up by 30 pop, but 40 of that's villagers. And if he's losing fights, that's not going to help. He has a 34-1 eco KD. And is there a hole to right? Oh my gosh, the gate is open. What is that? Is that a converted villager standing there in the gate? Yo held the gate open and now he has cavaliers inside the base. Man, maybe Yo needed his own Fire Lancers? Lewis will lose some more vills here, surely. Fire Lancer is not mobile enough to get in the back, and that is the advantage of the Cavalier and the Cav play. You can raid, and suddenly take a raid even though you're still fighting at the front, especially when you're this much higher and farther ahead in population. Treb's still deployed on the castle. Oh, okay, slight lag there. The Treb shoots back. In mirrors, gate should work for the enemy too. Are you saying the gate people shouldn't recognize friend from foe and not realize the units for whom they should open or not open? Fire Lancer is dying here. Will I cast the Silver League of TTL? Yes, I am very excited to see the map pool that we put together. And I'll be very closely keeping an eye on map bugs, with the eye on fixing them if they pop up. I haven't gotten many bug reports on the maps yet. I fixed one thing where there was some slightly unfair fish on one of the maps, but that was it. So, hopefully we're in a good spot with the maps, but I don't know how much people have been playing it with how they've been grinding the Red Bull ladder. Yo's getting a great Cavalier raid right in Lewis's economy. TC here garrisoned, and Yo will go forward for a siege workshop. Still waiting to see Yo surpass 200 pop. Really needs to put his foot on the gas in terms of production, but he's taking fights all the while this is happening. Yeah, no gold for Lewis. As I said, the map does really feel like Gold Rush, where whoever claims the gold down here tends to win. Treb still going for the other Trebs. Trebs here will go down. There's another Treb going down for Lewis, not having vills there to repair. Repair vills extra crucial. And there's the GG from Lewis. As Yo, with the Cav Archers, does pull it out. Maybe I think it has more to do with being super far ahead in eco, more so than the unit composition. But interesting to see Cav Archers do so well against the Fire Lancers. I think having the Cavaliers to raid and not fight in a straight-up fight was great for him, and took Lewis a while before he could actually react. Also, Yo has houses here. How lovely. And here we are with a slightly better KD for Yo. You can tell he had a good advantage into Imp, and Lewis somewhat evened it up, but did not have the eco to keep producing the way Yo did, especially with the raids. And thank you, Mark Riz, for the follow, and also Dane Z earlier for the follow. And we're gonna have Yo Lewis again on Vulpine. Do you want to see a Korean's mirror? Yeah, let's go for it. Supposed to have a black cross? It's the best I could do. Well, we'll have to make a proper costume someday. More accurate to AoE 2. And we do have, as best we could, a helmet, but I'm a bit too muffled to cast with it on. Alright, and here we go. So after a Vietnamese mirror, who is ready for a Korean's mirror? We'll have Lewis as the blue Koreans to the west, Yo as the red Koreans to the east. It is Vulpine, where you start out on a fox hunt, gathering gold from the foxes. We've seen different strats of people pulling the vills back, people leaving the vills out there, towering to defend them, doing quick ranges to attack. But this is a Korean's mirror. Yo played a great Korean's mirror against Doubt the other day that ended with Doubt going champions. You've seen Lewis sell stone for Imp and then die to forward castle pressure. That can happen, yeah. Yeah, I think I'll probably stick to these two if they keep playing because I think they're the highest rated. And we'll be competing for that final spot on the ladder. Ladder is hyped to view, milking players, but the mirrors are mostly kind of lame. I do wish they had enforced random civ instead of mirror. I'm not a fan of the mirrors. For Fire Lancers, I honestly don't know. Like I said, I'm not really a fan of units having charge attacks to begin with in AoE 2. So the entire design of the unit is something I don't really like. I would, if anything, think they need an attack delay before doing their charge attack. Not just popping out of the tower, but in general, the same way, as I said earlier, the same way they added a slight delay to the Elite Mangudai and the Elite Mamluks, so they don't shoot instantly when you right-click. I think if they had to, kind of like the Cav Archers, have a bit of a delay before they shoot, that could help at least slow them down a bit, and would help the Siege Tower situation too. Like an instant draft? Maybe. You'd probably still see a lot of save repetition there, though, too. Should they cost food instead of wood? Might help, but I think also the wood cost was to differentiate them from the halb line. Or the wood plus gold was to differentiate them from the swordsman and halb lines. And the eagles, too. But if they did cost food, probably would make them a bit harder to spam. At least in the early game. Charge attack is so weak. Yeah, that's something also, like, if it's gonna be weak, why even do it? It's the same thing they've, that they probably did with the hero units. They thought, okay, these are gonna be unpopular, so we're gonna make them somewhat weak so you don't see them. But if you don't see them, then, like, what's the point of having them? As the scout goes down. This is a gunpowder unit. Maybe just go all in, make it a full gunpowder unit with a ranged attack. And not give it a melee attack and make it a proper ranged unit. Some type of anti-cav gunpowder unit. I don't think there's something like that in the game. That could have been interesting. Anti-cav gunpowder. But like, instead of removing the charge attack, just make it a normal ranged attack and remove the melee attack. Of course, the Genoese crossbowmen already exist as a ranged anti-cav unit, and to some extent the Mamluks do. But there's no gunpowder anti-cav unit. So a unit that maybe is super weak to archers and skirmishers, but strong against cav plus infantry might have been a niche that doesn't exist yet. But yeah, I'm sure there are lots of different ideas for what to do with it. Yeah, the Siege Tower Fire Lancer combo, though, is something that certainly does need to be addressed. You haven't seen a Korean's Mirror yet? Well, get ready to see tons and tons of them over the weekend. So Skirm's going for the villagers. Skirm's come over for Yo to try to defend. And Skirms will snipe them down. Scouts from the stable as we have 2 ranges for Yo. Both players up to the castle age, Yo a bit faster. And I do wonder if we'll start seeing more barracks for the players. Seems like the devs thought it's an archer, but being gunpowder, it should really cost food gold. I don't know what they think it is. I don't even know what it is. It's weird. It does many different things all at once. Yeah, Gambeson's not affecting them. The weirdness that mounted units and Fire Lancers is the Gajura bonus, or archery range units and Fire Lancers is the Vietnamese bonus. They somewhat arbitrarily add other things in. I don't know. I mean, it does maybe throw a change up to the Skirm mirror we see in the Korean Wars. But I don't know if Fire Lancer mirror instead of Skirm mirror is all that better, especially with the state of the standing ground patroller. Cost similar to Eagles. It's in some sense cheaper to boost because it's wood and gold rather than food and gold. And in early Castle Age, usually the wood costs are a bit easier to afford than the food costs. There's a change to be made. And I think they're slightly cheaper than Eagles. Eagles are 50 gold, unless that changed. Should be 50 gold. Maybe they're just Eagles with guns. Maybe they're the most American unit ever devised. The Gun Eagle. So Skirm's pushing forward for Yo. They ever run out of DLC ideas? I'm sure that's what they'll come up with. This is live, DJ Pirate. This is live. So another TC coming up on the stone. And Yo's gonna have to get back with the Skirms. I have to say, I do really like the map pool this time more than last time. I just think the maps do feel a bit similar to each other, but I like that it feels less hybrid map dominant. And that we don't have the same Byzantine fire galleys all the time. So I think it is a bit improved in those respects. I like the idea of regional units better than 2 unique units for each new civ. I do like that idea more too. I think the Eagle Warrior for the original Mesoamerican civs made sense because they tried to design civs that didn't have the stable. The Fire Lancer, I'm not sure what it's supposed to do. Because the Koreans didn't lose anything to get the Fire Lancer like the Chinese lost their camels. They just got the Fire Lancer with a huge wood discount. So relic collection from Yo, there's his first. He will try to grab a second. Lewis might slow that down with his Skirms. And Skirms keep pushing forward. Monks come for conversions. And Yo will have to pull the knights back. Have a TC going forward between the stone and the wood line. And what is that, sticks on the way for Lewis. So Lewis with more army and more vills at this point, so he feels like he's in a better spot so far. I'll see if he's able to make a push in towards Yo. Like the start points are farther apart again. Some Red Bull maps felt like fancy Socotra's and always ended in full feudal. Yeah, that's one thing. It feels like all the maps are farther apart this time. Maybe we could have used 1 or 2 maps with a closer TC. Although I guess Dune Springs somewhat fulfills that role these days now that they added it in with the aggressive men-at-arms.
예, 준비.
It does feel like Roman men-at-arms, though, are the only thing I see on the map.
대기.
The Skirm's going for the Knights. Monks want conversions on the Knights, and they will have to turn around. So 3 TCs for Lewis. He will continue out-booming Yo, who's just getting his 3rd TC up now. And Lewis opening up quite a sizable Vil lead. Let's go for conversions on the Skirms. And more Vils come forward for Lewis, and Lewis will add in a guard tower, looking to start the tower rushing. On the outside, what we have? A few houses for Yo, built with one of those Fox Vills. Left out there to scout around a bit. There'll be outposts if he gets town watch, which he does. That gives him some pretty good vision. Lets him know if Lewis does something sneaky out here. Still wants to push with the Knights, but this is a great forward to get the position for the tower. Hera and Showers going off. Well, I mean, Dune Springs will be replaced when they get to the last chance qualifier, and presumably have the option to fix the maps and maybe even upload them as a mod. So I wouldn't expect to see it beyond the ladder, but who knows what they'll do actually. That's just what I would do. Upload the maps for the qualifier as a mod so you have more control over fixing them. The Koreans have outstanding win rate now. I'm not sure what their win rate is. Everyone seems to know that they are one of the best Empire Wars civs right now and picks them. Nikov's been saying they're basically Byzantines now with their skirm discount, but with a better tech tree with the Fire Lancers and the Siege Engineers tech for better late game siege. And I think the last time we had the ladder, it was a lot of Byzantine mirrors, the skirms and the camels. And I think skirm into Fire Lancer beats that combo and is itself a stronger overall combo. Siege phoned keyboard. So tower going forward for Lewis. I'll have a workshop here as well. Rocket cart trying to get some hits on the skirms. Romans also don't have demos on that map. So I was thinking maybe the fire galley saves might have room to go fires, fish on the water, and add demos to win. But so far I haven't seen that. It's all been Roman men-at-arms on Dune Springs. And Imperial Age for Lewis, who feels like he's in a really good spot here. Up to Imp first, up by 20 Vils. And you will need to hold on. Koreans at least are good at holding, with their potential to go for keeps. Here we have gold mining, stone mining, and wheelbarrow, all coming in for Lewis as he goes up. Yo doing wheelbarrow himself, trying to add a 4th TC, but Lewis will counter with his own 4th TC, and he'll keep that Vil lead even as he's up to Imp. Range units boom behind and try to Imp first. Well, I mean, that's a pretty solid Age of Empires strategy, right? Boom and Imp first, try to win a Treb War. Applied to every map in every civ. That's maybe the big difference Koreans Byzantines. They don't have that same fast imp potential. No real eco bonus other than their discount, but if you're making lots of skirms and fire lancers, the discount helps. And Yo's gonna rotate around the map now, go for his own guard tower. And remember, in the middle, as we get up towards Imp, we do have the Tower of London, which gives you a trickle of wood, food, and gold. No stone, but the other 3 resources, so we might see that used at some point. The relics in the monastery for Yo. Teuton's Signatures. I'd love to see someone play Teutons. We need some Teutons for today. Nope. Oh, and as Lewis reaches Imp, Yo will call the GG. Not thinking he can fight that out anymore. All right, pressure while booming, get Imp first, and Yo wins. I mean, and Lewis wins over Yo. 53 to 51 KD, but consistently had more military in the transition, more eco, and boom, done. All right. Oh my gosh, we have Yo Doubt. Well, let me take my headset off for a minute. We're gonna get Yo versus Doubt. Early GG, Yo just wanted to play Doubt, I'm sure. Oh my gosh, Yo Doubt. Perfect. Be on Volpine again. So, reminder, we're doing the Teutonic Knight cosplay because we did hit 100 subs. And we'll be going into the chicken costume if we get to 150. How is Doubt in the top 8? You gotta believe in Doubt.
I'll put the helmet on because I believe in Doubt. I'm going on a crusade for Doubt. I can't see my keyboard to type in and start Capture Age. Well, that's okay. I got it. That looks sick.
Oh my god, I can't cast in it. I can't cast in that again. I can't see out of it. My hair gets stuck in it. It pulls on it. Makes me feel old. We'll put it on here and there. The chicken costume is much more comfortable than the helmet. I'll admit that. Alright, let me just set up the scoreboard here. Yo versus Doubt. Again on Volpine. And here we are. Make sure my YouTube chat is visible. There we go. So we'll have Yo as the red Koreans to the southwest, Doubt as the blue Koreans to the northeast. And also a reminder, I am also streaming on YouTube, so if you want to check out the YouTube stream, I do not have the ads that Twitch plays to interrupt the stream playing over on YouTube. So we'll have a bunch of foxes over here for Doubt, and he will start by adding in an archery range forward. Yo simply taking the foxes, not going for the range. Instead, he's doing his range at home and opening archers. Now, if you're going to open archers, I feel that the forward range is the better play because you want to get forward before the skirms arrive. Maybe Yo's plan, though. Oh, double range for Doubt. Double range for Doubt. Maybe Yo's plan, though, is simply to send archers forward, then defend with skirms, in which case maybe one range at home makes sense. Is Doubt still on a loss streak? Okay, as they're opening, we can just check the standings real quick. Oop, wait, no, we have engagement. Scout on a wood line. And Scout on another Vill. Doubt gets a Vill. Doubt gets a Vill. Wonderful. Wonderful for Doubt. All right, so what is Doubt's place in the standings? Right now, Yo is number 7, Doubt is number 8. And they are pretty darn close, both in their current elo and their highest elo. Oh, Hart actually passed ACCM. ACCM might have to start playing if Hart's grinding like that, because we know Leary's going to make a run. So, okay, back to the game. Back to the game. Yeah, breaking Hart overtook ACCM in his top 3. ACCM might have to play more. Maybe the win streak gets in danger if he has to play more. Maybe taking occasional points off of Hera isn't enough, and he'll need more consistent points. Anyway, more farms around the TC for Yo. As Doubt's archers start coming in, Yo is not fully walled. Actually, the Vill's on the outside. And needs to finish his wall. Yeah, Vinch number 2. So Vinch still playing well. Vinch also on a bit of a different time zone. I don't think I've casted a single Vinchester game. Vill's hitting the Scout as the Scout has to run away. And it's a low HP Vill. Doubt will keep the Scout alive, 5 HP. And use it to protect the archers from the skirms. Yo will try to quick wall at the same time. Yo forward with his archers, hitting Doubt's Vills on the front of that wood line. They'll have to run back. That was Vinch playing lots away. And that low HP Scout, helping to kill skirms, almost gets one. Down to 2 HP. Yo, maybe you could heal that in the TC. Never seen anyone do that, heal skirms in the TC. Maybe not worth it. Oh yes, the wild chickens. Wild chickens. we will put on this chicken costume here if we get to 150 subs. From our subathon this until the end of the Red Bull. Oh, Vinch lost 20 points to Lewis thanks to a disconnect. Ooh, that is rough. That is very rough to lose points to disconnects. But it happens. I know my internet acts up on me all the time.
대기. 준비. 대기. 예. 준비. 예. 대기. 예. 대기.
Skirm is going down.
준비.
And Market going up for doubt.
대기.
Yeah, he was in Bali at some point. Is he still there?
준비.
I don't know where Vinch is now. He's a world traveler these days.
준비. 예. 대기.
And we're in the Skirm War phases of the Koreans mirror. Yo being a bit more defensive than Dao. Dao picked off 2 vills though and has a nice eco lead at the start, selling the stone, and he will be clicking up. Selling some wood, so a bit behind Yo, who had to buy food already. But Yo was very heavy on the gold. So both players using the market to go up. Dao around 10 to 15 seconds slower, but nothing too bad. And looks like he's winning the fight. Dao with the Skirm numbers. Remember, Dao added 2 ranges right from the start. And he has a 13 to 12 KD. Does that matter? It matters if he has more skirms. Yo will have to rely on the defender's advantage now. And micro. Doubt might pick off a stray skirmisher if Yo doesn't ungarrison and group up the army properly. Doubt trying to take a fight. If Doubt wins this fight, then he pressures the gold. But if Yo picks off some skirms, now Yo's doing okay. Now Yo's forcing Doubt back. As now, I think, as we get to the castle age, this might turn into Fire Lancers. I know Micro, Doubt's worst enemy. Should at least be able to get their points back for disconnect. I mean, at the same time, you could then end up forcing a disconnect. So I don't know if there's a clean way to do that. In the past, you had save and exit on Voobly, so your opponent, if they see you drop, could save and exit and not count the match for points. But I don't know if we have that possibility ever coming back to us on DE. And pull the plug when losing. We wouldn't want that to happen. Especially with all that prize money that's on the line for it. I agree, Death Counter. We need save and exit back. So second TC right away for Yo. Doubt instead focusing on the infantry upgrades and going double barracks Fire Lancer. Remember, the siege tower is banned, so it will simply be Fire Lancers and maybe Scorpions or rocket carts for Yo. Need admin to review the game. Maybe if you have a super far ahead lead, and then your internet dies. But then there's also the possibility of maybe you need to win a bunch of games on the last day, and you pull your internet for someone who's got to drag out a game that you're winning to try to get faster games. I think that there always would be some type of gray area situation that's a question mark. And it's difficult to do that perfectly. So Gambesons for Doubt, really adding in the armor upgrades for the Fire Lancers. Yo defending with 1, but not going as heavily into them yet as Doubt is. Yeah, save and exit would also solve the bug maps where the vills fail to spawn, that's true. More Fire Lancers coming forward as the rocket cart gets a nice shot in on them. Here wants another conversion as the Fire Lancers have to dance around. A conversion comes in. Another TC up here for Doubt. It'll spread out to the wood lines. And gold shaft mining on the way for Doubt. Fire Lancer does kill a spear. Skirm is running away from the Lancers. Praise Doubt, everyone. Everyone always praises Doubt. Yeah, Doubt is rather majestic. Rocket Cart coming forward as the Fire Lancers run away. They'll hoover around a bit. And gold shaft mining for Doubt. Rook, really going heavily for the gold eco on the Fire Lancers. Make sure we're on play speed. Monk wants a conversion. Fire Lancers kill the Monk. Skirm's coming forward, won't hit the Monk in time. Yo, trying to repair the Rocket Cart. And Doubt will see the repair bills and decide to back up. Back up for a moment, but go for a Monk. And Doubt pulling ahead, 5 extra vills, 1.5k resources more. Yo on 3 TCs, but with all the damage Doubt has done, he's actually pulling ahead in eco, adding in his 3rd TC just at this moment. And adding in heavy plow, so Doubt with all the eco upgrades, just missing wheelbarrow there compared to Yo, but both gold mining upgrades, heavy plow already. That's crazy good. Yo, not nearly as much, just wheelbarrow. And a 4th TC from Doubt. Okay, remember, Doubt won this matchup the other day after a long struggle by going champions. Yo trying to go Korean Cav Archers. They do have a wood discount. They do have free armor. They will just miss Parthian and Bloodlines in the long run. Well, they are pretty big upgrades, though. Castle Age, they're still okay. They are still okay. I think Doubt has a great playing career ahead of himself. I think we all do. So 4th TC for Doubt. 4th TC also for Yo. Both these players booming their hearts out. Doubt's son play? How old is Doubt's son, anyway? I forget how old he is now. I don't know how old Doubt's children are. No, you mean Leary? I haven't seen Leary play yet today. Hart's been playing. He moved up beyond ACCM to 3rd, but Leary's still sitting in 5th. How's he so far ahead? Oh, look at the idle time and the idle eco for Yo dealing with Doubt's pressure from the Fire Lancers. It's all coming down to damaging Yo and forcing Yo to react to the Fire Lancers. Is that real chainmail? No, it is not. This is simply a cheap costume. Maybe one day we'll need to do some type of funding goal. We can do more unique actual armor cosplays. For the villager cosplay I had legit tools, like a bow and a pickaxe. I made the pants by sewing some yellow cotton down the sides of a pair of blue chinos. I spent several hours backstitching that, but this was much easier. Imagine I roll up with an organ gun. There is a gun. There is a gun. There is a helmet. I'm an American. You'd expect there to be a gun, but no, there is a helmet. I'm a bit too muffled to cast with it on, though. Maybe I should roll up with an organ gun. Rocket Cart taking out some skirms. There will be a castle drop from Yo. Doubt trying to do a counter tower. Only 8 vills on the castle, and as Doubt comes in with some Fire Lancers, maybe there's a chance that Doubt stops the castle. Up a bit of lag as Yo has the wall. Things slow down. The tower goes up. That will be a guard tower. Doubt can garrison. He has Bodkin. The castle at 69%. I think this gets stopped as the Fire Lancers come in. 71.28%. And Yo does a Doubt castle in front of Doubt. He's down by 1k score, down by 10 vills, down by 3k res collected. And everything now going in Doubt's favor as he continues playing Fire Lancer against Cav Archer. Yo's hurt vills have to fall back. Doubt will see all these vills and know maybe Yo's thinking about sending another village to attempt to raise the castle. But he'll have his own castle right next to it. Does the lag make his micro better? I think that lag might just be on my end. I'm not sure. I get those very occasional 1 second waiting for player delays, which I think is my internet acting up while spectating. It's weird though because I don't have any dropped frames in OBS, so I'm not sure what that's all about. So Fire Lancers going for the castle from Yo. We also will have Imperial Age for Doubt. And another castle to the southeast for Yo, trying to take more map control, but Doubt will be up first. Yo not anywhere close to Imp. Maybe he could suddenly market his way up, but that would be a lot of market magic. And Doubt with the timing and the skirms to deal with Cav Archers. Doubt we get Treadmill Crane before Ballistics. Or does he have it? He does have Treadmill Crane before Ballistics. Yeah, no Ballistics. So that's so he can build his castles. Does not want to lose a castle. What is that wolf doing on the wood line? Where did that wolf come from? The Vil will survive, though. The Vil will survive with Loom. As Skirms and Fire Lancers keep running around. Like, I didn't actually get a haircut, no. Maybe it just looks different because I don't have headphones on. I did the other day. I need a haircut, though. My hair is super long right now. I much prefer keeping my hair short. Wheelbarrow on the way. Monk's going for conversions. And monks go down. Experimenting, playing without making Fire Lancers. I don't think Yo can experiment, though. There's only a few days left, and he really needs to grind to move up on the ladder. I mean, it's the siege towers that were banned. You can still go Fire Lancers. Those have not been banned. I mean, maybe they should just ban every civ that has access to Fire Lancers, but I guess they can't do that on the ladder. And Doubt's idle eco percentage. Pretty darn low. And as Doubt hits Imp, Yo calls the GG. As Doubt hits Imp, Yo calls GG. And that is it. Doubt gaining some points from Yo. 80 to 62 KD in favor of Doubt. More eco. And Doubt climbs. Doubt is climbing. GG. Congrats to Doubt. We're going to have another Yo Doubt game on Rampart this time. There'll be a Yo Doubt mirror on Rampart. That'll be our next game. We'll hop into that in just a moment. And let's see the standings. Doubt there gaining some points, but remember it is based on highest elo, not current elo, so Doubt has a way to go to get back to his highest again, and then even more to pass Yo, and then even more to catch Lewis. But Doubt still sitting comfortably in 8th place. Viper is going to need to go on quite a run if he wants to make up some ground. Brawls and Sato also making some late runs. Get Nikov and Andy there too. Siege Tower is totally banned. No Siege Tower at all. I mean, taxi use is banned, yes, but they weren't used for anything other than taxiing, so. Not like there's much difference. Okay, let's get our capture age nice and warmed up. It'll once again be Doubt and Yo, both of them needing points to climb. See, I'll probably take a quick break after this game, but here we are. Do I have my scoreboard on the right side? I do. It's the same as last time. Am I going to be there as a spectator? I am. Yes, that's why we're doing the subathon. All the subs and whatnot help cover the travel expenses I'm going to have to go there as a spectator. I do have my ticket already, so I'm all set. I need to still plan flights and see if I'm going to be doing any more traveling afterwards. Mr. Teutonic, thank you. So if we do get to 150 subs, we will indeed be doing the chicken cosplay. Are there chickens on this map? Oh, they're hares. Maybe we should get a hare costume too. I do have bunny ears. Could do that. So cue that Roman soundtrack. Indeed, some militia, and Doubt will upgrade those militia to the more powerful men-at-arms. As Yo will open with the armor for the Romans. Cheaper overall than the men-at-arms upgrade. And also counts double for the Romans. Archer coming out for Yo, fending Doubt away. And Happy's, thank you very much for the sub.
Attila, that boar would have killed me had you not intervened. Pity that none will ever learn of your loyalty. Archers, attack!
And Doubt will turn and fight. This is the awkward thing because I need to put my headphones back on because I can't hear the quotations. I need y'all to type in the chat and tell me what the quotation was. I took my headphones off for the helmet. Left them off. For the chickens, yes. Thank you, thank you. So Yo picked Mirror, Doubt Force picked Romans. Ooh, okay. So Force picking the Romans, we've seen lots and lots of Romans on Dune Springs with being full men-at-arms. Yo adding in Horse Collar, Doubt no eco upgrades, instead going straight for men-at-arms and armor. I wonder if we'll get a second barracks from Doubt. I wonder if we'll get a range transition. We do have a range from Yo, adding in the archers. No such luck from Doubt yet, though. Yo even adding in forging. And Castle Age on the way for Doubt. So Doubt going up first. I saw Hera Doubt play this way on Glacis, where the faster Castle Age for longswords didn't pay off, and the longer feudal age for more army did. So we'll see what Doubt's able to do here. They'll be falling a bit behind in Vills because of the uptiming. And there is forging on the way after that. To Gallus? What do you mean by that?
Impera. Salve. Impera. Tibi Servio.
Eus.
And men-at-arms on the way for Doubt. Coming from the barracks. Survive looks like Doubt is dying. Well, he's up to the Castle Age too. Remember, he's up to the Castle Age, so he might not be dying. Yo's forward, but the score difference might be a Castle Age timing difference. And Chicho, hello. Hello, hello. So they're different approaches to the game. Not sure if one player particularly has a lead yet. But Yo's certainly more military, and Doubt will have to hope that the Castle Age pays off. And I imagine he has to go for a quick workshop in Scorpions to deal with the archers. Will be pushed off of his gold, trying to quick wall a bit, but there's still a hole. And the house has a mere 11 HP. Go down right away. So Yo just about ready to click up, but huge Castle Age timing advantage for Doubt, and we'll see if he can do a quick workshop. And he's going for a second barracks, really far forward, clicking the longsword upgrade. Doubt, you need gold access. Can he actually protect that barracks? Let's see, if Yo doesn't attack it, he can. Now, like, he's Viper and can react fast. You've seen him play Rage Forest, right? One day he'll learn. Oh, it's an adult male chicken. Okay, so that is, I think, 44 more subs to get there. We'll see if we do it, because the chicken costume is fun. It's extra silly. And then chainmail armor on the way for Doubt.
Salve. Tibi Servio. Salve. Tibi Servio.
Wolf getting involved, the animal friends helping Doubt instead of hurting him this time. Saying, we've hurt you enough on Rage Forest, we'll help you on Red Bull. Keep chasing those men-at-arms with your long swordsman. So Yo now taking the brunt of the damage, losing a couple of ills as Doubt gets in with the long swords. Yo up to the Castle Age, but not up yet, still 50 seconds away. Doubt will run under the TC, but he does have his second armor upgrade. So he's maybe okay with that. 5 armor, that TC will do only 1 damage per arrow. And those men-at-arms will find another way, or those longswords will find another way to get to a wood line. Oh, look at that. Wallman, thank you very much for the sub. I saw you streaming earlier, thank you. You get an AoE2 campaign quotation.
Bleda is no more. When Attila returns to camp, he alone will rule the Huns.
And now longswords fighting the men-at-arms.
Impera. Salve. Tibi Servio. Impera.
And killing more Vills. Things falling apart for Yo, trying to throw up a defensive monastery. But all that pressure he had in Doubt's base, his army has been chased away by the longswords, taking one fight in the corner of the map. And they're losing HP and going down. Down they all go. And on the other side, the longswords are in. Yo has his own longswords, and he's cleaning his eco now. but he's down by 8 vills.
Salve.
And the longswords will come back out to the lumber camp and clean up everything else that's still around there. So Doubt's attack finally cleaned, but he's got himself a good eco lead behind it.
Tibi Servio.
And more longswords running around. Yo has walled, and I think walled completely. A couple of weak spots here. Go, Doubt, go. I'm sure the chat will all be rooting for Doubt. Legionary fight, please. I haven't actually seen legionaries in a mirror matchup before. That would be sick. So, longswords fended off by the monk. I'll show the monk where the relic is, if they haven't found it yet. Doubt keeps pouring in more longswords. Yo seems to have stabilized a bit, though, sending his army forward too. I don't think Doubt is fully walled. Doubt leaving his lumber camp exposed with a couple of weak vills out there.
Tibi Servio.
And we'll send a monk to try to get a conversion. Might have been better to pick up the relic, but he does get a conversion on the longsword. We'll lose the monk, though, and he does not wall in time. What did chat say earlier? He's not the Viper. He doesn't have that type of speed. Longswords are in. They're killing some vills, wandering around.
Salve.
And on the hill, fighting the villager. More longswords run around, get in on the gold mine.
Salve.
And they will start to hit vills. Vills going down.
Salve.
Another vill goes down. Doubt taking some damage in the counterattack. Can't get his longswords there in time to protect. And to protect himself, and he really does need a few more bits of walling. And did get the relic in the monastery, it looks like. Horse Collar will win this for Yo. Now that's true. Doubt with no eco upgrades at all. Yo at least did invest into Horse Collar, giving himself some longer lasting farms. Have a bit of a better wood eco from that. And see, res collected, he actually is a bit higher too. It's a bit weird to be that much higher in res collected when he's down in vills, but did get some early aggression in on Doubt. And Doubt with double barracks longswords. I wonder if we'll see the workshop in the scorpions for the cheaper Roman scorpions. And looks like Yo might be trapped on this hill. The reinforcements will pop out in time to slaughter the rest of the longswords. And down they all go. Yeah, that's true. Maybe because of the later castle, right? Since Yo clicked up to the castle age later, he had more vills on the way up. And he will be trying to add a second TC. Nice safe gold on the back. And the TC will be up on a wood line. Yeah, Doubt's eco has been more efficient, so I think you're right about that. Must be the castle age timing. Triple monk healing from Yo. Getting those longswords ready to go fight again. Doubt doing town watch. Finally an eco upgrade from Doubt. Double bit axe and horse collar. Now he'll get the longer lasting farms next time he rebuilds them, starting with this one. 250 food instead of 175. And monks here from Yo will push forward, trying to convert the longswords. And Doubt now under pressure, maybe to take a good fight because Yo is booming more. But Doubt has more longswords coming in from behind. Yo maybe with a bit of a hill advantage. Some patrol stacking going on in that fight for Doubt. Actually, it was a decent fight for him. He wants another conversion with a monk. Trying to convert the high HP longsword, but Yo deletes it correctly, and the other longsword will kill the monk. Yo losing his own monks, though. Longsword's a bit speedier now. Remember, their speed was buffed in a recent patch. 1.06. And the longswords come in, and we'll have one more big fight. Doubt trying to get a good patrol into the fight. And Yo will have to run away. Amazing delete. This knight looks intimidating. I would wear the helmet, but as I said earlier, we tried casting with it, and I'm a bit too muffled to wear it.
Salve. Impera.
The monks go for conversions on the longswords over to the side. We'll have a TC going up for Yo, and a second TC for Doubt. But, ooh, longswords coming in. Doubt, wall your villagers, Doubt. Oh my gosh, if Yo denies that, Doubt's lucky he doesn't see it. Romans will be played a lot. Depends on how aggressive the map is, I think. But I won't be surprised to see quite a few Roman picks. I have seen Spanish as a pretty favored civ for this map so far. But that might just be the tendency of having Yo MBL mirror matches. And Yo getting in under the TC. TC will try to shoot them down. Remember, they do have the extra armor from the Romans bonus, so 5 total pierce armor. TC, no fletching even for Doubt, so that'll only be doing 1 damage to them. I mostly saw Conquistadors, I didn't see many missionaries, although Conk and missionary would be hype.
Impera. Salve. Impera.
Longswords run over,
Salve.
run up and over the hill. I'll have wheelbarrow and iron casting on the way. You think Doubt's dead? I mean, look at that eco lead for Yo. Suddenly that second TC and the third TC have paid off incredibly well for him. Up by 18 vils. Oh, the chat, you're turning on Doubt. Tell me that he's dead? He still has more military, right? 36 to 21? Maybe he could overwhelm Yo before the eco kicks in? Res collected are still pretty similar. There's a lot of Malay early in the ladder, pretty much disappeared. I don't think Malay are a great Empire Wars civ because they missed their early bonus. Which civs they are both playing as the Romans. Civs are down here, the bottom right. Both playing as the Romans. Just wanting some healing on the longswords. Can't do counter damage because Yo walls. That's true, and he can't even use a siege tower to hop the walls. Since they're banned. You could maybe rely on Yo over chopping, but Yo with 5 monks is a great monk defense. Doubt probably needs to be devoted before going in. Oh my gosh, look at this army from Doubt, though. He's got 34 longswords. That range is below a hill. If the Romans get arson, they don't. If Doubt just patrol stacks into that range, he'll take it down in no time. Fast imp forced levy, says our base. Does either player have devotion? No, no one is devoted. Yo doing some fervor so the monks move faster. Doubt will add a third TC. This is one big fight from Doubt. I think he just needs to tank conversions here to try to convert back. I think Doubt wins this fight, and if he wins this fight, yeah, Yo has an eco advantage, but what does he do to stop all these longswords? Here comes Doubt, he'll have the hill. Pouring in through the overchop. Yo didn't wall that fully. What did you say earlier? The walls are stopping the counterattack? No, they're not when there's an overchop. And here comes the longswords getting in on the vills, and Yo has to do a panic castle on his main TC, but the longswords are hungry and they've come to feast on some villagers. Feasting and getting on the gold, on the farms, on the woodline, everywhere, even on those castle vills, there's a vill going down. And the castle will stop the attack, but remember when Yo had a 20 vill lead? Remember when Yo had a 20 vill lead? Now he's down to +1. Doubt has even to the vill count. And he's only down by 400 res. The longswords are doing it. The longswords are doing it. Oh, he's destroying the houses too. At least Yo has some housing space. And what does Doubt know of Yo's extra TCs? So far, they're hidden to him. Hasn't actually found them. The farms are something we only see when spectating. Doubt doesn't actually see them. Spectating farm terrains is a bit weird. It has been a glitch since the original AU2. 3 relics in the monastery, but Doubt could destroy the monastery. And that would end the monk production. Please force Yo to do another monastery, and I think Doubt's going to go for it. A bit under the TC. Let's check the range. Yeah, under the TC fire, maybe if he stands on the back and tries to stack. I don't know if it's worth it if he's going to lose longswords to go for it. So Centurions for Yo. How many times have we seen Yo trying to pull a comeback with unique units? But Doubt saying those are my Centurions now. Gets a good conversion. Yo wants it back. You convert one Centurion, I convert it back. Why does he not want his subjects to be devoted? I don't know. I mean, devotion is... Let's see, we only see the cost for faith there. It is kind of expensive, but does help out quite a bit. He's continuing with the military lead, 39 to 8, has a 1 villager lead, and now has 3 vills himself, so Yo will no longer have that eco lead, and he wants to end the game. He's sending 8 villagers forward. He's sending a village to raise a castle right on Yo's face. Yo doing another counter castle. Doubt needs to scout that. He doesn't want to do a castle and commit to it just for it to be too close. He will scout it. He could delete this, destroy the palisade, and move it back slightly. Centurions are there. I don't think Doubt gets this up in time. 2 castle petards could also be a strategy for Yo, but maybe I've just seen too much sudden disaster. I don't know if this castle ends the game if Yo has double castles. Yo's still in an okay spot with the Centurions. That's the Doubt castle. It will go up, at least. The Centurions could cause a problem for Doubt. At least we're seeing a Centurion battle, albeit a converted Centurion battle. Now, and Yo, he sees the castle ends it. Yo will call the GG, Doubt will do it. Who was in the chat? Who was there saying Doubt was dead? You didn't believe. You gotta believe in Doubt. You gotta get your helmet on and go on a crusade for Doubt. Ah, there we go. You gotta believe in Doubt. Okay, now we'll read the stats. I can't even see the stats. All right.
So what are these stats? We got 109 to 73 KD for Doubt. More eco for Doubt. 3-minute faster castle age almost for Doubt. Same max vills despite the boom. Alright, I can't do that. That is way too muffled. Oh, I can't even hear myself when I do that. That is crazy. Still think Doubt not walling. Yeah, I need a mic in the helmet. I still think Doubt not walling was often his demise. This time Yo was lazy and didn't wall the overchop. Yeah, Doubt had a couple of areas where maybe he could have been walled. Anyway, let's see. Are they going to go again? Let's see. We got Barles and Lewis playing. We got Nikov and Dark playing. I don't see if Doubt is going again. Let me check if Doubt's streaming his games. I don't think he is. I know. Let's see. Hera's becoming a caster now instead of playing. We have Nacho and Gemjack. Stark and Kasva. Let's see. Kingstone. We might have to go Nikov. Oh, actually... No, we got Yo Hera. Okay, Yo Hera. Hera's playing. Alright, let's go. Yo and Hera. It'll be on Crownwood and it won't be a mirror. So we'll look at the standings now. Yo losing some points to Doubt. But again, it is the highest that matters, not the current. So Doubt, even though his current is higher than Yo's current, he needs to surpass the highest to qualify. And again, thank you everyone for the subs. And why don't you say hi? Thank you for continuing your Prime gift sub to Tier 1. That'll count for Partner Plus.
You challenge my every decision. It is as if you seek to lead the Huns yourself.
Alright, oh, and Phoenix Gaming, thank you also for using your Prime sub. If we get the chicken cosplay, I really hope we do very quickly get to the tuxedo.
We shoot to kill.
I should put my headphones on so I actually hear the sub messages. I can put them on when I'm not wearing the helmet. Yeah, so as long as you guys are liking the quotations for the alerts, I think I'll full on commit to it, and I'll try to make a little mini video for each quotation. No, because I actually look good in a tux. Says Arbase wants to see me in the chicken costume. I don't know if you could ever forget the quotations once you hear them. Attila will lead us to ruined letter, won't you? YouTube chat not having faith in Attila. How dare you? And Rika Shix, thank you also for using your Prime sub. Thank you so much.
Very well. The Iron Boar lairs near here. Let the one who kills this mighty beast lead our people.
Alright, so where are we at? Let me see the YouTube chat. So we'll have Yo as the red Khitans to the southwest, Hera as the blue Bulgarians to the northeast. Bulgarians against Khitans. What is this civ advantage for Yo? Yo opening with a range, though, maybe anticipating early men-at-arms and not going for the scouts. Hope Tato would be much higher, though. Yeah, Tato hasn't really been playing all that well. He's fallen off a bit from maybe a year or 2 years ago. He was pretty clearly a top 5 player, but we've had some young up-and-coming all-stars really grinding the ladder. Lewis, Vinch, Lucho, Prisma. Let's see, Yo picked Saracens, Hera picked Saracens, neither force picked, both got random. Well, Yo random into Khitans, lucky him. Hera, the undisputed #1 right now, has a good 80+% win rate when he matches mostly against the top players. Lost against ACCM though, and ACCM now has a 30-game win streak. We'll see how much ACCM plays now since he'll need to surpass Hart's elo. He's down in 4th. Yeah, so both pre-picked Saracens, but they got random. Interesting they might favor Saracens over Khitans on this map. Khitans feel so strong by overwhelming you with scouts and feudal, but maybe Saracens have a way to get to camels fast enough. Or could get to Mamluks, and Mamluks might hard counter pretty much everything the Khitans do. And hello, MF. Terrible win rate versus Lewis. That's Viper. I saw someone said Viper had a sub 20% win rate against Lewis at one point. My cape does not change color, unfortunately, Race Car Driver. I'm sure it's possible to get other colored capes, though. And a new Pam's 19, thank you for the follow. Or I'd rather hold on to 4th and try to move up further. I don't know, he has been playing pretty consistently, though. It's not like he's stopped playing entirely. He still is getting in a game or two every game on his win streak. Nice poke from Hera on Yo's scout. So Yo coming forward with a spear and a few archers. And Emu comes in, it better be purple. For Emu, I'd need to be a white feather guard. Yeah, randoming into Khitan's one could do worse, yes. So Archer's still hoovering around a bit, trying to do damage on that hill. Vil taking some arrow fire. And Hera will snipe the Vil and escape. Snipe the Vil and escape to the top of the hill. Needs to micro properly with the hill bonus. Yo paying attention to the back of Hera's base, where he's trying to micro archers against a couple of skirms, but that will mean Hera cleans up the archers that are here in defense and can continue harassing the wood line. In the back, Hera also with the skirm, winning the fight against Yo, and he will get the wall up. Very nice micro from Hera, the type of impressive performance you'd expect from him. And with the skirm, should be able to clean that final archer up, and there he goes. Now he can wall that Vil doing some spin dance moves. White Feather Guard's famous for not having a white feather. They're guarding the white feather. Our base, they need to keep it hidden so you don't know where it is if they're properly going to guard it, right? That's the story behind the White Feather Guards, I think. These lines are so iconic. I love the campaign lines. How observant. Okay, nice. Dux found the replay he sent me. Wonderful. Thank you, Dux. I will pass that on as a bug report and take a look at it. So Castle Age on the way for Hera. A few scouts coming over for Yo. How is Hera up? He didn't use the market. He just had a very clean build and went up quickly. Didn't commit to any food units, really just a few skirms, a couple of forward archers, and fully walled. And when you full wall, spam the farms, even with eco upgrades, he does manage to click up, and a minute faster than Yo at that. Yo trying to pressure with scouts. And what does Hera then do as Bulgarians against the Khitans? What unit composition will he go for? I've not seen this matchup. I'm still hoping that someone randoms Teutons today, just for the fun of the costume. Codex, I'd imagine Codex died to Khitan Cav Archers, though. Maybe he has to go Bulgarian CA, but I guess that dies to heavy CA. I don't know, maybe if Yo can't do Bloodlines and Hera can. Hey, Emu to queue up. Did he go Teutonic Knights for us? Nice costume, but I wish you were elite. I know, I need a fancier helmet for elite, I guess. Mirror Teuton's Elite Teutonic Knights fight is your hope for today. We can hope. I think that hope is more of a dream, though. Let's Hera up to the Castle Age. Some archers get taken down by skirms. And what is this? Immediate second, third, and fourth TCs for Hera. He is looking to boom. On this map, you do usually start quite far away from each other. So perhaps this is a good boom for Hera. If he can avoid the early Khitan's pressure. I don't know what he does against the heavy Cav Archers, though. Looks like he will be going for his own Cav Archers, but from one range, you will need more than that to produce if Yo's going 2 Cav Archers and a forward Vil. Alright, so now it's a time where Yo has to pressure in time before Hera can boom. And if Hera outbooms Yo, then maybe the army composition won't matter, and just the eco backing it will. Optimal use of the Bulgarian eco bonus, our base on point there. Your town centers cost only 50 stone instead of 100, so he's got 50 stone left over should he want a 5th TC at some point. There's the forward workshop. Kind of awkwardly placed between the bush and the rocks. The siege might have some trouble pathing there. I would have tried to put it one tile over where I Yo, but I won't doubt Yo-Yo's the expert. But an eco bonus that Hera managed to use, the TC discount. And yes, my bot, I'll remember to turn it on at some point. The standings command, it does work. So the workshop is up. We'll have chain barding armor, wheelbarrow, husbandry, and bosar all coming in for Yo. And don't doubt Yo. Yeah, don't doubt Yo. Last thing is the cheap blacksmith bonuses mean you can tech into any counter comp easily. That's true, that's true. Hard to counter rocket carts and cav archers, though. And steppies. But light cav, actually, from Yo is he adds camels. Is he gonna go camels against the cav archers? And Sintraushi, hello, how are you doing? Nice to see you around. Were you playing the Red Bull ladder at all? I thought I saw you playing it a bit. Bulk, yet redemption, but no sanctity? Correct. So they can convert the rocket carts, but have to deal with the fact that a single volley kills the monk. And if Yo pays attention, should never lose a cart through conversion. So cav archers come around. Skirms go down. Nice micro from Yo to hit the skirms, especially with Hera dancing. Almost 10,000 viewers watching this match. Okay, nice. I guess everyone's streaming it. Hera's such a nerd, microing feudal skirms versus mangonels versus rocket carts. Doing good. 2i, nice outfit. Tried the ladder a bit, but you missed Dark Age here. I agree with you. I do prefer Dark Ages. It is fun to see so much activity, at least. I think having a lot of stuff to cast has been really fun. So house for Yo. And rocket cart's going for the TC as a mangonel comes forward for Hera. Stable goes up as does the market. Mangonel hits the rocket cart. Cart goes down. And stuff dodges. Now farm goes down. Now that's where Hera might even delete farms, because you can get that extra one tile shot if you right-click the farm. The range is the range, whether you're allowed to shoot, is calculated from the edge of the farm. But if you right-click the middle of the farm, you actually get an extra tile. You can get the crop shot, as they call it. I'll be a caster in London. I will not. I will physically be there. I have tickets to travel to it, but I will not be casting officially. I'll just be planning a vacation around it. So handcart on the way for Hera. Monk wants to get a conversion on the camel. And it goes down. Next Carto, we should start players with 100 wood, no TC, and 1 vil. I will be a caster who is in London, but I will not be casting while I'm in London. Firebase wants to play around with the English language grammar. Gonna make jokes about that. I think they should at least be written in iambic pentameter. I do have tickets for all rounds, yes. And in the arena section, like a true clown would. Land Nomad, but all civs get the classic Huns start. In AoE 1, you actually had Nomad as an age instead of a game mode, and you started with 1 vil and just enough wood to build a TC. So then if you tried to walk around and search for a TC location, lions would come and eat your vil, and you'd die. It was very brutal. So Imperial Age now on the way for a Hera. It's not like you could quick wall or anything, you didn't even have the wood for house foundations. So Imp for Hera, what a boom, up by 20 vils. Yo has not done any damage with his forward workshop, and in fact he went for extra TCs behind this, but that will slow him down by 20 vils. Very well defended by Hera, not even being fully walled. Just dancing around with a few Bulgarian CA, and looks like he will commit to them further with ballistics, husbandry, and even the farm upgrade behind this. Yeah, finals tickets in the front row, nice. The arena where I bought tickets didn't have any specific row seat assignments, so I don't know how that's gonna happen. So Monk picks up a relic. This gameplay is peak Hera. It also feels kind of like old school Viper, where he'd commit to a huge boom and play very defensively. Not that he didn't meme back then, but that was maybe when he was trying his hardest. It would be this playstyle. Maybe he'd be a bit greedier with less defense and more boom. But same idea. Yo walling up doing a market too, as he covers the entire map. And hello, Obadiah. Guess that's the upper bound of what they can charge for a relatively niche esport. I don't know. I mean, that thing sold out really quickly. It was like 1 or 2 days and all the tickets were gone. You have Woad Raider pants? Absolutely. Our base dressed as a Woad Raider for the garrison. Howdy, howdy, Obadiah. So Cav Archers on their way forward. We'll have Thumb Ring and Forging on the way. Also Scaled Riding Armor. Steppy goes down to the Cav Archers as the Skirms come in and push them away. We also have Chemistry, Light Cav, and Bracer on the way. Looked at tickets one moment, had arena seats still available, consulted with a friend, looked again, and they were gone. You got the next level tickets instead. That's what happened. I don't know if the next level is higher up and maybe nicer than the arena. Maybe the arena is so low you can't see. I don't know. It was just called arena, and that's why I bought them there. Parthian tactics on the way for the Cav Archers. And they will kill the Skirms. Skirms all going down. Skirms are dying. Cav Archers push that back. Parthian and Chemistry on the way. And all the Skirms go down. Because I'm a clown? Exactly. Oh my gosh. Automod, you're a clown. That is a compliment. That is a compliment. Why do I have to hit allow? It disappeared too. I don't even see it anymore, but yes. Of course. So, Kripost on the way up for a Hera, and he's doing heavy Cav Archer. Yo, not calling the GG immediately, so he's going to try and hope that the Catons in the long run will play out as the better Civ. Around a 3,000 resource advantage for Hera. And he'll push with HCA. Bulgarian HCA, what do they have? They have all the upgrades aside from their final armor, so the same as the Huns, sans the discount the Huns would have as a Civ bonus. And cavalry attacks faster from stirrups. I don't think that applies to Cav Archers. Some more stables there for Yo, and he's going into camels. You need a lot of camels to fight Cav Archers, though. If you close the distance, you can slaughter them, but you do need quite a few. Is this live? This is live. Hera randomed into Bulgarians, though. We're still hoping someone randoms into Teutons. And here we have heavy camel and plate guarding armor for Yo. Skirms will be going down as the camel comes over. Did I cast Hera ACCM? I did not cast Hera ACCM the other night, no. I was already in bed. I think Dave casted it, though, if you were looking for it. So, stirrups and forging on the way for Hera. Oh my gosh, look at these vills dying. Cav Archer's hungry for some villagers. The camel's trying to give chase, but they can't quite reach the vills. All the vills going down. Oh my gosh, look at that. 20 vill kills for Hera. Still defending at the front of his base with the Krepos. Could maybe use one by the gold out there. Conscription on the way for production. And he's opening up that eco lead even more, coming forward. Fighting camels with light cav, not the best fight, but he has the numbers to win it anyway. As heavy camel just finishes, and the camels will die before they can properly enjoy being heavy camels. Cut short by the light cav. More camels come over, though, trying to avenge their fallen camel comrades. And Cav Archers will take out the other heavy camels in the north. A few skirms from Yo. So Hera is still applying pressure, but not applying a killing blow. Yo, a player who can play very, very well and deep into the late game. Now look at all these pretty flower-covered rocks on the side. I'm loving these flower-covered rocks. They've been such a nice addition to the maps. Big fan of those. who has what unique techs. Yo has no unique techs, didn't get the lamellar armor or the Ordo Cav. Cav regenerate HP in combat, sounds pretty cool. I guess that applies to camels. Hera does indeed have stirrups. No Bagains yet, even though stirrups does not apply to the Cav archer line. I mean, two-handed swordsmen should beat heavy camels and skirms, especially with that armor. So there is Blast Furnace, but Hera will try to go Hussar Cav archer as his composition. That is risky against camels, but camels probably not the most favored composition of the Khitans, I would think. Post killing camels. That marches around killing vills. And masonry on the way for Hera. Camels coming around, hitting the Cav archers. They have to run away. We'll have lamellar armor. And crop rotation, scale mail armor, masonry on the way. Oh my gosh, the Cav archer is trying to run off the edge of the world. As Hussars and Cav archers do damage up here. And is Hera pushing still? He has a much better KD. Maybe the Cav archers are the key to this matchup. Camel's all going down. These should be really strong camels. I guess they do lack bloodlines, and the lack of bloodlines, though, 20 less HP, makes them much weaker to the Cav archers, who have picked off everything. Yo's army crumbling. Crumbling to Hera's forces. And even larger res collected lead now for Hera keeps pushing. And this is dominant. Hello, bear beats meat. Ordo heavy camels are at least as good as normal heavy camels. I think Elite Conic would be the killing blow. The CA are feasting. I think the CA themselves are feasting well enough. He's full countered and winning. That's Hera, though. That's Hera putting Zico to work. He's full countered, but 190 pop capped at 200 against 124. And I think some forward rams, some Bulgarian siege rams, might be the killing blow. He's even doing architecture. Doing the random text for building HP, because why not? He's that far ahead. He's floating that many resources. Why not click the buttons while you have the time to click them? And he simply is fighting right under Yo's TC, forcing Yo to commit units as soon as they pop out where the Cav archers can pick them off. Maybe a bit risky fighting all those skirms, but so far it's a 222 to 158 KD lead. Architecture is a sign of a man of culture. Load the IO. Does missing the last armor mean something against skirms? Yes, it does. It means that skirms are much stronger. That the pierce damage is going to be an extra +2. It's like getting masonry, but better. Isn't architecture the exact same as masonry? But I guess it is slightly better because now your HP is already higher, so you're multiplying it by the same multiplier. So it is a bigger absolute value number difference. Maths, yeah, maths. Gotta love math. Hussars fighting the camels, Cav archers in the back, taking them down. Architecture is a sign of civilization. Skirms get the Cav archers. Skirms go down. And, oh, dismounted Koenig, he's even getting in on the fun with his flail. There he goes. Oh my gosh, this cape. It's so restrictive. As Hera pushes in. Yeah, before the stream, I couldn't get my camera to work. And I was in panic mode, like, oh my gosh, I want to do this Teutonic Knight cosplay. I need my camera to work. So I was crawling under my desk with the cape on, trying to unplug and plug the camera back in. Eventually, I realized that I needed to tap the menu on the back. I had turned a menu on somehow, and it wasn't transmitting footage while the menu was open. But the cape is very restrictive if you need to do cable management. So plate mail armor on the way for Hera, and it looks like he will be adding in... Does he go longswordsman here? Yo has been, in the long run, holding with the camels. Finally getting his pop-up to around 170. Hera will be cleaning these buildings. It's a good score lead so far for Hera, but only up by 1k. And Yo with more castles trying to claim the middle of the map. I feel there's only so long that Hera can go against those camels, and they do have Ordo Cav now. Lamellira armor. I wonder if we'll see the Yao Dao with the bleed damage. Have I tried it? I'm honestly not that big of a fan of Empire Wars, so I don't know if I actually want to dive into playing it. I've just been casting it so far. And, I mean, I've spent so much time casting, I haven't really had time to try to play it yet. I wish I could go play Arena, like in the Voogly days. KD is savage. It is, but I think Yo still has a chance to come back. Eco KD is pretty good in Hera's favor, but military KD, subtract the eco, and that just about evens out in military. I think two-handed swordsman is a mistake. We'll see. I mean, with all the melee armor they have, 9 melee armor against camels with, what's 7 plus 4, 11 attack, they should do pretty darn well here. 6 pierce armor, the skirms have 7 attacks, so they'll take 1 damage there. But they don't have much HP, only 65 HP, and they really need to be amassed to take a good fight. So we'll see if this actually works for him, or if it'll be like a Hun longsword situation. And we think with scale mail armor on the way, maybe Yo wants to go for his unique unit. Awesome, Drowsy, thank you so much for using your Prime sub.
Bonjour, John. My colleague and I will escort you to the Chateau of the Dauphin, or else we will die trying.
Oh, I'm sure you will make it safely to that chateau. Thank you very much for the sub. Helping us get towards our chicken cosplay goal. So, Cav archers killing camels in the back. The blood on Lahir's sword is almost dry. You have the Lahir quotations for 10 plus gifts. So, Cav archers, siege engineers on the way for Hera. That'll give his Treb more bonus damage against the buildings and 1 more range. And if he can hit the castle from the hill, that'd be even better from the hill bonus. Classic oh no from Viper. He had a lot of fun with the Siege of Paris. I remember watching that video all those years ago. Classic Viper campaign gameplay. Treb going for the castle. Yo howls at 200 pops, so he can't get a Treb to pop out himself. Murder holes on the way for Hera, because why not? Well, I'm getting a bit nervous about the score now. Again, I said from the start, I thought this was an insane civ advantage from Yo. And Hera's going to have to hope that the two-handed swordsman pay off for him? Maybe a bit awkward if he doesn't have his own siege added in, though. I wonder what would happen if Hera were to add Siege Workshop, try to go Onager or Ram along with this, rather than Cav Archer. That wouldn't be vulnerable to the skirms. And I don't know if camels are the melee unit for picking off siege. But right now he's slowly but surely trying to amass more Trebs, using the hill advantage as well as he can. And Yo will have to repair the castle, but 6 fills against Siege Engineer's Trebs will not be enough. This castle will go down. Maybe a mistake from Yo not repairing that with enough bills, but down it goes, and now Hera making a good push with the two-handed swordsman, getting in on the camels, on the skirms, and on the Treb. Cav archers on the hill, killing some camels. Everything here going down. Treb rocks raining from the sky. And the Treb goes down. Hera keeps his Trepost alive, keeps his Trebs surviving, and continues the push with the swordsman. He suddenly has opened up now a 1k score lead. Yo dropping below 140 pop. Hera staying pop capped, and the two-handed swordsman has worked. Now, some of you in chat didn't believe, but Hera believed. He knows this isn't Hun long swords, this is Bulgarian two-handed swordsman. And everything in this push working out. You'll having the power unit in the back instead of the front is always the best option. I agree with you too. I agree with you there. So GG, and Hera overcomes that big, maybe Civ disadvantage to win. Maybe Bulgarian's just underrated. Right, here we go, 444 to 317 KD. But I think the story is Hera using that eco lead, booming without taking damage, and pulling the game off with the better economy. So GG. Must have not been watching closely enough. Also, thank you everyone for watching on YouTube. Having another 100 viewers or so on YouTube is great. Hera's just OP. He's definitely quite strong. Not going to question Hera. So let's see. What do we have now? Hera continues at the top of the standings. Gains a couple more points, but Since he's so far above everyone, it's slow additions for him. Looks like he's at his highest elo, though, and continuing to climb. I think he's safe to be that #1 spot. Vinch, Hart, ACCM, Leary, I think the competitors at this point for 2 to 4. One of them will be left out, and ACCM will need to continue his win streak. Let's see, Lewis is queuing now. Lewis trying to climb too. And let's see, what do we have? Let's see if Hera queues again. We have Lucho Slam, Nacho versus Valas. Lucho is playing Vulpine. He's a good way into the game, though. Let's give Hera another chance. I'm going to check if he's queuing. Okay, yeah, Hera's queuing again. We'll cast more Hera once he gets into his game. Does the Teutonic Knight cosplay come with a German accent as well? It comes with a very muffled voice when I try to put the helmet on. Now casting is nigh impossible. We'll occasionally put the helmet on just to show it off. Admittedly, well, definitely more silly. The chicken cosplay, I think, will be easier to cast in. And maybe a bit less restrictive than the cape. Do I have a sword? I have a sword. Not really appropriate for a Teutonic Knight costume. It's boxed up though. It is a real sword. Ceremonial, but still undoubtedly dangerous if we were to unbox it. Will the chicken cosplay take place? Chicken cosplay will be at 150 subs. I'll do it whenever we hit that. And if I'm at the end of the stream, I'll just do it the next stream. Maybe we have some sub goals for traveling to Red Bull. We did well with the front page the other day, so I'm happy with how it's been going. And okay, Yo got Vulpine versus Lewis. We could cast Yo Lewis again. That's not a mirror. What is Hera doing? Okay, Hera has exited the queue, it looks like. Alright, we'll go cast Yo and Lewis then. Yo Lewis on Vulpine. And it'll be Inca for Yo, Koreans for Lewis, so it won't be a mirror. I wonder if I do picks while we're loading in. Try again in about 1 minute and 19 seconds. Thank you, Spec Dashboard. An original 13th century headset, yes. Unfortunately, the helmet is a bit too small to fit a headset underneath it to cast. So again, we have a 900 year or hour 15 time limit on these games where whoever has the highest score at the end wins. Also gotta remember to stay hydrated, so let me pour myself some more water while we're waiting for this spec delay. Doesn't show the pick situation until after the spec delay? I don't know. Maybe it's like they don't want to show players who they're queuing against, but I guess they're in the game already. So someone can type picks for us right now. Hera Lewis. So we get Yo Lewis, not Hera Lewis, unfortunately. I'm sure chat would love that. All right, let me just get the name set up. And we'll keep the colors pretty consistent. The YouTube chat visible. And alright, we'll have Lewis as the blue Koreans to the north and Yo as the red Inca to the south. Now remember, no DLC released yet. That's in February, so the Inca are still the good old Inca we all know and love, sans their old Vil fighting blacksmith bonus. So Yo picked Inca, Lewis force-picked Koreans. So what do the Inca do against Koreans? Do they go slingers against the Fire Lancers? That's my guess. Maybe Inca, better than Aztecs, not needing the castle for the Jaguar Warriors, can simply go range, go skirm slinger. Would there be any major reason CA runs awful on your OK laptop? What is your resolution? Capture Age, I would not, unless you have a beastly PC, I would not do it any higher than 1080p resolution. And then you could also go to the settings and try turning down the VRAM, turning down the, or not using the in-game mods, just using their own small trees option. Not using the enhanced graphics. Check that. But it is a major RAM eater. So if you, even with 8 gigabytes of RAM, it probably won't even run that great. I haven't benchmarked it on a bunch of different platforms. I know RAM's expensive these days. But I have 16 gigabytes of VRAM in my GPU. And I have to restart it every game because it eats the VRAM and crashes. And when it crashes, it also crashes OBS. And that's when I have the VRAM slider all the way down. So it is definitely a tricky application to get running properly. Yeah, just download more RAM. Hello, Turs. How you doing? Saw you playing earlier, Turs. How'd your games go? So Spear coming forward for Lewis as he's defending with archers. Yo will raid with eagles. Kill the Spear. And the +1 bonus that the Spear has against the eagles. Not enough for it. Fire Lancers kill eagles? I think that they do. But the Inca, remember, the Inca have the Slinger. They have the Slinger at the archery range. That is essentially a Castle Age hand cannoneer. It has a huge attack bonus against infantry. And Lewis looks like he's not going to be debated by the bamboo on the blacksmith that overflow the graphics. He will indeed get the wall up. And he will continue walling around. Get another house up, and he should be fully walled. So actually, oh wait, the map is bugged. The map is doubly bugged. This terrain is supposed to run through the TC, but here it doesn't. It runs around, and Lewis taking great advantage of the bugged map to do a full circular wall around his base. A tiny bit more walling, and he'll be safe. Yo, of course, can do the same, though, so it is fairly bugged. It's not bugged in favor of one player or another. It simply is evenly bugged. The VRAM on my streaming computer, as I have a 1PC setup. As I said, this is a 5080 with 16 gigabytes of VRAM. I don't have a 2PC setup. That probably would be better for streaming with Capture Age running, to have the second PC do the streaming. But oh, thank you for the gifties.
With William Wallace and his woad raiders on your side, the English may be in trouble. Once you have a large army with plenty of siege weapons, go destroy the English castle.
I gotta love that narrator. Thank you very much, Ricky Shix, for the gifted subs. Thank you very much. You get the William Wallace quotations for 5+ gifted, so thank you so much. Lewis does not need an excuse to full wall. He needs a bugged map to full wall, though you can't build atop the rock terrain, so does indeed need this bug to happen, and he will be full walled. Yo not walling fully himself, but almost fully, to the edge of the map, basically. Is there an irreducible bugged map rate for maps with a certain number of parameters? I don't really know what you mean by that. Similar to irreducible error in ML? Maybe you can give me a better description of that. Great support for this great channel. Thank you. Yeah, take ML. I've done some like basic stuff with neural networks years ago, but I never actually had a pure ML course. Yeah, the map is bug death counter. This is supposed to go through the TC. Map scripting is more a constraint satisfaction problem. And the Eagles breaking through with the Mangonel. Lewis relying on the walls, but can't stay walled. And oh, yo, pouring in with Eagles. Pouring in with Eagles as the Mangonel comes over and heads for the stone mine. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why maps are sometimes a bit buggier in DE. Because you can specify constraints, but it doesn't attempt to solve the constraints, it randomly places things. So the more constraints you place trying to prevent your resources from being bugged, the less likely you are actually to get the map spawning successfully. Because once you place a resource, subsequent resources then are constrained by that, and they need to stay away from it. And that makes it harder for everything to spawn. And okay, crossbows go for the mangonel. Mangonel can't get a hit, and Yo will be pushed back, but he has done some early damage to Lewis, and with those eagles breaking in, Yo did manage to add a second TC in the back. Hypothetically reducible by reducing map complexity. In some ways, but then you have different errors, right? You have trade-offs of, like, if your gold is very random, do you consider that a bugged map versus if your gold doesn't appear, which clearly is a bugged map. And they might have different probabilities based on what tools you use. I do have a very complex setup for some of my maps where I attempt to do some very limited backtracking and randomized restarting for solving the CSP problem. But that is very, very hacky. And oh, the monk just doesn't make it to the monastery. Yeah, bugged versus unfair but not bugged is a good way of looking at it. There's still a little fox out there. So Yo going to garrison everything as the crossbows run in. And that gold is exposed in the back, so Yo did not try to wall up like Lewis did. We'll have foraging on the way for Yo. Mangonel hitting the crossbows, but the crossbows split. And nice hit on the crossbows from Yo. Lewis didn't split away in time there. And here come the Fire Lancers going pew pew against the Eagles. Someone said these sound like Star Wars blasters when they shoot, which they kind of do. If I do remember correctly, it is NP complete, and often you can reduce it to 2 sat. And sometimes you can solve a CSP problem simply by sending it to a sat solver. But again, it's been a while since I've really looked into that. Are there any hidden bonuses for Fire Lancers? Well, they do have plus attack against cav, camels, buildings, fishing ships. And ships, and war elephants. So lots of anti-cav bonuses, and still from the old camel ship using the same armor class. Quirk of the original game, they have some bonuses against ships. So monks running away from the crossbows as Lewis will try to grab a relic from the front. But Yo with a good res collected lead, good vil lead. As Eagles will go try to hit the crossbows. Crossbows will fend them off. Closer and closer. Closer and closer to Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds. ACCM starts queuing today. I'm begging you to cast it. The storyline of Hera ACCM is an instant classic. If he queues, we will cast it. If we get Hera ACCM, I would love to cast that. The monks are too fast. Oh, that one wasn't fast enough. Let's see. 0.7. Is that with Sanctity? That's without, right? Yeah, that's without Sanctity. And Cav Archers now for Lewis. Korean Cav Archers. No bloodlines for them. But they do have a good wood discount, so you can make them pretty quickly. And usually Cav Archers, since they have one more attack, do better against Eagles than crossbows do. Both the mobility to run away from them, and also able to punch through that armor and do an extra damage. Lewis is your dark horse for making the top 4. That would be crazy. He would be the hometown UK player to go to the London land. I think he's pretty good for making the top 8. Top 4, I think, will be really difficult for him to catch Heart in ACCM. But I think he himself has a really good chance of qualifying through the last chance qualifier, if he only needs to win 1 round. He'll be in Platinum for TTL 2, right? So he has a while before he has to play that. Is he from London? He's from the UK. I don't know where in the UK. And Cav Archer's running around. Yo will have to quick wall. He'll get the house up. Aware of the looming threat of the Cav Archers, will begin the house construction in time. Not that much HP on it, but he should keep them out. I said hometown. I meant in terms of being from the UK. I don't actually know where he's from. He's from around Newcastle.
저요?
Yeah, so ballistics and wheelbarrow on the way for Lewis. Cav Archers getting in. Scorpions, though, hitting the Cav Archers. Eagles chasing them as they're forced away. Now going for the outpost as the Lancer comes in. Vil wants to repair the Mangonel for Yo, and Eagles will go to try and deal with the Lancer. And this is where I'm struggling to see what the Inca can do. If their Cav Archers out enough to deal with the Slingers, then Fire Lancers for the Koreans should dominate. If there's Siege out, if there's anything other than just Fire Lancers, I think the Koreans are in a good spot. But Yo up to Imp first, doing ballistics himself. Maybe getting ready to go Eagle, Monk, Scorpion. Incas with decent monks. They lack atonement, and they lack fervor, but have pretty much everything else. So against the Koreans, that should help. If they need to do block printing and redemption to convert cannon, that is an option. But Lewis will defend with towers, and it is incredibly difficult to push guard towers under normal circumstances, but against a civ that doesn't have cannon and only has trebs, even harder. Lewis looks like he wants to go forward. He's ready to drop a castle. He's ready to drop 2 castles, basically. Oh, and that's going to be right on Yo's face, right next to his gold, taking out a ton of those farmers. I should be saying 4 lines on repeat, Max. We need to get the Teutons in a game. I've not seen them even once during Empire Wars. This is perhaps the inappropriate costume for casting. Yo needs more outposts? Maybe he does. Also, I think Twitch is going to play an ad in a few seconds, so if you want to, you can also hop over to the YouTube if you don't want to see the ad. So another castle going forward for Yo. So he's dropping a castle forward. Lewis is dropping a castle forward. Lewis sold 500 stone because he wants to click up. And since Yo is up to the Imperial Age, he can do a defensive castle and then get into a Treb war. Look at that eco difference. He's up by 3k resources. And dressed up as a Fire Lancer. Oh my gosh. I do not have a Fire Lancer cosplay planned, but that would be hilarious. Maybe I could dress up as a Siege Tower. I remember Hippo Run was a Siege Tower once for Halloween. I had the door that opened and closed. That was amazing. And Eagles, ooh, the Eagles getting in through the gate. Yo's had good luck getting in through gates this day. Or today. More Eagles in the Ram. So 0.9 max speed. Definitely slower than the 1.3 speed of the Siege Tower. You hope they treb cut. Yeah, we haven't seen much control of the middle, although that Doubt Yo game, the Korean's Mirror, was great for the middle control in the fight over the Tower of London. And Eagles hoovering on through. Yo doing the final armor for them. Has the elite upgrade. So they will get up to 8 melee armor. And they could even do fabric shields for 10. I mean, pierce armor for 10 pierce armor. And the Inca castle will be better when it fits in with their architecture set in the new DLC when they get a new architecture. I still think it's a bit too small to be a castle. It needs to be ever so slightly taller. LC's barracks, you think he expects a champion switch? I think he expects Fire Lancers from the barracks. And that is exactly what Lewis is doing, Fire Lancers. My question is, does Yo go Slingers against the Fire Lancers? He is a Fire Lancer himself, but looks like he just wants to keep pouring in Eagles. Maybe Eagles will be okay? It's not like Fire Lancers have a bonus against them. It's just, I think they're strictly a better unit. Look at that HP difference. 65 compared to 60. They have the same attack. They guess the Eagles have more armor and move faster. Both players with a discount, though. The food discount for Yo, probably not as impactful as the wood discount for the Koreans. That's a 25% food discount compared to a 50% wood discount now. Viking DLC, South American DLC is next. Arzak. Small conversions. Treb going for the TC. Got a successful conversion in there. Treb gets another shot off. Oh, after that? I don't know. Maybe we have a North American DLC. Haven't had one of those ever. So elite fire lancers destroying some scorpions, but dying to the castle. More upgrades coming in for Yo, trying to upgrade everything, do some forward ranges. And there we go, there are the slingers. Alright, finally starting to queue up some slingers against the fire lancers. These things do benefit from the archer attack upgrades at the blacksmith, so fletching, bodkin, bracer. One more attack, one more range. The range extra important because they do have bonus damage against the fire lancers. Outpost goes down as the Nils try to build the TC. And Bills now go for a mining camp. Oh wait, there's gold there. Or stone. Oh, it's just hidden behind the TC. Okay, never mind. I was like, what's he doing in the middle of nowhere? My bad, it is there. It was obscured, I couldn't see it. Here come the fire lancers. It's like there's a little bell that rings when they shoot. So what does Yo do now? 1, 2, 3, 4 range. Slingers still waiting for him to treb cut to the middle. Or are they slaughtering the chickens? They're just prepared for me to do the cosplay. They're saying we're gonna make Twest dress up as a chicken. So we'll just make sure we have some more interaction with the chickens in late game. They're blocking our TC, so we'll get rid of them now. Vils could go take those chickens. Get some food from them. Oh, Lewis will call the GG. Okay, just gonna call it. He says, too many scorpions. Not gonna win this fight. GG time. Yo was super far ahead in pop anyway, ahead in res collected. And again, the Koreans, which I think should have a great Civ matchup against the American Civs with the Fire Lancer, not pulling it out. So maybe I need to rethink my thinking on that matchup. And think, hey, Aztecs, Inca, they do have options. You don't think that was a Fire Lancer matchup? I guess not against the Slingers. Alright, let's see. Who else is here still? I'll have another Yo Lewis that's not a mirror match, so we'll stick with this. It'll be again on Volpine, but it'll be Huns Koreans. Jaguar Warriors just don't cut it. Well, it did work the one time I saw them. Oh, we have a Byzantine's mirror on Karsts. Siscon Lucho. What a skirmfest that'll be. Nikov's playing Dark right now. Leary has a while to go before he catches back up to his highest elo. Remember, it's the current that you need to get high to push your highest. Doubt and MBL much closer to their highest elo than Yo and Lewis are. So we'll see if they're able to make a push. Let me get Capture Age running here. And let me get the colors set up. There we go. So we'll have Lewis as the blue Koreans to the west, Yo as the red Huns to the east, and let's check the picking stats. Yo picked Huns, Lewis force-picked Koreans. Okay, so Huns, Korea, another matchup that I think if this goes late, strongly favors the Koreans. But maybe Yo can do something before getting to that point. ACCM is just watching, ready to pounce. Ready to pounce into the queue. explain what the 300 subs bonus. Oh, that is for Twitch. Those are for Twitch subs. That is when we get to... We're doing a subathon this week during the end of the Red Bull ladder. We're at... What are we at now? What does that say? 115? So if we get another 35 subs, we'll do a chicken cosplay. Just like this chicken over here that Yo is going to mill. So this time, the map is bugged again, but not for Lewis, only bugged for Yo, where this terrain ever so slightly avoids the TC. What do you do? What do you mean? This is for subs on the Twitch stream. If you sub on Twitch. Oh, what is a video alert for each voice line? The sub alert I have is the campaign quotations. If I get to 300, I'm going to make a little video to go along with each quotation. I have like 70 quotations that I picked, so I need to make sure that people like the alerts first. But if I do that, I'll grab like a little short clip of, I don't know, Sir John Falstaff destroying an army of rams, or some men-at-arms teaching a lesson in front of a university. And if I see the Huns being played, I think back to how my parents didn't want me playing the Attila campaign when I was a kid. They were probably afraid of me becoming a marauding Central Asian warlord, which is a fair concern. Every parent's nightmare. Yeah? Fair concern. Huns are Huns. Yeah, Lewis. Some Idlevilles adding in more farms. He has to deal with the fact that the Huns are indeed the Huns, but also Fire Lancer plus War Wagon plus Skirm should be good against the Huns. Yeah, this is only for Twitch. Subs on Twitch are kind of the equivalent of YouTube memberships. I don't have a way of counting both of them together right now, so it's just a Twitch thing. It's because we had the front page on Twitch the other day. So we peaked at just shy of 5,000 viewers, which was crazy. Your mother taught you games like AoE 2 would turn you into a criminal murderer. Your dad, on the other hand, thought they were good because it would inspire you to learn about history. Two very different points of view there. So Watchtower going up on the mill as Yo continues taking the chickens. He'll be farming in the back on the berries. And more scouts for the Huns running around. Oh, there's a Vil on the outside. Stray Vil chopping wood on the back of the wood line. Yo might go try to pick him off if he sees it. I think he might have just not seen it. And Lu's giving chase enough with his army that he'll get there in time to save it. Yeah, my dad always played Rise of Nations. He would play against 8 AIs on island maps. And have big free-for-alls. And he'd always, like, he'd pause and issue orders. He'd do a lot of pausing. I remember he played that a lot. So Castle Age on the way for Yo. And the scouts will hit the bear. Oh, scouts getting a bit stuck as they run. You never do that in single player. Yeah, that's the key to single player Age of Empires, the pauses and the slow speed. That's how you get those achievements. Like saving Tabasco in the Montezuma campaign. Or destroying Rome in 30 minutes. Archer there for Yo goes down. And big army for Lewis still hoovering around. As some skirms and archers come over. And the scouts with bloodlines will come down. They have armor. And Yo up to the Castle Age a bit faster. So we'll see. Lewis has an over chop in his woodline. If Yo notices that, he could get in just as bloodlines finishes. And let's see. He just doesn't scout it. Would have been a disaster if he did, as Lewis was focused on walling up against the archers. However, it might still be a disaster, as that house does not have much HP on it. And Yo is going to break on in. Lewis, walling, just gets the house in time. Just gets there in time and gets it up. Keeps himself safe. Yo will keep pushing, but not enough archers. And Lewis still open, forging on the way for the scouts for some more attack. The Vortigern scenario is absolute terrorism on hard, basically impossible unless you pause like a fiend. I didn't actually play any of the Victors and Vanquished ones, because I played all the Philadelphia mods when they were custom campaigns. Years ago, I did that on my YouTube. So when that came out, I was like, wait a minute, I've already played all this.
Yeah?
So no ballistics. That army from Lewis will get into the back of Yo's base, chase some vills off of the lumber camp. And the knights will pop out.
Yeah?
According to Ornlu, it's bugged at the moment. I would trust Ornlu there.
준비. 대기.
Knights go down.
준비.
And crossbow still going down as the knights chase them around. I think there are enough knights for Yo. He has an armor. He could probably clean this army with the skirm still there. The crossbows do pick off a knight.
Yeah?
Taking too long to recruit the Saxons. Oh, a bear gets involved. Go bear, go bear. What's the bear going to attack? Okay, we'll pretend that was the bear that hit the crossbow and killed it, and not the knight. I think the bear's going for a knight now. Oh, that's a brave bear. So some vills taking the barriers by the mill. Monastery at the front. Mining camp going up for Lewis. And double ranges for Lewis in the north. Yo still running around with the scouts out there. Lewis adding in the wood upgrade. Yo doing town watch. A tiny bit of lag. There we go. Catch back up.
준비.
And mining camp for Lewis on the gold.
Yeah?
And double ranges for Yo, adding them in. Wheelbarrow coming in for him. Who would win in real life, a 13th century knight or a bear? Probably the 13th century knight.
준비.
I'd assume the knight is armored with a proper weapon. I don't know, maybe the bear would spook the horse. Maybe if the knight were on foot, though, I'd still think maybe he'd win. Fully decked out knight. A nobleman, even.
대기. 대기.
Crossbow goes down.
준비.
And crossbows come forward for Lewis. Vils on that wood line chopping wood. And here come Lewis's crossbows right on the wood line. Yo is not noticed. And this will be a massacre. 3 Vils down immediately. 4th, will he make it back to the TC? That's a DE thing. The Vils make it back. There's a black bear. You might have a chance, but a grizzly will just murder you.
대기.
Does the knight have a crossbow? I guess that's a question, too. But what about a polar bear? Yeah, that might be an environment where the knight is so cold. Like, it's hard to use the armor. If it starts freezing.
대기.
So, Cav taking down the crossbows.
Yeah?
And Lewis's attack cleaned up now, but he does find himself with a Vil lead over Yo. Yo still with the score lead, though. More res collected. And going Cav Archer Knight, so double gold composition is the Huns. I worry that Fire Lancer counters both of them, though. Polar bear in Arlington, Texas? That sounds like a very AoE 2 thing, to play on the Texas map and still have a polar bear. So Ram goes for the ranges. They will be taken down. Lewis ramming away. Or Yo ramming away at Lewis's ranges. And crossbows coming over for Lewis.
대기.
Relics in on the monastery. And the Cav archers run around. Run around and try to find Vils on the wood line down here. 17 wood left. Will there be an overchop? Okay, an overchop right here would be absolutely deadly for Lewis. And Yo has to make sure that happens. He doesn't want to go in too soon. Oh, Yo, 6 wood left. No, it would have been open. It would have been open, Yo. It would have been more damage to Vils, but he'll settle for what he can do out here, idling the wood line, killing 2 Vils. There is a map named Texas. There is a map named Texas. It's from AOC, they have Texas, because Ensemble Studios was in Dallas. So they made Texas as a map. So, third TC coming up for Yo. No way they could ever get past that. Certainly could not jump that on a horse. Not even knights can jump that high.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Ram rolling forward for Yo. Cav archers and the knight come over. Crossbow's doing some work down here. Monk goes down. Cav archers and knights come in. Bills on the forest will be shot by the knights. The classic matchup of Koreans versus Maya fighting for the Lone Star State. Yup. To be fair though, the Maya and Aztecs would be the closest civs you could get. And pushing in with the Cav archers, but under TC fire and under tower fire, Yo will take some good damage himself to his military as the knights keep wandering around. The farm has 1 HP on it. Bill goes down. Crossbows kill the knights. The fire lancers run away. Crossbows try to go through the houses. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Yo not have +2 defense in Castle Age. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe he's just planning on booming and wants the boom more so than the defense. Answers go down, and ballistics on the way for Yo. Ballistics on the way. 3 relics for him. And he'll get another TC on the wood line and the stone. Ooh, as the Cav archer goes down. And another house going up for Lewis. Just saw the standings. ACCM on a 30-win streak. His most recent win was against Hera. Hera tried to snipe him, found him, and lost. So Imp clicked for Lewis, who is down by a good number of vills and by a good res collected difference. And Lewis, who had been making a run towards increasing his highest rating, now stuck, losing a potential couple of Civ matchups that could have been good for the Koreans against Yo, who finding ways to use other civs creatively in this matchup. ACCM winning Red Bull. What does Imp even give him here? Elite Fire Lancer. Gives him Elite Fire Lancer. His leather archer armor for Yo. And Imp still 2 minutes away for Lewis. Or Hera is being taken from Yo. Has to be careful of those vills. We could use more outposts. Ooh, Lewis deciding this army's coming in. I need to turn around and head back. I need to turn around and head back because those Cav archers are killing my vills. A bit indecisive, though, as he's sending the crossbows back forward. Now we're going up on the gold. Ooh, Vil taken down. Orville's dying. And okay, that is open, but oh my gosh, Lewis, the Vils. Tower not enough to save them. Yo daring to sit underneath them. Has his second armor now. And Lewis trying to move forward. And he will be Imp, can immediately do Bracer, so Yo will throw up a Panic TC to garrison his Vils. And Yo, losing a few Cav archers here, he's got to be careful there. As Lewis up to the Imperial Age. Cav archer down.
Yeah.
And a bit of a pause. Cav archers hit the Vils. As the Fire Lancers run around. Cav archers take down the Fire Lancers. And Vils going down. Vils getting hit by crossbows. Arabs killing the cav archers. Bill's repairing the gate. Bill's going down. Arabs killing Vills, but the Arabs are all dying. And now Imp on the way for Yo, and Lewis's forward army is cleaned up. Lewis, though, thumbering on the way. 25 Arbalests, and he's looking to push. Remember, the Koreans do get the final armor upgrade for free. Huns do not get it, so Huns can struggle a bit dealing with Arbs. Arbs can pose a bit of an issue for them. So Arbalests will come over, hit the Vills. Vills go down. And that'll be elite skirm for Yo. Someone say Tarkin? Ooh, I think you just wrote Tarkin in the chat. He has one castle though. He doesn't have Dave yet. He needs to research Marauders. Once he researches Dave, he can make them from the stables. Doesn't have many stables, 2 stables though. We need more armor upgrades. Really, you do need full armor and elite Tarkin. But maybe you can pick off some reinforcements and stop the Arbs from getting forward in the first place. A few more Arbs coming forward for Lewis. His main army, though, looping around. Yo trying to pump skirms, but we'll need quite a few to deal with this as he throws up a gate. Don't need to run away from the gate. Your crossbows pick the Vil. And the gate goes down. There's the next Vil, the tower going up. Marauder Tarkin's good for map controller. Good to be a controller player with Tarkins. Oh, wait. Oh my gosh, I was looking at the army. I totally missed this. We have a pair of romantic castles that Lewis had managed to deny Yo's castle. They're kissing each other on the corner, but Yo's castle does not go up. That's a doubt castle for Yo, and his ram will go down, so up to Imp. And Lewis immediately can start trebbing here. He can even add in some rams. Does he have chemistry? Yes, he does. He can add in a cannon and go to take out that castle. So that slows down Yo. And suddenly, all the timing and momentum he would have had vanishes in an instant as the castle doesn't go up. The Arb's still running around the back of his base. It's so hard to do a castle war while also looking at the Arbs. But he's trying to manage the skirms. Remember, no final armor for the skirms, so Arbs can still kill them quite well. Chemistry and Bracer on the way now, so at least Yo equals the range of the Arbs. Both players trying to dance and out microballistics. This TC will go down with some Arbs on the other side in addition to the castle fire. No cannon yet, and I don't know where the Treb went. Oh, there's the Treb. Maybe Lewis can Treb cut into the middle too. We did not have Teutons yet, Arbase, no. Only Teutons casting. Arbs come down to skirms. And more keeps for Lewis. He'll try to keep pushing, as he will trip down this castle, and Yo, he will have to delete it at some point, but there's not much stone to reclaim if he does delete it. And no siege tower, so you can't simply taxi Vills forward to build it. Could do like 2 or 3 rams, fill them with Vills, and go for it. Glorious Cape, thank you, and Caligon. Thank you very much. So Cav Archer is still chasing the Vills away. Chasing them away from the lumber camp. Lewis buying wood. And the castle getting trebbed. Castle getting trebbed. Has more trebs in the back deployed from Yo trying to destroy the keeps. And I'm sure Yo would love to rush Vills and finish that castle. Oh, he's doing it! Lewis, treb cutting to the middle, and he can go take the Tower of London. We don't see this all that often, but he will get a free trickle of resources here. The in-game Teuton's cape looks much thicker. This is a very cheap cape that I got on Amazon, Arbase. It's a superhero cape. But Teutonic Knights are basically superheroes, right? I think it's appropriate. Maybe one day I'll get a proper thick Teutonic Knight cape. Super elite Teutonic Knight. Okay, Treb for Lewis goes down. Remember, the Hun Trebs are more accurate, so they're actually pretty good in the Treb versus Treb fights. Trebs fire more accurately at units than small targets, and Trebs count as small targets. It's a Vault of Plenty, yes, just like the AOM Plenty Vaults. There's only one of them, though. I remember the AOM scenario 32 where there are plenty of vaults. Okay, Ville's fighting the tower. Murder holes on the way for Lewis. And if he gets murder holes, he can probably kill quite a few Villes here, but he's quite a far ways away from it. 3 Villes garrisoned, and I don't think he'll be able to repair. They should be forced out. Alright, he's maybe unfortunate they didn't appear in the middle of the tower where they could repair. But they are forced out just as murder holes comes in. But future towers will be better at stopping Villes. Yeah, 100 gold per minute, and what do we say? It's 67 food and gold per minute each, and 100 gold per minute. So every second, it is, a little over 1 then, for food and wood. Not quite 2 gold. I guess per minute is maybe a better benchmark than per second, though. Well, it doesn't give you stone. It doesn't give you stone. Does not cost pop space, so in that regard, much better than the Praetorian. It doesn't give you stone like the Praetorian does. And if you're Korean, stone would probably be the most valuable thing you could get, because that means infinite towers. Another TC on the way for Lewis. Is it visible to both players? Yes it is, yes it is. So Yo has vision, knows that Lewis controls it. Both players look like they do get full vision of the monument. And Yo trying to ram down some of these keeps, but Lewis still has a Ville there to hit the rams. Good morning, Donut. How you doing, Donut? Part said in his stream that cutting with mule cart save to monument is worth it. Yeah, Armenians and Georgians mule cart cutting might be worth it. Or Khmer ballista elephant cutting. Well, keen for your casting? Why isn't Khmer good here then? I think they are pretty good, but so far every civ has been really struggling to deal with Koreans in the Fire Lancer unit. Having an extra unit that now has an attack bonus against Cav is pretty good against the Khmer usually. Although I still think they are a pretty good civ. So Tarkins now for Yo. We've just been seeing so much force picking of the Koreans recently. Now there's been maybe less room for other Cav civs. But Yo's showing how the Huns still can be effective this game. Down in score, but I think he's played a pretty good game so far. Still trying to clear some of these towers. Yeah, oh that's true. Your villas start by the foxes, so a house to hide can be nice. And will the elite Tarkins destroy the cannon here? There they go with their torches, trying to get the thumps. And they get 1 cannon. Remember, they do have more pierce armor than the normal Nightline does. And that's a 2nd cannon down. And almost a 3rd. These left-handed torch-bearing Tarkins get all 3 cannon. There they go. What is that? They have 8 pierce armor. Paladins have 7, if I recall. And now they're fighting mostly Arbs and Skirms under towers, so they are pretty tanky. And the Treb's moving forward for Yo. He retakes the score lead, destroying all that siege. And the Tarkin switch paying off for him. Dang, tanky. Thump pipe. Huns are still Huns, it would seem. Huns are still Huns. This map is also bugged. Yes, Death Counter, this map is also bugged. The rock terrain here is supposed to run into the ring around the TC. Instead, it just goes around it. So Yo could fully wall if he wanted to. But it's so close, looks like he didn't. So here come the Fire Lancers, though. Here come the Fire Lancers for Lewis. And if he gets enough of them out, Elite Fire Lancer gets the Blacksmith upgrades. He should probably be able to kill the Tarkins with them. But he does need quite a few Blacksmith upgrades indeed for them. They do have an attack bonus against the Cav. Let's see if I can click on one somewhere. Yo, he needs to train more. There we are. So they do have plus 15 against Cav as the Elite Camel Archer. And some pretty decent Pierce Armor if they get all the upgrades. So they can get up to 5 Pierce Armor. Koreans could get Gambesons then, so they could get up to 6 Pierce Armor. And the Tarkins, though, massacring this army. Those Tarkins not caring at all about the Keep Fire and the Castle Fire. And they're going to get their sights set on that next cannon and take it down. And here the Fire Lancers will clean them. Fire Lancers are good here. Now Yo, how does Yo deal with Fire Lancer? I'm still not sure. And Lewis is making the swap that he potentially needs. And looks like Yo trip cut too, and we have a fight for the Tower of London as Yo has captured it with a Tarkin. Now he is getting the trickle of resources. Alright, Tarkins. Tarkins, are they a raiding unit? Can Yo bypass the Fire Lancers, head into the eco, and raid? That's what he's trying to do so far. Remember, they also have an attack bonus against buildings, so enough Tarkins could maybe take down the keeps. And you take down keeps and TCs, you open up more room for raiding. There's no keep down here, nothing to keep those vills safe. And the Tarkins are coming down, maybe ready to hit the gold mine. Haven't seen Tarkins in a while. You gotta love Tarkins. Fire Lancer's doing some damage. Tarkin's killing vills. Vills feel like they're just being slaughtered. Yo with the Vill lead, still taking that score lead at the same time though. The Fire Lancers push forward. And remember, skirms do not do bonus damage against the Fire Lancers, as much as they might look like a halb. No bonus damage against them. They do not have the spear line armor class. And Yo just camping in the middle with some cav archers. And with their anti-cav bonus, they also are pretty good against cavalry, or against cav archers. That thumping sound, yes. Classic thumping sound of the Tarkins. And there is Gambesons all the way for Lewis, so even more Pierce Armor then, plus 1 extra Pierce Armor for the Fire Lancers. Still need 1 more attack upgrade. But the Koreans do have their wood discount applying to this unit, so 50% wood discount does help him pump them out. Gold shaft mining, stone mining on the way for Yo. Cav archers keep going down. Tower here in the back shooting them down. Ooh, 1 cav archer killed there. More going down as the Vill has to run. Cav archers down. Their castle forward for Yo. Treb's going for the castle. Is the destroyed keep a loss? What do you mean? I think the destroyed castle will be bad. Look at those Tarkins. Look at them carrying their torches. Massacring the Vills. Oh, down they go. All the Vills dying to the Tarkins. This is the thumping we've been waiting for. There's the GG from Lewis. And with the Tarkins, Yo will do it. Winning Huns against Koreans. Amazing KD at the end. Much better eco. Had that early eco lead, he turned into Tarkins. And well done from Yo. Yo, real-time strategist. Well thumped. Oh, Hera's playing again. Hera's playing Dark. They are 27 minutes into her game, though. We could speed to try to catch up to that. Take my headset off for a second. So thank you again for all those subs. You're at, what, 115? So we've had some crazy sub support during this. That was a minus 7k pun. I'll put the helmet back on for a bit. Hear my very muffled voice. Oh, yeah. Let me just stream snipe Hera real quick and see if he looks close to being finished or if it's a competitive game. Yeah, looks like. I don't want to fast forward through that right now. Oof. We could maybe watch. Let's see, there's a Saracen's Mirror. I don't know about that. We do have Gemjack and Kasva just starting on Karsts right now. We could also take a moment and take a quick break if we wait for Hera to requeue. Or for Yo and Lewis to requeue. Helmet rules. It is like the very first helmet I found on Amazon. So I think what I'm going to do, I might just take a quick break. Why don't I do this? I'm going to take a quick break for a few minutes. And it looks like he's losing, really? I just looked at his stream and it looked like he was winning. Let me actually look closer. Oh, wow, I had the colors reversed when I looked at it. Oh, yeah, he lost the match. But he did just lose. So I'm going to quickly play, since I have my BRB screen set up, why don't I just play the Barbarossa pacifist video while I take myself a quick break. I'll do that since it's set up. Where are we? Yeah, you can hear my old microphone. So what did Hera just lose there? From that. He lost... Oh gosh, I can't even see it on my overlay. I need glasses. 28 points. And he was just at his highest, too. Well, that's how the lower players can make a run. Win against Hera, you get a ton of points. So Dark's almost at his highest now. He's back on the leaderboard. Miss the videos? I do too. I need to make more. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll play a pacifist video, and then I'll be back. And then we'll keep casting. I'm going to run to the bathroom and eat quickly, and then we'll cast some more. Last time, Joan of Arc demonstrated how pacifism could overcome English tyranny. This time, we're answering the same question for Frederick Barbarossa. Is the will of one man enough to forge an empire without killing a single enemy unit? You know the drill. We're allowed to convert units, delete units, destroy buildings, kill wolves, and make enemies kill each other. We're not allowed to kill units or to trust Henry the Lion. We have a variety of challenges ahead of us, including scenarios without villagers, a dangerous march, and an unreliable narrator.
But I am an old man now. What harm could I possibly do?
So let's jump right into it and build up a pacifist empire. We start in the middle of Germany, surrounded by 6 enemies. In the spirit of pacifism, rather than fight our neighbors, we steal from them instead. 6 relics are scattered throughout the countryside, and of them we endeavor to collect 4. We start in the Castle Age, but we'll need to move quickly, as our opponents grow overwhelming in numbers if we leave them unharassed. Let's start gathering resources and training monks. Saxony has 2 towers standing watch over the northeastern river crossing. We'll hasten ourselves to raise them, clearing the passage and ensuring safety for our monks. One problem, though, is that we can't put our castle on no attack stance. We'll just have to delete it so that it doesn't kill any enemy scouts. But that leaves us without anywhere to live, and we'll need to invest quickly in our housing infrastructure if we wish to continue training monks. We'll also add in some walls to keep us safe from the early scout and spearman raids of our northwestern neighbors in Lorraine. Scouting our opponents, the Austrians have a castle and the Bavarians have a sturdy layer of stone walls. These fortifications are a bit too daunting for us to overcome. Instead, we'll concentrate first on Bohemia, Burgundy, and Saxony. Bohemia starts in the Castle Age, but they have few resources and only a single monk. We'll research atonement at our monastery, allowing us to convert monks. One of our knights gives a little love tap to a villager, drawing out the Bohemian monk, and since they don't have atonement in turn, we convert their monk without fear of reprisal. Then our knights can level their monastery in peace, ejecting the relic for our monk to return to us. Simultaneously, we attack the Burgundians, our old foes from the Joan of Arc campaign. They start in the feudal age and, just as the Bohemians, have a single monk without atonement. We'll draw it out to convert it, use our scout to distract the tower, and teach their monastery a lesson with our men-at-arms, rewarding us with a second relic. Next, we trek back north, towards Saxony. They start out with a monastery, but they're in the feudal age and don't have a monk, so they leave the relic just sitting about in the middle of their town. We dock the river and use a transport ship to bypass their walls. A few knights distract their archers while our monk runs in to grab the relic. That leaves just 1 relic left, and we'll grab it from Lorraine. Lorraine likes to train spearmen. Lots and lots and lots of spearmen. Building up a force of knights and converted units, we move out across the bridge on no attack stance. But Lorraine, insisting on bloodshed, comes forward to meet us. Our knights charge at their monastery, eventually forcing the relic out. But that leaves one last, dangerous task for our monks, who still need to return the relic to our monastery. And our monks are met with fierce resistance. Spearmen to the right of them, spearmen to the left of them, spearmen in front of them, stabbed at and thrusted. As they run back to our base, we find that we're no longer alone. The other opponents whom we had earlier harassed are back, and they're out for blood. Blood to rival that of Lahir's sword. As our economy burns, we build a second monastery, just so that our monk doesn't need to walk quite as far.
By capturing all of the holy relics, you have re-established the object as Holy Roman Emperor.
With 4 relics garrisoned, we have the holy power necessary to demonstrate the superiority of our pacifist ways as we complete this scenario with 0 kills. Henry the Lion. Oh, Henry the Lion. We all know him as the little lion who betrays us, and there are 5 ways that he can betray us. 1. Destroy the northernmost Polish castle. 2. Wait for a timer of 33 minutes and 20 seconds. 3. Bring military to the southern Polish base. 4. Bring military to the northern Polish base. Or 5. Set Henry to neutral or to enemy ourselves. We need to defeat both Henry and the Polish. For Henry, we need essentially to get rid of all of his units. And to force a resignation from the Polish, we must raise their 3 castles and their 2 siege workshops. This scenario is one of those infinite unit spam ones, where the Polish get free resources and continue to send wave after wave of reinforcements at us. The gimmick in this scenario is that we don't have any villagers at the start, and instead, our allies will be slinging us so long as they're alive. To deal with Henry, we treat him as though he were our teammate in a game of 4v4 Black Forest. That is, we send mangonels over to attack around his base. We also destroy the gate guarding the pen, where we'll later capture some villagers. We'll leave his castle as the last building we destroy, though, as we can use it to fire on the Polish soldiers. Meanwhile, we send out our starting forces to destroy the Polish docks. The Polish don't have any villagers either, so once we destroy buildings, they're gone for good. This attack also keeps the Polish forces occupied, so they don't run around our base and kill our buildings. Oh, and one more thing. That defensive castle in the middle of our base? We need to delete it again. If left up, it would end up killing something. Oh, goodbye, population space. You'll be missed sorely. Once Henry's buildings are down, we take some Polish forces and run them into his army. The Teutonic Knights are strong, but even they don't last forever, and the infinite spam wears them down. Once we have a clear path to the villager pen, we use our knights to distract the Polish while sneaking some rams around the side to take out their first castle. We periodically tap the Polish soldiers with our swords without killing them, in order to make them more aggressive in chasing us. After the castle goes down, Henry, who no longer has a base or an army, decides that now is the right time to betray us.
Barbarossa, I have some unfortunate news for you. You see, it is I who should be Holy Roman Emperor. Kneel before the lion!
We pick up villagers and start to build up a base, while we run circles around the Polish with our knights. The extra melee armor for Teuton knights comes in handy here, although the absence of husbandry is stinging. Once we get some monks out, we can convert the Polish war galleys. These ships have been harassing us all game, but since we destroyed the docks at the start of the mission, the waters will now be calm. Eventually, we're able to click up to the Imperial Age since we run our knights around in circles for, well, forever, and the Polish never get to attack our villagers. We use a few monks to convert the few remaining rams and Teutonic Knights of Henry, then finish off the Polish castles and siege workshops with a combination of cannon galleons and landing.
Ja. Wo wäre?
There we are, 0 kills. The biggest difficulty in this mission is just keeping track of our troops while they're running in circles. If we forget to set one of them on no attack stance, they'll retaliate and kill enemy soldiers. This one is pretty difficult, probably even worse than the cleansing of the Lorraine, just because we have to keep such a close eye on our army the entire mission. Barbarossa exemplifies our non-violent values by sparing the now pacified Henry the Lion, leading us into our next mission. In contrast to the last mission, Pope and Anti-Pope is rather easy, and we can get a campaign achievement while we're at it. Load up all of the monks and the scout on the transport ship, while using the market to sell resources for researching Redemption and Sanctity. Redemption allows monks to convert buildings, and Sanctity gives monks extra hit points so they survive a bit longer if we get attacked. Then we use the war galleys to distract the river guards while landing the monks north of Milan. There's a trade cart here that runs into the city, and we can use the scout to hold the gate open for the monks. We'll attack a building with a scout so that Milan focuses on it. The monks can then take a quick stroll over to the cathedral and convert it.
The cathedral is ours, so then is all of Milan.
This short scenario is a much needed break after the long slog of Henry the Lion. 0 kills, nice and easy.
Our fort is under attack by the Lombards.
We start under attack from Padua and are forced to run away. Henry the Lion is also here, and he makes a self-aware comment about the Teutons' lack of husbandry.
I will send my knights to assist you, though I fear they will be too late.
He's also supposed to betray us again, but we'll just beat the mission so quickly that we won't even give him the opportunity to do so. Our main objective is to construct a wonder inside of one of the enemy cities. but if we look closely, we see that the area for the condition that checks for the wonder in Venice extends outside of the city onto the land to the east. So instead of fighting, we can just build the wonder there. Even better, as we run away and build a market, we can adjust our economy to have sufficient resources to start the wonder immediately. We'll put up a few walls just for a good measure, but that's about it. To celebrate, the rest of our units can do a patrol dance. That's also to occupy the Venetian navy so they don't kill our villagers, but mainly it's just a dance party to celebrate 0 kills. After the festivities die down and the wonder goes up, we win the scenario immediately. No need to defend it after the construction. That's how powerful pacifism is.
Thus shall the Lombard League realize the might of the Holy Roman Emperor.
Getting 0 kills on this scenario is probably easier than is playing through it properly. Barbarossa's March. We march over land because our 70 population starting force is too big to be carried on a fleet.
But Barbarossa's army was the largest by far, but there wasn't a fleet in Europe that could transport it.
Naturally, our first objective is to obtain a fleet of ships. We'll start by using our paladins to soak up fire from this galleon while the monks convert it. The Saracens have heresy, so the ship sinks, but since it was a conversion, it doesn't count as a kill. Next, we come up to a house that's not quite abandoned and use the same trick. Our paladins take one swipe at the Mamluks to aggro them, while the monks sit back and convert. Now, it's time for our halbs to act as bait. We bring them up to Constantinople and attack an outpost. The Byzantines focus on the halbs as we run them away, letting our paladins slip through the gates and run straight to the wonder.
Very well, Barbarossa.
Yeah,
you have made a point. I will allow you to use my navy if you will take your looting crusaders and me.
There used to be a bug in this scenario where all of the Saracen ships would converge and attack as soon as we acquire the navy, but that, thankfully, has been fixed. So we can deal with these ships the same way we dealt with the English in the Siege of Paris. We just sacrifice a couple of ships to draw them out of the way, where they won't see our transport ships trying to cross. Once we land, there's an enemy monk whom we can convert. There are several towers and a castle we can destroy from long range with our trebuchets, and there's a few Turkish soldiers whom we can lure away using some of our paladins. And that's the last of the enemy units we'll face. We take a shortcut through these trees by cutting them with our siege onagers, then we just stick to the edge of the map to avoid the remaining enemy units. There's a few wolves up ahead. Just like us, these wolves are pacifists. We can roll our siege all around them, and they don't attack it. It's so lovely to meet some new friends out here. Oh, I know what we should do. Let's celebrate our new friends by having an attack ground party. Now we just head over to the camp and win.
The forces of Frederick Barbarossa! What happened? You look like hell! Head for the castle. You can rest there.
This scenario is another easy one in which to get 0 kills, now that the Saracen navy isn't as aggressive as it used to be. Unfortunately, Barbarossa dies in the cutscene between scenarios, leaving us to deliver his body to Jerusalem. A simple trade cart, filled with the pickled body of a red-bearded emperor. We have one goal: bring the corpse to the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem. Since the Persians and Saracens don't view us as a threat, we can walk all of our starting units directly into the center of Damascus. If there's one lesson to be learned from the Barbarossa campaign, it's this: betray your allies before they betray you. First, we'll construct 2 castles and a couple of houses, giving us enough pop space to train some petards. We'll also build a siege workshop, and, just as we did with Henry the Lion, we'll proceed to mangonel down the city's southern wall using attack ground. Once we're through, we delete our castles, just so that they don't kill someone while we aren't looking. We approach Jerusalem from the east. The towers are menacing, the walls fortified, but we must press on. First come the petards to bring down the outer walls. The rest of our troops stand around to draw fire as we venture deeper with our paladins, our petards, and our emperor. One more layer of wall stands between us and our destination, but it crumbles before an explosion of gunpowder and determination. we run in, allowing Barbarossa to keep his promise.
The Emperor has reached Jerusalem. Not in the manner he expected, but it is one final victory for Frederick Barbarossa.
Zero kills. All right, so we'll just end that there because we're back and I have a game between Hart and Nikov we're going to jump into. So thank you, T90, for the raid in between our break. And we are doing a Teutonic Knight cosplay. We do have a helmet. But thank you also everyone for the follows who just followed. And thank you, John Wired for the sub. We also do have a helmet on. But I don't think I'm going to cast with the helmet because it is very muffled for my voice. And I don't think y'all can understand me. But, yes, let's get into this game. Let me open up Capturage real quick. Nice elite Teutonic Knight. Well, not elite anymore. Oh, smart detection. Your Hart Nikov all caps was banned, unfortunately. And let me... Hold on. Get my scoreboard set up. Hart will be in the yellow. Nikov will be in the red. It'll be on Acclivity. And let's put Hart in yellow. Make sure I can see my YouTube chat and get into the game. So, how's my movement speed while being in Elite Teutonic Knight? Very, very slow. Yeah, as Arbe says, it took 15 minutes to walk to the next room and back just to use the toilet. It is a rough life being a Teutonic Knight. Anyway, this is a mirror matchup I haven't seen yet, a Turk's mirror. And this will be after Janissaries are nerfed, so maybe this is simply a Cav Archer Hussar mirror. Should I also talk German now? One day I'll do a German stream, but I think I need to practice first. So double range opening now from Nikov. Remember, Turks only have feudal skirmishers. They don't have elite skirm. So what are we going to see from the Turks then? Cav Archer mirror, I think. If I upgrade squires, I need to. I need some squires here. Oh, Tundra Blitz. So thank you, everyone. We're going to cast some more Red Bull for a while now that I've eaten. Should be good for a couple more hours to go. Dasik Soul, yes. We're not on the front page again, Vanilla Donut. We're simply on the T90 raid. And we have Padded Archer armor on the way for Hart, as Nikov will run around with a few archers. We'll have a market coming up for Nikov. And a house going up on the wood line in the back. Double ranges for Nikov and some more houses going around. All T90 sleeping fans. Yeah, everyone who's sleeping during T90 stream follows the raid. Great. And hello, zoom out. And Archers here denying the market, actually. Hart stopping Nikov from doing the market. Hart right now did pass ACCM for number 3 on the ladder, so he's trying to lengthen his lead if he can. He's got to be on the lookout for ACCM to do his daily extension of his win streak. How's it going? It's going pretty well. Oh, and hello, Firebrand Tactics. Oh, yeah, there's one of those sleeping T90 viewers. It would be great to see a pacifist Red Bull event. I tried pacifist multiplayer once. It didn't work out. You're literally standing around not killing each other. It doesn't work out. Instead of reducing the siege tower speed, the devs should just attach a Cobra car to it. I think it is a Cobra car right now. I think that's why they had to ban it. So, Hart still denying some Vills the opportunity to chop on that wood line. Nikov continuing to try to wall up. Acclivity, one of those maps that replaced the bugged maps from earlier on. So we have Acclivity, Karsts, and Dune Springs now in the map pool. And the Vil still wandering around trying to keep Nikov off of the wood. Mongol Siege Tower. Well, the speed of the unit doesn't determine the speed of the Siege Tower, just the fact that it's infantry. So Teutonic Knights, Gebettos, Wold Raiders, Eagles, all the same speed, but I guess you could have a speedier unit inside of it for faster running when you ungarrison. What would a monk-only tournament look like? Well, monk-only wouldn't be... Like, you can still fight with Vils, right? Or whatever else you had. Pacifist games would be monk-only. Third gets 1,000. Fourth gets 0. Well, they all fly to the land. So I guess that's fair. And that was a massacre of Vils right there. Okay, the Turk mirror. I thought, oh, we'll go and get to Cav archers, but no, Hart just pushes on in with his archers, kills all the Vils. And that's it for Nikov. Not able to do much more than that. GG. So let's look at those stats. And 16 archers to 15, but 13 to 5 KD. It's fairly even for a bit, but then the Hart continued the forward pressure, and despite having the defender's advantage, Nikov couldn't get his army numbers up. To take the fight, Hart out-microed quite well. And there's one game down. Yeah, and remember, top 25 do get prize money. We got Slam and Fire playing. That could be a good one. Slam and Fire. Yeah, want to jam into that game? We have Nikov and Lucho playing, but it's an Armenian's mirror. I don't know if you'd want to see a mirror match. There's also Lewis and Barles. So let's maybe go Lewis and Barles, because they're, I think, a bit higher on the ladder. There's also T90 playing, but I don't know who his opponent is. So we might cast some T90 if he keeps playing. We'll have Lewis in the blue and Barles in the red, and we'll need to catch up to real time. And here we go. So it'll be Way for Lewis and Koreans for Barles. T90 playing. Well, we'll cast T90 if we know the player who's playing. I don't know who Vala is. Okay, if he keeps playing, we'll cast him though. I think players want to see Lewis and Barles because they have more implications for the standings. So we'll need to catch up to real time, but Karst sometimes takes a while to really get going. We'll have a 3 TC boom from both players. As the Shenbei Raiders, you might expect them from the Way will come forward and massacre some Cav archers. Or massacre some crossbows. They themselves are the Cav archers. And Tower for Barles denied almost, but a couple of Vils get killed there. Mangonel push from Lewis, so Barles will go tower defense. Koreans in Way. So can someone do the pix command in the chat and tell us how we got the civs? That would be lovely. I need to automate that to the OBS overlay somehow. Thank you so much, everyone, for the follows. We're honestly, we're almost at 15k followers, so we're a few more, and we're actually at 14.7k. We're closing in on it. So Barles force-picked Koreans, Lewis force-picked Way. Alright, so both force-picked here. What civ do you prefer, chat? Koreans or Way? Koreans are the civs I've seen on this map, I think, the most, but Way have also been pretty good. I think the Fire Lancers are pretty scary against the Way, but Tiger Cav with all their Pierce armor are probably good against the War Wagons, against the Korean Skirms, and aside from Fire Lancer, I'm actually not sure what Koreans do. Our base wants the Teutons, of course. Monk plus trade for the pacifist game, with sudden death being you lose if you get your market converted. You have to make sure you don't have heresy, though. But I think the chances are Leary and MBL are not playing because they're practicing strats for the last few days. I don't know why MBL's not playing. MBL's been playing non-stop. Maybe he just needs a break. Leary, I'm not sure. Leary also has a job, so he might just not have the time to play 24/7. Definitely more difficult on the ladder if you can't, though. What if the siege tower were for foot archers to shoot at the same level? I mean, I think the siege tower is fine as something to get over walls, just not fine as a tax. So Imperial Age here on the way for Barles. Oh, Squires and Heavy Plow done. Handcart for Lewis, going for a bit of a boom. Barles has more vills, but Lewis already up to imp has the forward castles, but won't help him get trebs out because of the way he has to go for the traction trebs. A unit that is not that great against buildings, but better against units. Maybe a bit scary to face them with bombard cannon. I think the main problem with Siege Tower is how hard it is to break. So for the TTL, I edited the maps the other day and pushed what is hopefully our final update to the maps, where I nerfed the Siege Tower by reducing its garrison capacity from 10 to 5. And since it's plus 0.05 speed per infantry unit garrisoned, that means it has a limit of 1.05 speed instead of 1.3. So instead of being essentially the same speed as a knight, it is essentially the same speed as infantry with squires at its max speed. And I think that'll help balance it a bit. We also lowered the HP. So in combination there, along with some civ banning and picking, hopefully the Fire Lancer isn't a problem for TTL. So I think Barles is dead. He's way too slow to mass. I'm still curious what he goes for against the Way, if it's anything other than Fire Lancer. And so far, it looks like it is indeed Fire Lancer. How will they do against Shinbei Raiders and potential Tiger Cab? They should have bonuses against them, so I'm not quite sure how that goes. Greens, remember, have the discount for them. He's got Elite Fire Lancer on the way. He'll be holding at the castle and repairing as he gets some of his own trebs out. He'll be adding in keeps to help him in the fight. Traction trebs? How are they against keeps? They have the advantage they don't have to pack and unpack all the time like trebs. But as I said, not that great against buildings. Fire Lancer charge attack fix? Nope, can't do that in a map script. You know, the only thing we could potentially do is disable the Fire Lancers. But I don't know if they're that problematic right now. Hopefully the DLC addresses the issues. He's still missing a ton of blacksmith upgrades. Treadmill crane, chainmail armor on the way. Castle being trebbed down. Go down to the trebs. And down it goes. Look at that wonderful collapse animation for our new Way Castle. Down to the ground. And here we have some vills being trained in TC. Another castle forward for Lewis, though. He's going to keep the pressure up, and he now has 8 traction trebs. 8 of them as Barles adds in the armor, the attack upgrade, all of his final upgrades. Do I know if the new civs will be usable in London? They should be. The DLC will come out in time. So, Fire Lancers coming forward, Shinbei Raiders fighting and being pushed back. Oh my gosh, we have 1,111 viewers. Everyone, type some 11s in the chat. That is the perfect number. Thank you again for coming over from the T90 raid. And Elite Fire Lancer is here, and they are going for the traction trebs. There are 8 of them, and there are now 7 of them. Those Fire Lancers are dying to all of that arrow fire. And that did not accomplish much. He got 1 traction treb. Trying to defend with more keeps. And if he can take out the castles, maybe Barles slowly could inch his way forward. Right now, Lewis with 4 relics on top of all the map control, and also with that outpost. Does he see the final relic? Yes, he does. So should be at a 5 relic advantage. The Way also with that crazy good eco bonus of 1 vill for every eco tech they get. Is this picked civs? Yep, brutality. They both force picked. The traction trebs are still quite strong. Remember, the Way bonus is that they cost minus 0.5%, so it is easier to amass them, easier for you to get the numbers to the point they are. But Barles still with a score lead, still with a better economy, still with 160 vills. Well, if your main army will be towers, I guess you don't need that many vills. I mean, I guess you don't need that much army. You can add in more vills to supplement your forces. And now, that's 2 forward castles destroyed, and a 3rd castle looks like it's going to go down for Lewis. He doesn't have any repair vills nearby, and 4 trebs will make short work of that. Trebs don't have siege engineers yet, but it'll go down all the same. And now back up to 8 traction trebs. What can Lewis actually do here? Some skirms going down for Barles, but at least they're super cheap for him as the Koreans. And some skirms. Oh, Emerald Snake typing the 2s in the chat. Different than everyone. That's okay though, have some fun with it. Have the Chinese not been picked much? They don't have the same Dark Age timing. to benefit from their 3-vil advantage, so they have much less of an eco bonus than they would on standard starts. The tower range compared to traction trebs, 13 total compared to 14. So you have to be very careful to position the traction trebs, but they do actually outrange the towers. Not like bombard cannon, where other than the Turks, the towers have at least equal range to the cannon. It's only artillery cannons that would outrange them. And Barles might need to delete some bills and add more army. I feel like this isn't quite the type of fight he wants to be taking. I guess the KD isn't too bad yet. Why is there a tower here? Why is there, well, what? Alright, Lulu's can do murder holes, but that tower on the wood line is annoying. Anyway, architecture on the way for Barles. Now we'll add more HP to the towers. Yeah, the Chinese also start with negative food on Empire Wars, which is very awkward. And okay, that was a villager massacre, but maybe that's a good thing for Barles if he'll have more room for military units now. He'll have more room for skirms against the Shinbei Raiders. And Zenya, thank you very much for the follow. Or Zenny. Or Exony. And Jeffrig, thank you for the follow. Tower is still going down. Traction trebs still trebbing. That's a smart follow pick. That is the follow pick. Bill's trying to repair the traction trebs, and the fire lancers cannot close the distance to deal with them. And the problem with skirms here is the traction trebs. Traction trebs can shoot at the skirms and do a good deal of damage to them. Yeah, I guess the plan is tower defense uses trebs to stop the forward castles that Lewis keeps building. He's lost, what, 3 or 4 forward castles now? And continue using keeps. I almost said keep using keeps, but continue using keeps to keep the Shinbei Raiders away. Keep using keeps to keep them away. There we go. That's the plan. And is that enough traction trebs? We're now up to 8 traction trebs. Oh my gosh, the trebs get that castle. Did he delete that? Well, he immediately did another castle, so maybe that was deleted. So it's some type of skirm and tower and treb push against traction treb Shinbei Raider castles. And Barles also taking some sneaky map control with that castle on the side. And looks like with this tower going up, Lewis maybe lost the opportunity to grab the 5th relic. Barles will try to grab more stone and gold. On this map, I feel that the wood usually is a bigger issue than the stone and gold, so maybe the Koreans having a wood discount will come into play for them. The keep creep. Lewis with the better KD so far. But still, with only traction trebs, not the best option for dealing with the keeps. Yeah, I have no idea what to do with traction trebs there. They're such a silly unit. Well, there's enough of them here they can deal with the keeps. Oh my gosh, look at those deer and boar out here. Just massacring all the hunt. No splash damage on them, if I recall, but I think someone told me their projectile is bigger, so they're actually more accurate because they can hit more likely because of that projectile. And that tower will collapse. Are cannon that bad? Well, they're outranged by the traction trebs. I don't know if you actually really want bombard cannon against them. So Barles finding another castle to destroy. He has their 6 trebuchets. Lewis will not be able to repair against that. And he does. It still doesn't have siege engineers. That'd be good for him, but he's running a bit low on food. Here come the skirms. 143 vills for Barles, and with those, still more keeps coming forward. Lewis will try to force defensive castles, or Barles will try to force defensive castles from Lewis while picking off the castle builders. And now that keep doing a great job at killing vills. Barles will lose his own keep villagers out there. Not paying attention to them, but he is trying to micro up here. Perhaps Lewis should go for his own towers. I don't think you go towers against Koreans. What do they even have? They have keeps, but no architecture. No arrow slits. And also less range because of the Koreans' unique tech. I don't know if that works. And you're fighting skirms, which have good pierce armor. Okay, look at that stacking on the Shinbei Raiders. Stacking so they all can shoot at once. If the keep goes down. They're still running right into skirms. He's running low on, but he's got 27 bills on wood still. So I don't think he's low on it yet. Although the map as a whole doesn't have much wood. And the traction trebs against the skirms, that's the real real threat of the traction Trebs. Doming the skirms, taking them down. And all of a sudden, where's Barles' army? Well, where's Lewis's army too? He's losing some Shinbei raiders. And the keeps are going down. All the hussars go down. All the skirms go down too. Is that stand ground patrol? Yeah, that is stand ground patrol. 100% allowed for the ranged units. I mean, you used to stand ground patrol with ranged units all the time. I don't think it was ever that clumpy before. Here come the Fire Lancers. They're getting massacred by the Shinbei Raiders too. A lot of HP for them, 85 HP, pretty high for an infantry. It's still going down to the Cav Archers. Their charge attack is good for getting some damage. They close the distance quite well, but still 22 of them for Lewis, and he can keep adding more. In-game sounds are a bit high. Alright, someone said they were low the other day, so I raised them. I'll lower them again. There might also be a speaker versus headphone issue if they're too loud or too quiet. No, I just, this is literally just a PNG that I have over capture age. Game sounds are too low now, of course they are. It's 1.5% above the average sound. As an American, I don't recognize what the comma means. Sounds too perfect, please fix. Well, Lewis might fix the sounds by ending the game if he can destroy this castle, or maybe Barles fixes the sounds by ending the game by... Well, I was gonna say maybe the Fire Lancers could raid, but no, Lewis has murder holes and they are deciding to auto-attack the castle. Barles, I wanted to show off your raid, but no, you're gonna lose everything to the castles. So more keeps coming up. And you all came from a T90 raid, right? Shouldn't you know how to write American styled in the chat with decimal points? Just think of the comma as a washing machine or a baseball. I don't think that helps explain what a decimal point is. Maybe the baseball more than the washing machine. So a Tiger Cav here, trying to raid, but that is a lot of keeps. Tiger Cav with good Pierce armor, but... Barles' keeps everywhere. I'm afraid to turn the range circles on. And Hyper Joer, thank you for the follow. Okay, that is a lot of range circles. And they still can't hit the Tiger Cav because they're attacking houses. Good job, Keep. That is your priority target right there, that house. Well, here comes a Traction Treb. He needs to stand on the outside of the Keep range. Oh gosh, look at all these circles. This is why I keep them off. There are too many of them. Lewis still pushing though, and he's just about evened up the score. He's taken out most of the keeps from Barles, got enough traction trebs to do that. And as both players are exchanging destroyed buildings, Barles, who feels like he's losing more. I mean, Barles still has a lot of map control on the sides. What is his wood situation looking like? Lewis coming to the forward wood, so Barles will be trushing his own wood line with the keep to stop Lewis from taking it. Barles forced over to the corners, and there is very little wood over here. Very little wood left at all for Barles. As I said earlier, this map can become more of a wood game faster than a gold or a stone game, with all the extra golds and stones lying about. And Barles somehow keeping the KD similar while pulling a score lead. And remember, there is a 75 limit score timer. 900 years, so around 75 minutes, whoever has the highest score wins. So Barles not going to resign this late in a game when he has the score lead, even if it is feeling like he's running out of resources. But Lewis also may be struggling for wood as well. So many keeps and trebs will make it hard for Lewis to take wood. Lewis has maybe some wood down here still, and he is forward. He has to take this wood from Barles. Has to take the wood from Barles' side of the map, and maybe Barles pushing in with some Fire Lancers could finally get to the Trebs with skirms behind to deal with the Shinbei Raiders. is going down. The Trebs take out the Hussars. And Lewis will call the GG. All right, Lewis, as you say, running out of resources. Pushed too much with keeps. Barles' initial attempt to come out here and grab resources led to forward pressure with keeps. And while Lewis's attention was at the front, Barles continued pushing. And this is a good win for Barles in the standings. Give Barles some GGs. And you notice we have to move the overlay over when we get to the scoreboard. Because Capturage moves this over. Someone mentioned that. But anyway, that's 424 kills for Lewis. 55 buildings raised. And more eco. So that always feels awkward when you have more kills, more eco, and still end up losing. But map control for Barles and keeps. Great for the Koreans. Lewis might not make it. Also, actually, Lewis, I think, still has a good shot of qualifying. But I don't think he's going to be top 4. Alright. Let's see, is T90 still playing? I don't see T90 still playing. If he were, I'd cast him. Looks like we'll have... Ooh, we could cast... We could cast another American, though. Smokey is playing. Someone was mentioning the Chinese earlier. We could see the Chinese here. It'll be Tenguay versus Smokey on Vulpine. Chat, are you okay with green versus yellow, or should I change that? ACCM certainly has a good shot at it. So, Tenguay and Smokey. Change it, keep it. What should it be? Okay, we'll do Smokey will be red, and Tenguay will be blue. And that'll maybe fit the USA versus Argentina colors. It'll be red versus blue. Alright, and we have a spec delay. We'll hop into the game, and we'll get to show off Smokey, who's another one of the top American players. Let's see. Let me just double check what his ELO is right now. In RM, he's ranked number 115 at 2334, and Tenguay from Argentina is, let's see, ranked number 378 at 2078. So a bit lower in ELO, but I think it's nice to show off the Americans sometimes. Lewis dropped a lot of points today. Well, remember, it's based on your highest, so even if he doesn't manage to go on another run, he still at least probably has a good shot at the top 12. And again, thank you everyone who subbed today, as we hit the goal for the Teutonic Knight cosplay. And the next goal is for the chicken costume. So I appreciate all the subs who are going to make me dress up as a chicken to cast. Very excited for the last day. I am too. Viper climbed a few spots, which is interesting. He was struggling there for a bit. How many percentage of AoE players are US? I have no idea what the percentages are as a whole. In terms of top players, the only real top player from the US is Daniel. T90 is pretty good. Ink and Influenza are pretty good. Scotty and Smokey are pretty good. I guess Phosphoro's up there in some sense. And yeah, top 4 qualify from the ladder. Top 4. Let's actually get into the game real quick. Give me a moment to set up the scoreboard in Capture Age. Oh my gosh, this is a doubly bugged map. This is amazing. And welcome in. Let me just tab over, make sure I can see my YouTube chat. Alright. Hello. Pause in Capture Age. Right, so we will have Tenguay playing as the blue Chinese and Smokey as the red Portuguese. Don't forget spring. Don't forget spring at all. I'm very good. I'm like, my highest has been like 1900. I could probably get to like 2K, 2K1 if I really sat down and practiced for a couple of months. But that would need a lot of commitment when I'm not really a fan of the state of the game with the siege towers and kind of gimmicky DLCs. So anyway, immediate double range opening on the foxes for Tenguay. Smokey comes forward with the scouts, and this is a doubly bugged Vulpine where this rock terrain is supposed to run to the TC so you can't wall yourself, but both players have this bug. I've seen this a couple times, where the rock terrain avoids them, so they could both go for circular walls. Also baskets, that's true. Baskets. I love baskets. Highest rank, that determines it. Highest rank. Current is a tiebreaker if you have the same highest rank as someone else. Why is it so often bugged? No, I have no idea, Death Counter. You are right, I didn't see this. It did occur, but I didn't see it that much before. Now we've seen it like 3 or 4 times today. And this is a good fight for Smokey, clearing a lot of the army there for Tenguay. Not really getting many Vil kills though, only 1 Vil kill so far. And meanwhile, his Vils peacefully gathering from the berries, did a mill out here, no tower, no nothing to keep them safe. So Chinese, Portuguese, as people were asking earlier, the Chinese not quite the powerhouse on Empire Wars that they are on a random map. They do not get the same bonus they do from the extra 3 Vils when they miss out on the Dark Age, and they miss out on a good period of the game where they'd be gathering resources with extra Vils. You'd play pacifist even in the ranked ladder. I might try that one day. I need like make a second account for pacifist games. I don't know how I don't have any idea what my rating would be though. I don't know what to do though, if I like resign as soon as I accidentally kill a unit or if I just try to minimize kills. He was playing against less than 1400 elo. If he loses his GG, hopefully he won't lose that. Oh, he had to boost, remembers that game, what, full Aztec monks on Forest Nothing. I don't think it worked, but it was fun. That Nano Jade game. Okay, Scout's getting in on the Vils. Are they really getting a kill though? They'll get 1 kill. I feel like that wasn't the best micro. Maybe Smokey could have gotten another Vil. He feels the same way. Disappointed he didn't get a kill there. And Tenguay is not going to pay attention for the moment. He will lose a couple of Vils. And okay, a couple more Vils go down. You can see the difference once we drop a couple 100 points in elo in the micro there. That was not as clean as it otherwise could have been. But Tenguay goes up, and he was microing his archers at the same time against some skirms. So 2 fights going on at the same time. Smokey trying to bring more skirm reinforcements up. Yeah, Smokey is a pretty solid player. As I was saying, one of our best US players. Oh yeah, Gali's better than less than 1400. Gali's a good player. He's made lots of progress in the past year or so. And Skirm's killing some spears. Ooh, double kill on the spears. Scouts still coming forward. The archers need to be cleaned by the spears. And on the middle coming up for Tenguay on the hares. Is it going to be feudal starts like the ladder? Yes, it will be Empire Wars. It will indeed be Empire Wars. I'd love to see a 9 Vil start, but maybe one day we'll have a 9 Vil start land or a 3 Vil start land of the same caliber. KOTD as a land would be great. So Scout's going down. 2 more Vils going down too. Smokey's got a 6-0 lead in Vils killed, 7-0 lead in Vils killed. And looking at his base, he looks pretty solidly walled. A couple more houses or palisades here and there. I don't think these archers will get in unless there's an overchop, which there is. Oh no, Smokey. Not like this, Smokey. Not like this. Oh, he realizes the Vil dances off the foundation. He gets it. He gets the house up. He gets the house up in time, but loses the Vil. And hello, Jeep. I really hope Londinium doesn't have map bugs like this. I do too. As I was saying, I imagine they will upload a mod so that they don't need to rely on the official in-game maps and have a better ability to fix them. It's a shame. Oh my gosh, it's a shame there's a hole. Oh my gosh, Smokey. No, not like this Smokey. Oh, remember when he had killed 8 Vils and had a great Vil KD lead? I remember those times. Oh, it feels like a long time ago. Well, there is 10 Vils right down the drain. Smokey just, he knew that the map was supposed to be unwallable, so to make it more fair, he left it unwalled. Oh, and Madam Mage, thank you so much for the follow. thank you so much. Well, welcome in. No way, it's Madam Mage. I remember seeing you play in the, what was it, the Age of Queens tournament a while ago. Welcome. And Timbo Shank, thank you also for the follow. Yes, way indeed. So Skirm's taking out some crossbows running around. It's been a long while, I'd love to find more tournaments. Yeah, I saw you were playing on the Red Bull ladder too, right? As all the crossbows from Tenguay get taken out. I mean, we need more USA players like Smokey. And that knight will be running around. Also, this map has the Tower of London in the middle of it. Tower of London will give you a trickle of wood, food, and gold if you capture it. But you can't place a lumber camp on the rock terrain, so usually it's imp when players treb cut to get to it. I am not German. I have lived in Germany before. I speak a decent amount of German, but I haven't spoken it in a long time, and I feel like I need to get a good warm-up. That does not look like a tower. I think it's a pretty accurate representation of the building. So I guess your qualms must be with the UK royalty and how they've named their buildings. So Smokey now pushing out with knights, but down by 10 Vils, thanks to all those kills. Wo hast du in Deutschland gelebt? In Berlin. I spent a semester studying at the Free University of Berlin back in college. I'm not natively German. So crossbows here, are there enough crossbows to kill the knights? I think there are, and this should be a decent fight for Tenguay. And Smokey unable to clear them. Now is in a rough spot with that Vil discrepancy. Not having enough knights out to take the fight. I definitely sound like a native English speaker and American. Well, I'm from New Jersey, and sometimes when I go back, people tell me that they don't know where my accent comes from, which is weird because it's like I grew up down the street. What do you mean? You don't know where my accent comes from? Where do they have the Unfree University? That'd be on the east side. So Bosaw gold mining on the way. And Monastery going up forward to Tenguay. And chain barding armor for Smokey, who's falling pretty far behind in score. And some knights running around for Smokey too. Now come over here maybe to the hill. I'll see them running around. More overchops for Smokey, so he has to be careful. He'll go for a TC on the gold to try to shore up this area of the map. We see him down by 2k res collected, though. East Coast has a lot of questionable accents. Mage, it is very difficult for me to cast water maps being from Jersey, because I really have to pay attention to the word water and make sure that I say it properly. If I'm not paying attention, then I become incomprehensible. If I slip into my Jersey accent. Yeah, the water maps. No. Boston? Yeah, we can park the car at Harvard Yard. But no, it is a very Jersey accent. I need to be careful. Water is the hardest word for me, though. That is by far the hardest. So quick walls, oh, not in time. The classic East Asian blacksmith, graphics overflowing its bounding box, and Smokey now, it's his turn to get a raid through some holes in the walls. There we go, a couple Vils going down. How do I see the mountain and creek? Oh yeah, like Mountain Creek. I was talking to someone about going skiing earlier. I've never actually been skiing. Maybe I should try it out though. That's a place near us, Mountain Creek. So, Vil's going down. Not enough HP on the house. Knights get in. And they're getting quite a few kills, but Tenguay still with a healthy lead. Another monk going down to a knight, and the Vils are cleaned up. Vils cleaned up. A couple of converted knights here for Tenguay, playing some defense. At the same time, oh no, not into the hole. Smokey, not like this again. Not like this. Don't lose more vills. You're doing so well with a counterattack. At least the crossbows don't have ballistics yet. And that Vil auto-reseating a farm, I think. Oh no, where are the knights going? Okay, at the same time, he's still under the TC, counterattacking. But lots of idle time there for both of them. Back here, though, the crossbows still killing Vils. Don't send the Vils back to the farms when they're hurt like that. The knights almost cleaning the crossbows. Will there be more Vil deaths? Yes, there will. Okay, this is crazy. 24 to 16. That's why I like these players are incredibly good. They're 2K1, 2K3. But you can tell it's still sloppier than the top players. I love seeing games around this level. Because, yeah, top players also make mistakes. But not the same way that these players do. I've never heard of that person, Exercept. And we'll have a workshop on the way. Another house going up for Smokey, and the knights keep running around. Oh, and Coincident, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome to the Teutonic Knight cosplay. I have a helmet with me, but I can't cast while wearing the helmet. I can put it on though. So welcome in. You can hear how muffled the voice gets if I put it on. And it also pulls my hair out. This makes you want to queue. It says magic blue. So welcome in. So this is the Red Bull tournament. We have a competitive ladder going on, and the top 4 players with the highest elo at the end of the ladder will qualify for a LAN in London in April. A big event with a crowd of 3,000 to 4,000 people in the Royal Albert Hall. It has been sold out, and sold out almost instantly. So Knights here, Smokey fending them off. So Smokey, one of the best American players, but not really at the top. The USA, unfortunately, doesn't have the best AoE2 scene in terms of players. The helmet cast is surprisingly okay. It is maybe better for you than it is for me, because I cannot see. The eye holes are not very conducive to vision. So another TC now for Smokey. He's up to 3, but this is 1, 2, 3, 4, and now 5 TCs for Tenguay. This might be a bit ambitious with all the knights out here. Daniel the best? Daniel's definitely the best. After him, depending on settings, it'd be either T90 or maybe even Phosphoro. Phosphoro, I think, has the second highest elo. I'm not sure if T90s has... Maybe T90? I don't know. Don't know if he has the same elo as Phosphoro has. I know he's climbed pretty high on the ladder. Khmer would be really rare on this map. Cut the trees and have access to that building. Yeah, Khmer I think would be pretty decent on this map. I think these two probably random their civs, though. Pizza... Oh yeah, Kamigawa is an AoE2 player who owns a pizzeria in Berlin. He is one of the top players from Italy, perhaps the top player from Italy. He and his brother own a pizzeria and bakery. And they do make good pizzas. They've had meetups there for previous NACs. Butter's saying it's Smokey Masty Emu. Ooh, I don't know if I quite agree with you there. The monastery going up for Smokey. And more knights running around. Let's see if you can get a raid here. Military count 25 to 27. Both players now going pretty heavily into knights. Remember, the Chinese do not have camels anymore. They lost them when they gained fire lancers. And Gecko Kid, hello, how you doing? The Teutonic Knight not saying Emu is the best. I need to be a White Feather Guard to say Emu is the best. So Mangonel hitting the TC as some more knights run over. Camp goes down, and the knights will... Oh, they're not going to go in. Where are they? Oh, they're going to go in here? Where are you going, Smokey? Are you not? Where are you going with the knights? A bit indecisive here. There they go. There they go. Pulling up from a cold for like the past 2 weeks, but bouldering this evening was fun and nice to stretch again. We're glad you're feeling better. Being sick is no fun. I'm deathly afraid I'm going to get sick while traveling for Red Bull. I tend to get sick at these meetups. Hopefully I can avoid it this time, though. Hello, Sully. How's it called? It's called Bye Bye Cavalier. Okay, so we can see the good pathfinding behavior of this fight here. Neither player stand ground patrolling, they're just going into the fight normally, and Tenguay looks like he is going to clean this up completely. All of the knights for Smokey dying. Am I coming to London? Yes, I do have tickets for London. That's why we're wearing the Teutonic Knight cosplay. We have some sub goals for supporting the travel and vacation. I'm not going to be casting officially, but I will be there physically. So maybe we'll do some type of meetup even outside the event. Depends on how much time we have and who'd be interested. So some knights getting in on the wood line. The fox, oh, they go right over the fox. Some of them do at least. One of these walls from Smokey, he didn't even wall anything. Those houses have a hole, the lumber camp has a hole, everything is a hole. And his weak villas on the farms targeted by the knights. And everything here looks like it's going down. Chat bot. Oh yeah, I removed the pizza command. The bot. I made a new bot. I cleaned up some of the commands. Maybe I should add that back. Maybe I also need a commands command. So Tenguay's getting in with the knights, hitting more vills on the other side. Some spears moving forward and doing wheelbarrow. The Argentinian player may be learning from Nikov. Don't need wheelbarrow all that early. And Dibbiz, thank you for the follow. Gee, that's an emote. That's an emote. Oh my gosh. Vills dying to the knights as the knights come forward. Pikemen turn to poke them away. And TC killing the knights. Knights go down. Oh my gosh, Smokey, I think this is over. Smokey, no! Oh, Smokey losing all the vills. He's down to 80 and dropping, desperately trying to go pikemen. But that is a lot of knights. We all know how knights versus pikemen goes in the castle is, right? We're all on Hera's side, but the knights win. I think these knights are going to win. And pretty darn hard. And Smokey, all these vills are gonna die. Oh, poor Smokey. Oh, I think it's just about time for the GG. We'll see if Smokey tries to hold on. He is losing everything. 70 vills and dropping. Desperately trying to go for a TC, but the knights come over. That will clump up the vills for the knights to raid. More vills going down. 69. Which is not very nice for Smokey at this point. And everything collapsing. We'll have a forward castle right on his face. Trying to add in more pikemen, but can't get enough pikemen out. 58 vills. Yeah, he's getting smoked. Yeah, his base is filled with smoking ruins. Yeah, the smoking blacksmith at least. The ruins aren't even smoking, they're so destroyed. And oh, he has a counterattack of 2 knights. Don't think that's gonna do it, Smokey. You know, 3 knights, but soon to be 0. And what's going on over here? Oh, he's got 2 relics. Still no one chopping to the middle. Castle going up. He's still holding on. He's a fighter, at least. He's a fighter. Having enemy military under your TC is a constant mood debuff. I think I would agree with that. Knights still going for the barracks, trying to break in. Lumber camp going up. And Imperial Age, gold shaft mining, and stone mining on the way. Erickson house going down. Castle hitting the TC. Any tips what you should say so you don't waste the first time chatter badge? Now that is good copy pasta. Smokey getting vaporized. Oh, he's back up to 64 vills. And Imperial Age on the way for the Tenguay. Well, Imperial Age will certainly end the game, if it doesn't end before that. Maybe Smokey has some hope that it's only 2 TCs and all in, and that the Tenguay doesn't have all that many vills, but that is not the case. Into trolley territory, not to resign here. The alt account for ACCM. Maybe this is just ACCM getting warmed up for maintaining his win streak. No, you can't play on alt accounts on the ladder. Smokey is a real person. And another castle, not going to be denied by that knight. Such Tenguay taking the hill by that gold, and even more map control. As he looks to keep pushing in. Some knights hitting the vills on the side. Vills going down. Vills going down. All the knights here hitting each other. And going down. Isn't this clearly over a long time ago? I would agree. I would agree. We'll see if it's an Imp GG. An Epic Sea Dragon, hello. How are you doing? And, oh, there we go. There's the GG. Didn't even wait for Imp. Didn't even wait for Imp. See, he was resigned at a good time. Clearly. Anyway, military score 185 to 164. So not even that big of a KD difference, but much more military by the end, 55 to 30. Which is Tenguay. More eco, more everything. He won that a while ago. Alright. Oh, I got a good one for us. Sure, we'll get back to casting some of the usual players later. We'll go Gabby Vallis on Thames. That looks like a good matchup. Gabby Vallis. And just jump right into this. And again, a reminder, if you want to make me wear a chicken cosplay, do a goal for that. Let me go into Capture Age, Alt-Tab around. And here we are. Alright, who broke ACCM's streak? No one did. Hera tried to snipe ACCM last night. He was trying to snipe him. Hera would Q, but Hart would also try to snipe ACCM, and they'd fight each other. And they wouldn't get ACCM. And ACCM was on a 29-game win streak. Hera finally matched against him, and Hera lost. And ACCM is on a 30-game win streak now. We're getting around that time soon where ACCM might be getting up. I think it's probably, what, like almost 7 a.m. for him? He'll usually play sometime in the morning, so maybe another hour or so, and ACCM might be up and playing. Yeah, I think Dave casted that match. If he loses the streak, we'll have to keep our eyes out. We'll be on ACCM watch later. So anyway, Gabby will be the Blue Jurchens and Vallis the Green Saracens. And, ooh, 2 good Empire Wars civs. I'm not quite sure how the civ matchup goes. Sometimes we do see some landings on the water. And a couple archery ranges going up as Gabby will stone wall, committing the stone to the walls, trying to keep herself safe. Does have a ton of wood in the back. And Noah Aaron 1402, thank you for the follow. The map in the north is the Royal Albert Hall. This is where the finals will be held. This is where we'll all be jam-packed in to watch the finals. Gabby manages to break into Vallis's base, and she'll run around to the back with her scouts. Usually the map, though, plays like Gold Rush, with whoever controls the gold in the south ends up winning. The stream is an ACCM waiting room. Hello, Baron. How you doing, Baron? Nice Hera isn't winning every game. Well, he did win 82% of his games on the ladder, I think. And I'm not telling, thank you also for the follow. Spear here gets killed by the scouts, and Gabby will keep running around trying to find some holes. Anywhere she can, hits a vill, maybe diagonally? Oh no, hits the palisade. And she'll be up to the castle age, so nice and quickly up to the castle age with the stone walls to keep herself safe. The Churchians then have lots of options: Grenadiers, Step Lancers, Fire Lancers. All unique and powerful early castle age options. You tried both methods on this map. North and south seems to be the gold. Yep, that's what I've seen mostly. The Royal Albert Hall does give you an extra 25 max population space, so you can get up to 225 population. But from what I've seen, games tend to revolve around the gold control a bit earlier than when you're getting to 200 plus pop anyway. So the gold seems to be a bit more important. Now, I don't know if that's always the case. Maybe it'll change later on if players learn the map more differently. But from what I've seen, the gold is the important part. There are also 5 relics in the north, and a bit more wood in the north. Sometimes the wood in the player bases is a bit unbalanced. Like here, it feels that Vallis does not have nearly as much wood as Gabby does in the back of their bases. I know I saw Nikov mention he tended to ban this map because he didn't like the uneven wood distribution. I do very much want to see someone play the melee, get the extra 25 pop space, and then make 450 karambits, though. I would love to see 450 karambits. That would be peak. What elo am I? I'm around 1900 usually. I haven't really played that much recently, though. I've been doing a lot more casting. Only 450? Well, with 225 pop space, how many more are you going to make, Baron? I'm talking 450 at one time. Can you transcend elo? Well, I think it's good to be a high enough elo that you can cast the games and understand what the players are doing. 19, yeah, Baron's climbing. Baron's climbing, too. Baron's almost 2k now. Baron's in the chat bragging about whenever he beats someone 2k at Empire Wars. And soon that's going to be people bragging about beating Baron because he's 2k. The math does indeed math. Thank you for double checking, G. The math I studied does not have numbers in it, so I always need some help when it comes to simple math on stream. And I know my elo has decayed because it decays if you don't play in a while. And I did one game where I talked to Phosphoro, just to do a coaching session and better understand his methods. And I won the game, but then that started another round of decay and my elo dropped even farther after that. Yeah, the bot only has my team game rank. Do any high-level players keep a checklist of all the celebrities they matched up against 1v1? Stark has a bat where he writes, like a baseball bat, where he writes the name of everyone he's beaten. I guess that's the closest we can get. So what's that? My team game elo 1645 and rank 1186. That also depends on the viewers I play with. That's up to you guys. When we play community games, my elo is in your hands. Isn't Green's base open from the bottom? Oh yes it is. Yes it is. Valis does have an opening down there. Valis, I'm not actually sure. I feel that Valis is a bit more active than the other Finn players right now. Might be either him or Valessa would be the #1 Finn player at the moment. Zuppy is pretty much retired. Rubenstock will probably come back and play amazingly for team games, same as the Max. Don't know if they're at a great 1v1 level at this point. Am I a Rage Forest enjoyer? I made the Rage Forest map script. I'm very much a Rage Forest enjoyer. I don't play it too often, but I do enjoy it. I love 4v4 Black Forest and how you have different maps and civ selections every time, and it still feels like a balanced game mode. I love how there's so many different ways to play it, from hill fighting, to walling, to booming, to cutting, to fish booming. I think we did finally hit on a really good version of the map, at least for 4v4s. So Gabby going Cav Archers now. The Jurchen Cav Archers have essentially the Mongol bonus that their mounted units shoot 25% faster, and that does include the Cav Archers. And Valis will be trying to push with crossbows, camels, and a scorpion. Remember, Saracen camels have more hit points. They're up to 145 HP as the scorpion goes down. And we'll have another workshop on the way from Gabby. And her scout still seeing the market. She will scout the overchop if there is one, but there's still a hole at the bottom. What is Valis' vision? Oh, Valis doesn't have vision of the hole. He didn't scout that. That is a risk. Gabby runs through there. Gabby runs through there. That's going to be a big surprise for Valis. And he's still on 1 TC. Gabby has a 2nd TC, and she's pulled ahead now by 14 bills. Yeah, or Goths with the monument. They get up to 235 pop. That's pretty sick, too. Goth's not really the best Empire Wars civ, though. They like having a Dark Age. Oh my gosh, Gabby. Where are those Cav Archers going, Gabby? Right near that hole. Oh, she's going to find the hole on the overchop. I guess that's walled behind. And Valis will try to wall that up. She does have ballistics, so some vills should die here. And crossbows will come from the rear, so we'll see if Valis is able to make a change and clear up the cav archers. He does not have ballistics, though, so Gabby should be able to get away without losing too much. Yeah, and there she goes. 235 pop instead of 210. Yep. Goths do get 235 pop.
What's that?
That is pretty silly, but again, their units aren't really that great, right? It's still, whether it's 210 or 235, it's still just more about the production and trying to flood you. Yeah, does Gabby see the hole? Gabby does see the hole. She does see it. She has vision of the hole. And okay, Valis going for a forward castle. 37 military to 31. Remember, Gabby, it's not enough for Gabby to win the fight. She would need to win the fight in time to deny the castle. And it looks like Valis is getting some good hits with the camels while trying to get the castle up. She also doesn't have bloodlines, so taking a straight up fight against the crossbows is a bit awkward. She wants to get a rocket cart out. That's only 10 vills on the castle. Some of them are hurt. But I think it does go up. Overall, the KD is pretty similar. Gabby with more res collected. This might just be a forward castle where Gabby can go imp sooner and treb it down. But again, talking about the map north versus south, with the golds being more important, getting your initial castle forward makes it easier to control the golds. And now Valis will take one of those neutral stones, and perhaps be able to follow this up with subsequent castles, putting more pressure on Gabby. Ooh, don't do a castle next to the mangonel shot. That scared me. That gave me almost a heart attack. Yeah, if that castle were one shot, that would put Gabby pretty far behind. She has a good lead now, but needs to get the castle up. Valis daring to dive the mangonels dangerously under the TC. He'll be driven back by Gabby's TC fire. Oh, and Lily. Hello, Lily. How you doing, Lily? Yeah, Lily knows what it's like to play against Gabby. I casted those games in the most recent the Queen's Clash. He played the special 3TC Regicide map. Alright, castle goes up there for Gabby. Yeah, I remember that game. Now, it was it Sudden Death? Oh no, it was Sudden Death. It was Sudden Death. It was, what's it called? Metropolis? No. Suburbs, yes. That's the one. And BB, hello BB. So Cav Archers here. Gabby did get in. Quick walled out. The Saracen Market is the best quick wall bonus in the game. And she is trying to raid. Looks like she did manage to get quite a few vills though. Let's see, 10 to 2 vill KD. The most important thing, though, is she has outboomed Valis by quite a bit with that extra TC. And now we'll go for a ram push on the castle, but Saracen castles are difficult to ram push. The Mamluk, being a ranged melee unit, is great at stopping the rams. And there will be a couple of mangonels coming from behind. Not that many vills repairing, though. And Valis is on a timer to destroy the rams. This will be close. The castle down under 100 HP. And 0 HP. It will go down just before the ram dies. Just before the ram is destroyed, and Gabby will venture forth for another TC. Oh wait, never mind. I said Lily. I misread your name as Lily Bear. I thought there are two Lilies. I misread you. Now I realize you're Lily Empire. Oh, and Mace of Noag Bowl. Thank you for the follow. Never mind. I was thinking of the other Lily. I was confused because she's normally around at this time. I'm used to you being earlier in the day. You don't like the rocket carts? I have enough people confusing me for T90. I can confuse someone every now and then. Yeah, Gabby did the math, perfectly calculated that, but now we have another castle up. Are either of these players going imp anytime soon? Doesn't look like it. And what's over here? Crossbows, but Gabby is walled. TW90. I'm not T90, no. We did come from, I guess, somewhat close parts of the US. He grew up maybe 3 to 4 hours away from me, but you're different people indeed. That was my front page experience. That was great. That was great. On the crossbows killing some cav archers. Okay, oh wow, Gabby could lose some vills here. Manages to split them up, though, and the crossbow is chasing them across to the north. You have to be careful because this also gives you not just max pop space, but also housing room. So an extra 25 pop space there can suddenly disappear if it's captured, but I don't think Gabby has to worry about that when she's now 102 vills to 66. And right in the back of Valis' base, forcing him to garrison the TC, leave all of the farms, and that is a ton of idle time. As Expo walk through some glue. Baron, I'm dressed as a Teutonic knight. You shouldn't make fun of things that are slow today. Yeah, they shoot at the same speed as Mongol CA. It's the exact same bonus, only better because it applies to all of their ranged unit, or all of their mounted units, which includes cav archers. And now Gabby's getting a forward castle, a few Mamluks, and a mangonel there. If Valis wants a chance to win this game, he'll have to deny this. Have to deny this. Did she get bastions? What does bastions do? Fortifications will generate 500 HP per minute. She did not do fortified bastions yet. Okay, this is gonna be close. 82%, 84, 85. 2 vills there. Some more vills retreat to the TC. 1 hero villager. Oh, Valis, kill the hero villager. 90%. 92, 92.49%. So the castle almost finished. Gabby nowhere close to imp. Valis actually taking a score lead. I don't see him winning a game with this big of an eco difference, and the fact that his eco still is completely idled. But he's at least taking a good fight by the castle. If there's one way to get a comeback going, it's by forcing your opponent into a doubt castle. And the fact is, he still has gold control. And he's pushing Gabby off of the gold. And no more siege towers, so you can't just put a bunch of vills in a siege tower and rush the castle foundation. You can maybe do it with rams. But yeah, Gabby with a much better economy. Her vills are working, but this is her last gold tile. 300 gold there. And then she's relying on maybe collecting relics in the north, maybe taking some of the foxes, but they don't have much gold on them. She'll take the second relic there. Where's her relic monastery? Oh, her relic monastery is also kind of forward, even if it's in the fight. And once more rushing the castle, trying to dodge the mangonel shots. Well, repair a house, that must be a misclick, but repairs the house on the way. Why are they just sitting there? Must be ready to attack monks. And castle secures the gold here. And with rocket carts, she's ready to defend against ram pushes. And there is the GG for Valis. So, military, very close KD, but Gabby will win. Much better eco for her. And a minute faster to castle, much better boom. And GG, well done for Gabby, who was in the top 50 on the ladder. Let's see if we can check where she is right now. And to respond to something on YouTube, no, the AoE bet thing is unrelated to the Red Bull thing. That has nothing to do with that shady website. Alright, so what else are we gonna do? Let's see, we have Yo Lucho on Thames. We have Nikov, Siskon, both are in mirror matchups. I don't see ACCM yet. And Uzi's in another Dune Springs. Uzi loves Dune Springs. So let's just check out the ladder standings. I know Gabby was here earlier. I think she might have fallen off, though. She was down... Yeah, well, there's Daniel. We got a USA player right at the bottom. Let's go, USA. Yeah, she's not in the top 50 anymore. But when we get to the top 50, we still have Hera on top, Yo second, Hart third, ACCM fourth, and Leary fifth. Now, Lewis, pretty far from his highest achieved elo, would need a good run to make up some ground there. Yo in doubt a bit higher up. Same with MBL. Viper's gonna need a good run too. Sebastian's been playing well today. He is... Same with Tato. Tato's done incredibly well today then. He is climbing in elo. Tato really hasn't been doing well so far, but maybe he's got more experience now. And Sebastian's a player I think also has a shot at the top 4, but he's really gonna have to grind at this point. I still think it's gonna be Hera, Vinch, Leary and someone out of ACCM, Hart, or Yo. I would love if it were Doubt. Does Hera have the Canadian flag? He's from Canada. So let's go. Let's go Yo and Lucho on Thames. Everything's a mirror matchup now. And hold on, let me get their colors set up. Get their names. We're gonna have to catch up to real time here. Put Yo in the red and Lucho in the blue. Buttons to click. And we'll try to catch up to real time. So here we go. I think that's all set up. Yep. Alright, so we will have Yo to the west as the red Khitans, Lucho to the east as the blue Khitans. Lucho has been doing a ton of mirror matches. And here we have Khitans on Thames. So same map that we just saw. Woodlines maybe a bit more spread out for Yo. Lucho has a ton right in the front of his base. Scouts go to clean up the skirms, another scout fight on the front. So you're gonna have to catch up to real time. And stable going down. Okay. So Khitan's mirrors can be aggressive scouts plays. I've also seen walling and cav archers, but fighting underneath the tower is Yo. And hasn't really killed many vills. KD is still pretty close between the two of them. Res collected, Yo pulling ahead though. All the idle time. Little bits of idle time garrisoned in a tower. They add up over time. And Steppies here from Lucho trying to clean up Yo as we get caught up right to real time. And why are we paused? Oh, we're paused because we caught up to real time and there's a pause. What are we saying? Yo has to go open the door. You see Vinch going out of the top 4. I mean, Vinch has been 3K plus on the ladder. He certainly is good at grinding the ladder. I haven't seen much Vinch gameplay, though. Yes. I think he's in a very different time zone than, or playing in a different time zone than I'm casting now. Alright, and it's a lot of Step Lancers, but Step Lancers also from Yo. Interesting to see the Step Lancer approach. I have been seeing the heavy Cav Archers in this matchup. They miss Bloodlines, but otherwise they're fully upgraded, and you can do HCA in the Castle Age for a discount. So second TC also for Yo in the back on his gold. He's getting ready to add in more vills and try to get an eco lead here. Still a larger army at the same time. Step Lancer's on the way. Start picking off the steppies. Oh, bear chasing the spear, bear chasing the spear, as Yo's going to the north. We'll see if this is just for a monastery or if he wants to TC there. It still has 100 stone left over. We do see a lot of players going for monasteries in the north to try to hunt relics. Have to be pretty on point to stop that. More Step Lancers patrolling back and forth by the TC. And Step Lancers will snipe them down. If you have initiative in most cases, it's best to start massing CA in this matchup and add in Elite Skirms. Soxy with the Elite Skirm. Well, we know it is the best unit in the game. Standing ground patrol, but not everything attacking. Yo needed to move in farther. You are allowed to stand ground patrol with the Step Lancer, but Lucho, I think, took the better of that fight. Yo probably could have engaged better, but he'll throw up a second TC, already has a 12 vil lead. And Lucho now maybe on a timer to make something happen, with Yo having already over 2,000 more resources collected. He's fighting off a bear, though. Vil beats the bear. And Galestro, thank you for the follow. We did pass 14.7k followers, so our 15k follower goal is coming up pretty quickly. So there's Badacanero on the way for Lucho. Have a good stream. It's midnight, so I'm going to go now. Please have fun in London. Yeah, I will be there. We'll see what we can do for meetups. Or if we can have some type of maybe secondary watch party during the week before the main event. Would I fight a bear barehanded? I would not. I would at least want a knife like a villager has. But even then, I don't think it would be enough. I'd really need one of those anti-sea bear circles. And how's this from Yo? How's this? Oh my gosh, using the straggler as part of the wall, that always makes me nervous. And handcart on the way for Yo. Heavy cav archer on the way for Lucho. And that's not enough steppies for Lucho to fight. Yo has numbers there. Yo certainly has numbers. Like my hands are bears? I don't know how I would even pull that off. Ooh, quick wall just at the last moment, but not enough. The step lancers go through the house. Do they want to go in though? They don't with all those steppies chasing them. That's a risk. With step lancers, you can pick off vills very well. You'd lose all of them, but you might even get 10 vill kills if you're on point with your micro. And here's the cav archer swap from Lucho. He has done heavy cav archer. Another bear wants to bite at the step lancers. Now, what's the speed? 1.54 to 1.6. So the step lancers are indeed faster than the cav archers. Hello, hello. How you doing? So we'll have wheelbarrow on the way. Kind of bear. Yeah, because AoE has grizzly bears, black bears, and polar bears. And 3 types of bears. I can bear on my hands. Okay, cav archers on the hill with a monk behind them, but those step lancers getting slaughtered. And Yo with numbers, 30 vills in addition to that, pushing in. Okay, and then, oh my gosh, another bear. There's so many bears on this map. We need to remove looms so the bears are more threatening. Only you can prevent forest fires. Now we casted Smokey earlier, and Smokey had an unfortunate hole in his wall. The cav archer is really the play here? Seems like he's having some success with them. I mean, he's ahead in the KD despite being super far behind otherwise. Where are those deer going? Oh, they're being funneled. Are they going to walk through the gate? And no, they won't walk through the gate. Another bear down. We'll have an outpost going up for you. And a castle sending some mouflons off of it. And oh my gosh, that bear, he's injured and he's still going for the steppies. That's not a good decision on his side though. So cav archers for Lucho. He's looking to take a good fight, but with this eco difference we see, I feel like it's only a matter of time before Yo manages to deal the killing blow. Oh, and he has step lancers on all sides. Can those cav archers escape? How can they pathfind? Fairly well at that, and they get straight out. Getting a few more cav archers down. Look at that. Slattering the ground with the cav archer bodies. And down in the south, Yo already taking a castle, so he's booming in the north. He's collected 3 relics so far. 1 relic for Lucho. And Yo bringing back the 4th relic. So 4 relics, castle in the south, TC going up. And Yo is feeling pretty darn good about himself, I'd imagine. Up by 50 vills. And I think this is only a matter of time before Yo takes a win. And Yo needs the win. He really needs all the help he can get to get back into the top 4. Try to make it competitive over the final few days. Cav archers taking out the steppies. We'll have leather archer armor and Imperial Age on the way. And there's the GG. There's the GG. A little too late for the Cav archers, maybe, when you're down 50 vils. So look at the military. That's 110 to 85. Economy, 10k more res for Yo. And everything working out there. GG. Alright, so once again, Teutonic nighttime. Yeah. And have the helmet that really doesn't fit. We're committed to it. Let's see, what else is going on right now? What other games are there? Oh, we got Slam U Pudding. I like that. Slam U Pudding. We'll jump into that. On a Rampart. Get that set up real quick. Gotta open Capture Age up again. This will be U Pudding and Slam on Rampart. Here we go. Looking around too much. And there we are. Great. And let me just set U Pudding's name up so we actually can see it on the scoreboard. Sorry, clan tag, but I'd like to see the entire name of the player. Great. There we go. Imagine not even being an elite Teutonic Knight. I know we need more. More subs for that. Slam on the way to the Castle Age U Pudding. It is Burgundians against Spanish. And can someone type the picks command for me? And let me know if they picked the civs. This feels like a force pick situation where they both picked a civ. And Slam might want to go for conquistadors, might need to buy another round of gold for a castle. Do a Woad Raider cosplay. That's in the cards, but will be a while. That'll be some preparation. Oh no, thank you Stanley Nichols for the follow. This is like that with the hashtag. Okay, so they force picked from Slam. Thank you for the follow. So there's the castle, and it's conquistador time for him. Conquistadors should do wonders against the Flemish militia. Yeah, it is the number symbol, the pound sign. I'm glad someone refers to it as the pound sign, though. I say hashtag because no one seems to understand what I mean when I say pound sign, or pound symbol. That seems to be a very American thing. With the speed, oh, don't worry, that's why we had a huge break earlier. That's why we had like a 20-minute break. For a missionary? Oh boy. I have not played on the Red Bull ladder. So Conquistadors for Slam. I'll cast it because it's the big tournament, but Empire Wars is... I don't really like playing it. There's more time for casting anyway. You think there are players who use streamers on another screen to see? Hopefully not. I don't think any of the top players are doing that, at least. I think it would be pretty easy to figure out. I know that there is some monitoring of the ladder, and you can definitely tell if players are moving to locations because they see something that they shouldn't see. And there's also a 2-minute spec delay, so you're probably not going to use an outside stream or anyone else spectating the game. What time is it now for me? It's 7 p.m., don't it? We got a couple more hours of casting. When you teach checkmate notation, you have to say hashtag these days. I don't know, did other countries have that? Did they have, like, when you enter your number on a phone, if you're in a phone menu, you press pound to confirm the number? Do other countries not have that? 1 a.m.? Yeah, I guess it is getting late for the Europeans. We're about 6 hours apart. It's peak time for the South Americans to play and run into potentially ACCM in his win streak. I don't think, is there anyone from... I guess the Mexico would be North America. No one from the USA is really competitive. And Slam, I guess, is probably the best Canadian outside of Hera these days. I haven't seen Mentalist playing, and Chris hasn't been playing. I guess there's Survivalist, he's probably third then. No one really at a high level right now from outside of Hera. And I guess he's even in South America too now, in Argentina. From this time zone in North America. It's called a quadrilateral? Really? That is not a four-sided figure. Oh, that's true. Survivalist is in Japan right now. He's not even in the Canadian time zone. So Conquistadors from Slam, yes, they're getting in on the villagers. Slam is jamming here. He's now got 9 Vil kills. And also, maybe a bear got a Vil. It's 10 deaths. Skirms going down to the Conks. And Conks killing a couple Skirms can get some momentum going. Slam is denied a university that denies ballistics. Ooh, if he would run to that back wood line, he'd do some damage, but maybe he's waiting for his reinforcing Conks. There are the chickens running around still. The middle is four-sided, but there are pointy bits pointing out of the middle. Yeah, thank you, Kuro Arc, for the follow. It's a parallelogram with legs. With legs, arms, and horns. So Skirms and Flemish Militia taking down that market. 48 to 48, equal Vils. Burgundians with a much better eco than the Spanish who went for a castle, but Conquistadors are always scary. What do you mean off milk? Civs are down here. Burgundians for you putting Spanish for Slam. Nope. Oh, things sped up suddenly. Let's see. We're gonna have a good. Oh my gosh, we have a castle. We have Spanish building a castle faster. And I think I know what the speed up's from then. Forgot to put it on play. As Conquistadors here are dominating now on front of that gold, and Slam sent some builds forward. The Spanish build their castles faster. And this raid in the back is not going to compensate for that castle going up right at the front. Oh, we don't have off milk. We have whole milk, 2%, 1%, and skim milk. And looking at the stats, Conquistadors, they did it. 34 to 13 KD. You don't need military numbers when you have a castle and conks. And Slam's force pick of the Spanish paid off for him. GG. Oh, spoiled milk, I guess. Old milk. He bought Farmer's Choice. I don't have that set up. I might do that someday, but I don't have the Twitch overlay set up. Yeah, I like your pun. I didn't understand your pun. Apologies, though. Alright, so let's see. What is next? What else do we have here? Let's see. Heart's casting the Nikov game. I'm gonna give it a minute. I'm just gonna give it a minute and see if we get more people queuing. We have a lot of games where we're 18 minutes in. I don't want to have to speed through an entire game. Yeah, Gabby, she's 19 minutes into her game, which means we'd have to catch up to around 30 minutes or so. So I'll wait for someone to start a new game. We can watch from the beginning. Yeah, same with Nikov and Siscon. They're 24 minutes into a game. Let's just take a moment. Look at the ladder, I guess. Linus Torvald himself accepted your PR the other day on his new audio project. I didn't know he had a new audio project. Congratulations. Thank you, Classic Double for the follow. What's that? 10 points, 10 rebounds, 10 points, 10 assists. So we have a question. Can someone explain the stand ground patrol business? Basically, when you put your units on stand ground and you patrol them, patrol helps turn off collision on your own units. And when you turn off collision, they tend to stack on each other. And there have been, throughout the years, different pathfindings where units stack on each other with different levels of collision avoidance. And right now, the collision avoidance seems to be very, very high, to the point where if you stand ground patrol, you get everything stacking on top of each other, everything attacking all at once, and it's hard for enemy units to target your units properly when they're all stacked up. So when you stand ground patrol with melee units into a fight, it's pretty much the best way of taking the fight right now. And it helps you get all of your units attacking while defending them slightly. And it's... patrol micro has always been a part of AoE2, but the recent pathfinding changes from the patch over the summer have really buffed the stand ground patrol, really turned the collision off. And here we go. I knew we'd get something good if we waited. We got Lewis versus Slam on Karsts, and it's not a mirror matchup. So here we go. Who's going to be red? The Slam will be red for the Canadian flag, and Lewis will be blue. I guess there's blue in his flag on Karsts. On Slam. Is it banned, frowned upon? Basically, an older form of it was banned, where continually doing it with melee units on one small tile would stack them all up. But at this point, it's the patch has made it so easy to do that you really can't avoid doing it for the most part, so you can't realistically ban it. Yeah, and the older form was much weaker than the current form too. Yeah, there's always been, why is it called stand ground patrol? Because you put your units on stand ground and then you use the patrol functionality. AoE2 didn't have an attack move function in the original game, but it did have this thing called patrol, which was basically an attack move, but instead of just moving in one direction, they move back and forth if they reach the end. So over short distances, it essentially was an attack move if you're microing your units carefully. And let's see, we're getting into this game. There we go, good. But there were always ways to get tricks. You get little speed boosts. And what's up with the siege towers? Oh, the siege towers are just straight up banned. They can't make siege towers. Siege towers were so silly that the only thing they could do is ban them. Yeah, no more siege tower shenanigans. All right, and short spec delay, and then we'll be in. I remember I learned AoE 2 years ago by reading Chris's book, and even that book explained how to use stand ground and patrol tricks to engage in fights. But it is much more powerful than it used to be. It's specifically OP for Lancers, though. It is extra OP for Step Lancers, too. But you'll see it also for ranged units. We saw a couple instances, I think, what was that? The Way game where Lewis was using the Shinbei Raiders earlier where they stacked up. You would always use it for galley micro in the old days to chase and get better fights with your galley stacking up. Alright, let's not be mean to people in the chat. There we go. Alright. So we will have double bit axe on the way for Lewis. He's investing into the eco upgrade. And it'll be Spanish for Slam, opening with one of those famed Spanish archers. Let's not taunt people who are banned, chat. Just ignore it. Maybe Grunt and Coven knew some ancient tricks that were passed down. You really like the Teutonic night clothes? Oh, thank you, thank you. I'll get the helmet on. There we go. I'll cast with a muffled voice. Yeah, I don't think we can do this. I can't see anything. I cannot see anything, and you probably can't hear me. I was told it's the difference between a 2004 and a 2026 microphone quality. The next sub goal is the chicken cosplay, which is going to be even sillier. So double bit axe on the way for Slam. And we'll have a scout and a spear on the outside hitting the Vil. Vils will go and fight the scout. That's a low HP Vil. Not quite an Xbox mic. Yep, exactly that book, Tambao. I have the Amazon Kindle version. I don't know if there's ever a print version of it. I have the old Amazon Kindle version. I must have gotten that back in 2012 or early 2013. I remember Zero Empire has mentioned it in a YouTube video. And we will have Slam getting in on the Vils, but low HP. Don't know if he'll get a kill there. On the other side, Lewis getting in with 2 archers. He does get a kill. Gets 2 kills even. That's 2 Vils down right away for Slam. And he's maybe in a spot of trouble as he has to bring the skirms over to defend. Lewis still walling up. And no, not walling up. Gonna put something in those walls. Trying to delete everything. And there is his market. A bit of a wall next to it. And Tillicus, thank you very much for the follow. Chris shares secrets, tips, and strategies that will rock your world and step your game up. And I'll say Justin with a 7, thank you for the follow. We're climbing up that follower number. We're so close to 15K. Why am I wearing the Teutonic Knight armor? Because we had a sub goal. We're at 100 subs we hit the Teutonic Knight. We're doing a mini subathon during the rest of the Red Bull ladder. Is to help cover the travel costs. So we have Castle Age for both players. Slam a bit faster, but as the Saracens, Lewis has a good potential to break through any of Slam's palisade walls, especially once he gets crossbows. But Slam wants to go Conquistadors. Conquistadors against Mamluks is interesting. If Mamluks close the distance and there's no micro, I think they win. But Conquistadors are much easier to micro, have a much longer range, and usually I see them winning. On Accaray and Sudden Disaster with the 2 castles, I saw them winning. I have seen that book before, but I've never actually... Well, I know about the existence of that book, but I've never actually read it myself. So I don't know much about it. I remember Chris's book had little diagrams of how to put your lumber camps on wood lines with ASCII art. 1,000 subs, would I strip the armor off? You can go to my Instagram for that. Anyway, Skirm's coming forward. Do I think is a solvable problem for AoE2? I don't think it's about the technical difficulty of the problem. I think it's more about the project management and engineering effort and funding for it. Yeah, he had ASCII art in it. It was beautiful ASCII art lumber camp diagrams. So spear goes down, and that army from Lewis cleaned. Now, I'm sure he would have loved to have gotten the crossbow and bodkin upgrades as soon as he hit castle to break through the wall, but won't be in the cards. Oh my gosh, I see a monastery along with the castle. Could this be Conk and Donk? Whole ladder, just ladder or standings. Yeah, much like the lobby and ranked queue experience, yes. And Mojito Monday, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. We're casting the Red Bull ladder with Slam over here in the red and Lewis in the blue. Lewis will be adding in 2 more TCs and trying to 3 TC boom against Conquistadors. Slam doing the first castle at home. At least he's not going forward with it. Important for Lewis to keep the army numbers up during that castle age transition so Slam doesn't dare to send the Vils forward. But now Slam might be hard-pressed to do a second castle forward, along with maybe a workshop and some siege. Mangonels will be useful for dealing with skirms if their numbers grow. You like the Saracen up, down, left, right, AB. Yeah, I think Lewis is probably the... I mean, looking at their RM elos, 2K8 versus 2K3 to 2K4. Lewis probably the higher-rated player at this point. Slam's certainly older and wiser and more experienced. And Lewis is young and up-and-coming and playing pretty darn well. And this is, of course, a LAN in the UK, so our homegrown UK player would certainly love to attend. And some Vils coming forward for Slam. Relic on the way back. And Conquistadors coming from the castle. So, We're still waiting for the donks. So far, just monks for relics. Conks out microing the skirms. Elite skirms not enough here. And there is the Vil. There will be the forward workshop. Faster building workshop for the Spanish, too. Love the chill cast. Keep up the great work. Thank you very much, Grace Seb. Hope you're doing well. Keeping the YouTube chat warm for us. Oh, and Lily. Lily, were you here? I realized I misread your name earlier as Lily Bear instead of Lily Empire. So I did the thing where everyone confuses T90 and T West, and I confused you with the other Lily. That's what happens when I have a larger chat and I'm reading it faster. Oh, dang it, an ad. Oh my gosh. I'm trying to talk to Lily and there's an ad. Silly Twitch. So ballistics on the way for Lewis. Baron's a sub, he can laugh. Silly Twitch making me play ads. As Slam will come forward with the mangonel. Oh my god, I was saying I mixed you up with the other Lily earlier. I saw your name and I read it as Lily Bear. So I'm sorry I mixed you up. There we go. Didn't hear a single thing. I think you left the chat before I realized that earlier. It was hilarious, but you had to be there. Had to be there. Yeah, well, Twitch always makes you play pre-roll ads, even if you don't play them yourself, so... I don't really have time in between games on the ladder to play them, so I just auto-play them. And I figure as long as I have YouTube going, it's fine. Yeah, maybe you say it for the 4th time. Maybe trying to troll as a mod. Alright, Skirm's fending the mangonels off for the moment. And 3TCs has given Lewis a good villager lead, and still no follow-up castle forward for Slam. Guard towers could be an interesting defense from Lewis. He's fairly well walled that the Conquistadors can't hit the rest of his eco. Slam is putting outposts up, trying to probe for other avenues to attack. And Frostwoods89, thank you very much for the follow. Mods trolling? They are. So, Bloodline's on the way. And Hydro251, thank you for the follow. And Bloodline's on the way also for Slam. But there's that guard tower defense. Guard towers tend to shut down mangonel pushes, unless you have 4 to 5 mangonels. And at that point, things are kind of scary. Lots of forward vills, though. Can they build a castle? Can Lewis deny the castle? Oh my gosh, he has his own castle. Those vills can't path. Remember, the Spanish build castles faster, but why does Slam have only 4 vills? Because he's repairing his mangonel. And Bytown150, thank you very much for the sub. Oh no, and he doesn't go up.
The bridge is out. The British must have destroyed it. We must find another way to Chinon.
Slam might be dead. I think he might be dead. So thank you very much for the sub. Thanks for holding the forecasting. Thank you very much. That sub will make us have some more progress towards the chicken costume. Now that we've done our Teutonic Knight cosplay. First line kind of fit. Oh, I need to put my headphones on after I took my helmet off. I realize it's easier if I can hear the voice lines. I need better IRL micro between the headphones and the Teutonic Knight helmet. Yeah, I know Dave's been doing the night shift. I don't know if he'll come on later. And Glorious Gorgonzola, thank you for the follow. The split on the skirms. Oh, and also hello, Mickey Muppet on YouTube. Long time no see. Great costume. Thank you very much. Oh, the bridge is out. The British must have destroyed it. Yeah. Even if we don't hit that 300 sub goal, I still want to make those videos. I'm glad people have been enjoying the quotations. So Imp on the way for Lewis. This castle achieves nothing. It achieves being a castle, I guess. So remember, on this map, there is a ton of golden stone all around, but you don't have too much in your starting base. Lewis has a lot down here in the south he could move to, but maybe Slam still has a chance if he can get Imp and deny Lewis from expanding, but even then, it's hard against the Saracens in their market. Slam sees the vills are out there. Here come the conquistadors. This is a lot of vills for Lewis that the conks might be able to snipe. He will abandon that TC for the moment. One skirm against all those conks. Goodbye, skirm. Will I be chicken cosplaying as a Teutonic Knight? I will not be combining them. I do have bunny ears. I could also do a hair cosplay, but that would literally just be the ears. That wouldn't be as exciting as the full chicken suit. Now that's a lot of skirms over here, a monk that will go down. Can the conks kill those skirms? If they can, that TC might be denied. Pushing the skirms back, the monk comes over. Slam will snipe another monk. He's losing some conks. Lewis is probably happy to trade skirms for conks, though. Vil gets a hit on the conks. And the TC will go up. There it goes. Skirm's going down. And Lewis up to Imp. Is that a GG from Slam? No, it's not. Slam will commit to the Trebor. Having his forward castle, maybe ready to get another castle forward. He can do chemistry and then add bombard cannon. And he still has a lot of conks, but he's down by 40 vills. If Slam's gonna win this, he has to make it happen fast. And RPG Jenkins, thank you so much for using your Prime sub. Thank you very much. And also, Slam has some tread production from the back, too, if he wants it.
The horse, Babieca, comes from the renowned royal stables of Seville.
Alright, King Sancho trying to give some support to the conquistadors. As Lewis will try to throw up more ranges for more skirms. So Lewis trying to make one of the best units in the game, the skirmisher. Slam has monks. Oh, redemption converting that would be sick. Now, someone in chat suggested that the other day, and I thought, how have I not thought of this earlier? That's the best idea. Use some FFmpeg to append the objective noise to the start so we have a bit of an alert. And boom, it's wonderful. Nephrim, thank you for the sub.
We shoot to kill.
Slam, please win this for Canada. We need you, the people's champion. Castle getting trebbed. Conks running around. Skirms are there. Skirms for Lewis. Bills maybe getting sniped by conks. Yeah, bracer skirms. Bracer skirms with more range now makes them extra deadly to the conks. And Slam having lost the castle. I'm glad he isn't giving up right away. But I'm finding it harder and harder to find a way for him to win this game now. As Lewis has the skirm numbers out, destroyed the forward castle. And that's the problem with Spanish on this map. I think you're too far apart for the conks to work out. By the time you get forward and get that second castle up, your opponent has boomed so much that they're imp. And able to win the treb fight. 1K Elo never understood how skirms are useful. The thing about skirms is that they counter lots of different really strong units. From crossbows to cav archers to monks to conquistadors to Mangudai to Rathas. There are all sorts of units that by themselves are strong but don't want to fight skirms. Where even conks, when they win 1v1 against skirms, don't win cost effectively. And skirms still kill them. And it takes your ranged unit, and instead of just keeping them in the back, where they're never hit by melee units, gives the skirms the ability to reach out and hit them, and keep their numbers down. If Slam can add 60 vills, oh boy. Can building foundations be converted with redemption? No, they cannot. Foundations cannot be converted. So that is legit a defense against redemption monks. Usually they're backed up by mangonels, so it's not the most effective, but if it is just redemption monks, you place some foundations and partially build them and don't finish them, and the monks can't convert them. I always found them underwhelming in single player. Yeah, probably not as useful as for the campaigns, where you probably want the pound for pound stronger units, especially when you're pop limited. Mangonel's getting hits on the skirms. Cannon comes out. Hits the skirms. That's a lot of trebs for Lewis. Slam's still trying to make something happen with that castle, trimming the castle on the side. Also, yeah, also cheap with no gold cost. So if you're a civ like Byzantines or Koreans with a discount, or Inca, you can amass a ton of skirms really quickly. They also produce more quickly than archers. That was nerfed a bit in a recent patch, but because they produce so fast, it's easier to get good skirm numbers out. And you can make them on one range versus a player on 2 ranges going archers. So it's sometimes a bit easier on the eco to make skirms. Vietnamese. Well, Vietnamese make... They have a good eco and good skirms. They have both. Alright. Cannon taking out some skirms. Skirms going down. Skirm's going down. Treb's going for the castle. Skirm's getting domed. Treb's fending off the conks. As the castle hits the cannon and they have to run away. Have to run away. Ooh, Skirm's getting domed. Down they go. Which civ beats all other civs? There is no one civ that beats all other civs, other than maybe the Catans. Oh, double kill on the Trebs. And Slam with the Trebs still destroying the castle. He's got cannon out, and his hope is that by repairing cannon, he can deal with skirms. But not quite enough there. Lewis has his own cannon out too. And Lewis also expanding, adding in stables, doing armor, and he would be getting ready to swap into maybe some Hussar raids. But there's the GG from Slam. So well defended from Lewis. Again, I've seen Spanish on this map a few times. I don't think they're all that great. GG. Am I wearing the cape? Yes. I don't have a cross or anything on the back. It is just a red cape. It was a very simple superhero cape I got for like $5 on Amazon. But let's be fair. Teutonic Knights, as I said earlier, they are superheroes. Let's be honest about it with ourselves. Teutonic Knights are superheroes, so it's fitting. Alright, let's see. We got Uzi and Nikov going on right now. We'll hop into that. And we are doing this, of course, because we did hit 100 subs, and we're almost halfway towards that 150 goal where we'll go for the chicken cosplay. So I hope you all have been enjoying the wonderful campaign voice lines. And thanks again to whoever gave me that idea. That was the best idea anyone in chat has ever had. And that's saying something, because chat has had wonderful ideas over the years. So Nikov and Uzi on, looked like acclivity. Nikov will be blue and Uzi will be red. And let's hop into this game. Or, oh, we won't hop into the game because it's over already. Oh, well, GG, Nikov. Good job. I'll have to go back in the VOD and figure out who that was. Oh, my water bottle's on my desk. I really need cup holders on the desk for the water. Okay, we'll do more Lewis and Slam. This time, different map, slightly different civs, though. It'll be Burgundians for Lewis this time against Spanish for Slam on acclivity. Now, looking at these standings, Lewis there sitting at number 6. If he doesn't make it to the top 4, he will be in the next 4 who get a bye straight to the finals of the last chance qualifier. That means he would need to win a single set of 1v1 Empire Wars in a best of, I don't know, best of 7, I'd guess? Maybe a best of 5? But he needs to win that and he qualifies, but only needs to win one set, doesn't have to go through the entire bracket. What a spot on Teutonic Knight outfit. I wish that the helmet were a bit more comfortable, but thank you. Hope you're enjoying. So let's just double check what's going on. Need to do Elite Teutonic Knight? I know, I need the horns on the helmet. Any link you can buy that? If you search for Teutonic Knight helmet on Amazon, it's like the first result. And let's see, are we loading into the game? We are loading into the game. Here we are. And there. So we'll have Lewis as the Blue Burgundians. He'll be to the west, and Slam, he will be the Red Spanish to the north. Medieval armor is so intriguing. Does anyone know if there is a practical reason for the horns on the helmet? I have no idea. So Spanish for Slam. Is he again going to go for conquistadors? He did win with them against the Burgundians on a Rampart. Lewis, though, I'd say a pretty high-level player than you putting these days. And Huli was able to do a good skirm defense against conquistadors on karsts. And he will open immediately with the Flemish militia. Slam getting some spears out from the barracks, just to have a unit to help poke them back at the start as he amasses archers. He really does believe in Spanish. He really does believe in those King Sancho voice lines. Mostly a Hollywood thing. They do look pretty intimidating, I'll give them that. Now, they were added in 18th, 19th century romantic depictions for dramatic effect. So there is fletching on the way from Lewis. A few skirms coming forward. As the wall comes up for Slam. And the watchtower comes up for Lewis. Lewis going for the Trush. We have seen lots of Korean mirrors on this map go for Trushes. They want to see late game fully boomed Jerchins in the ladder. For Iron Pagoda and Martyrdom rocket carts. Have a watchtower here coming up from Lewis.
Monday?
What are the strengths of the Spanish Civ in general? Why would you pick into it? Because you want to go conquistadors. That is the main strength of the Spanish conquistadors. They don't have crossbows, so the archer line is kind of weak. If you go late game, they do have all trash lines, hussars, halbs, and elite skirms that get the full upgrades. So they're a pretty decent late game civ if it goes long. But the main reason you want them is conquistadors. And you're picking them if you're trying to do some type of FC into conquistadors on Empire Wars. That suits itself better for different maps. The same reason you'd pick them on Nomad. They're a good Nomad civ. As far as their eco goes, building the buildings faster. I think that still applies to the TC. Did they nerf that at some point? You don't build the TC faster anymore? That used to be the case for them anyway, but still conquistadors are an absolutely insane unique unit for Nomad. Why are they strong? Because they have a really high attack, and they're a fast and mobile unit, and they don't rely on attack bonuses. And I'm going to say, Zuind2, thank you for the follow. Stuff like the Mamluk needs an attack bonus against cavalry. The Mengadai has an attack bonus against siege. Conquistadors are just strong. And your dad says, thank you for the follow. So whatever they're up against, be it skirms, who have a lot of pierce armor, well, the Conquistador attack is so high, they still kill the skirms. And there really isn't another Castle Age unit that can fight them all that well. There are some powerful unique units that do well. Monks used to be a better option before Devotion was added in. But that's... Your options are limited. You're usually trying to go some type of crossbow skirm against them, but then they combo extremely well with mangonels. So those are probably the two common counters, the crossbow and the skirmisher, which both are then countered by a Conquistador Mangonel combo. And same thing, the really high attack on Conquistadors makes them great at destroying Mangonels. Mangonels rely on their pierce armor like skirms, but all the attack of the Conquistadors combined with their mobility and high enough HP to tank Mangonel shots means they counter Mangonels pretty well. Did you ever catch T90 playing? He played one game. I didn't catch him though. I should have caught him earlier. How are war wagons versus conks? That's one. War wagons are okay versus them. I think conks still win though. Even though war wagons are wood and gold, there are a lot of wood. And war wagons are pretty vulnerable against monks too. And it's pretty easy for the Spanish player to add in monks with conks, more so than the Koreans player to add in monks along with war wagons. Hussite wagons? Well, the thing Hussite wagons never have to force a fight, right? Because the conks are faster and they can usually run away. Nice blocking there from Lewis on the Flemish militia, but does run into the TC at the end. Gets a Vil out on the berries. He'll try to raid with skirms. So Slam up to the Castle Age does not yet have the stone for a castle. Could throw it down here, secure the gold in the wood line, and take out the tower. But again, Lewis with enough military forward that Slam would have to do the castle at home, and that slows down your options if the castle isn't forward. Elite upgrades are unit dependent. They have different stat increases for each unit. The Conquistadors, Mangudai, Skirmishers, Fire Lancers, whatever elite upgrade you click, that'll depend on the unit itself. So up to the Castle Age, there is Lewis. You have a hot take. What is your take? Okay, Slam at least going somewhat forward with the castle. We'll clear a bit more forward than I thought. We'll clear the tower. And I don't think skirms deny it. Remember, the Spanish do build the castle 20% faster. Also a great bonus for them. Not Sicilian speed, but building the castle faster helps you get the conks out. And the castle will go up. There we are. Vils can garrison inside. As the castle takes out the tower. Rather have an Imperial Skirm than a Dravidian Light Cav. Imp Skirms are pretty darn good.
See.
Vils get hit by the skirms. Mangonel, nice hit on the skirms, and that's what I was saying. Skirms counter conks, but very easy to add mangonels to help the conks. So what is Lewis going to do this time? He is up doing wheelbarrow. Will he add more TCs? And boom. This is a more open map than Karst's was. So maybe less of an opportunity to go for that same strategy as last time. Burgundians should have an overall really good eco, but less able to hit specific timings with the market like the Saracens are. He said hi, then went into a match, then saying, oh, well, that's okay. I appreciate you saying hi. Wherever you want to stop by, glad to have you here. First game versus Catans. Oh boy, I am sorry. Must have been rough. We did see Hera win against Catans earlier today, though, so they are beatable. But yeah, the War Wagon Conk thing, I think, is a good question. When we saw Akare on Sudden Disaster, though, I didn't think any unique unit could deal with conks. My one question would be plumed archers from the Maya, if they could get enough of them and get ballistics. But plumes are more expensive now and a bit harder to amass. The damage in feudal, it feels like they have a cheat code. Yeah, I mean, Lewis has been grinding games like crazy, too. He's absolutely improving. Skirm is fending off the conks. Bill's repairing the Scorpion. Genoese, sure. Genoese can fight them, but they're also much less mobile than Conks. Plumes have the mobility that they can choose when to fight and when not to fight. And Genoese are low enough on HP that they really need good numbers, and also probably need ballistics to fight the Conks properly. And it's hard to avoid those fights like you can with Plumes when you're much less mobile. Everyone else in life has cheat codes. London Land is crazy. Lewis, as I said, best UK player hoping to qualify. Love the cape. No, really, I'm fine. Hello, hello. Conks just need so much less upgrades and so much of a lower mass to do horrible damage. Yeah, that's right, because they start with 16 attack. They start with 16 attack and they're very mobile. And Mangonel shot last second split on the skirms. And you can see that Conquistador 16 attack against what do the skirms have there? 6 pierce armor? So they're still doing 10 damage when they hit. Skirms here chased away by scorpions. And what are the splits on the skirms still trying to avoid? Bill repairing, doing a great job repairing. Double kill on the skirms. More skirms going down. Yeah, and Zook, thank you for the follow. Bill repairing the Mangonel. More Mangonels coming forward. Skirm zooming around the back. And tower, guard tower going up here. Oh, well, Mangonel shots. I thought they were going to hit. And this is why Conks are good. Sniping off Vills like they're nothing. Groups of Conks, down go the Vills. Yeah, Conks themselves can feel like a cheat code sometimes. Skirms dodge. Ooh, Mangonel finally connects. So Lewis definitely taking more pressure than he did last game. He's running to try to finish the tower. 83%, he's not going to finish that. Oh, Lewis, not like this. Not like this. 91%, he's doing guard towers in the back. And maybe the guard towers slow down the push. He does have a second TC all the way in the back. And he is up by 20 Vills. Man on a horse with a long gun is quite effective versus most medieval troops. Oh, there's a forward castle for Slam. Don't make an your own castle. But that castle will take out a guard tower and also hit 2 TCs. Ooh, that is a deadly castle for Slam. And Lewis is going to try to go Imp, and maybe he can go Imp to his own castle and treb that down. That is a good castle. Imp into cannon? I think Imp into treb is more likely. Remember, when he gets Imp, he will get Bracer for the skirms, so they will be more effective at fighting the Conks. Slam, maybe you could clean up that guard tower, get his stone back. It feels like Slam has to play full Castle Age now. And the good thing about this map, as far as Lewis is concerned, is all the golds are far away on the back and on the outside. So as long as he gets TCs up, it's going to be hard for Slam to castle drop and deny all of them, and TCs can work against the Conks. So Slam, I think, has to YOLO push this, and maybe with that many Mangonels he can do it. Yeah, that guard tower's going down. And Lewis very wisely put Imp in the back TC, so he's not going to lose his Imp TC. 50% up. Might lose 2 more TCs, though. He needs to make sure he doesn't lose the 20 Vil advantage he has. He can lose TCs and get pushed back. But wisely adding in guard towers, the guard towers will try to slow down the push. Slow it down, buy him time. Time to stand this large force that marshals before him, attacking the TC. Castle doing damage too. And Lewis desperately trying to repair. Trying to do a guard tower. Skirms getting hit a bit. Tower goes up, but the Mangonels might be able to just swap over to another side of the TC. He is doing everything he can to repair. Ooh, that Repairville taking some damage to that mangonel. Remember, repairing TCs costs a ton of wood, double the cost to make them. And he will go Imp, but lose the TC. So, downside for Slam, he is all in Castle Age now. No Trebs for him, and once Bracer comes in on that guard tower, he becomes even better at sniping off the Trebs. And Lewis is putting guard towers everywhere, still with a 20-vil lead. And mangonels go down. Bracer comes in, and I think this push ends. So, well done from Lewis. Another castle, though, for Slam. Okay. Another castle. That'll take out 3 guard towers. But Lewis, oh my gosh, double kill from the skirms on the mangonel. What the heck was that? What is that, micro? And never mind, Slam not going to get that castle up. Okay. I said maybe that castle makes it interesting if he takes out those guard towers and Lewis has no farms, but great play from Lewis expanding out to the side onto the wood line. Slam still doesn't have access to his stone with that tower there. Did he keep preparing to make it look like that was empty? See, I was thinking that maybe he was. Cozy evening AoE is the best thing about this ladder. Ducks, hello ducks. Yeah, it's nice to have content at this hour to stream. Usually games are much earlier in the day. Viper complains about being last all the time, when really it's the coziest time to play. Slam into those guard towers, urging his conks half a league onward. All the age, all the time. Go to bed but not tired. I know that feeling. We need a ladder grind, but with like normal games instead of Red Bull games. I'd love to see some like KUTD Arabia grind with random civs. That'd be so sick. Some arena games. Maybe a team game ladder grind. The West Coast US people need a hero. Ooh, last second split for Lewis. Great recognition on that mangonel shot. And Monk Castle denial. I remember when one Monk could deny all the vills, but they changed that. I did that to Daisy in a deathmatch game once years ago. I made a video about it. And then they nerfed it. Swamp Arena? I don't even know what Swamp Arena is. It's the site of your greatest victory. Well, congratulations. Well, Slam would love a victory by virtue of constructing the castle. Oh, you beat Masty? Oh my gosh. Swamp Arena is a choice. We're gonna have Coast Arena on TTL. Did anyone look at Coast Arena yet? I need to make a video about Coast Arena. That is the hackiest map script I've ever written. Ooh, Skirm's going down over here. Is there a world where Slam can still pull this off? He's down by almost 40 vills, but he still has conquistadors. And this castle's going up, so Lewis mass deleting his farms. But now his castle will take out 3 guard towers. Kuman Feudal Ram Galley Push, okay. Yellow saying it's over. Okay, Lewis is getting a castle up, then it's over if he can trip this. Lewis with a castle makes this over. One crappiest game in Crap Map Cup. Well, it's a double winning if you beat Masty and win the award. Skirms take out a Vill. Other Vills have to run. How does Slam have 0 food units and no imp? Have 0 food, 0 units and no imp? Because he's been in the Castle Age for a long time. This is full Lewis wins territory now. Lewis could even press the button if he wants to. Terrifying skirmisher raid. There's a GG from Slam. And I think a much closer game than the previous one. But Lewis showing he knows how to defend the conquistadors. And I think the absolute key to the defense, though, is making sure that you have the feudal army. Not to really disrupt the initial castle from going up, but to make sure it goes up back at the Spanish player's base. It alleviates a lot of the forward pressure that they want to apply if it's not in your face, but back in their face. Alright, so how are we doing on standings? Still waiting for ACCM. Haven't seen an ACCM sighting now. 23 hours though, so I guess it's time for him to play soon. Hart pulled ahead of him, and we need Leary a day ago. Maybe Leary plays soon. Hello, fellow. Will ACCM lose his next game? Who do you think has more pressure, chat? Who has more pressure? ACCM knowing that he has a 30-game streak he needs to maintain, or the other player who knows they need to beat ACCM to end the streak? I think the other player actually has more pressure than ACCM does. Let's see, is he online yet? We got Slam and Nikov. Doing a Spanish mirror, though. Let's do something non-mirror. Let's do Gabby, you pudding. We'll go back to casting Gabby. We'll come back to Slam and Nikov later. So this is Gabby, you pudding on Thames. Just change it up a bit. And let me swap the players around. And put you pudding's name on the scoreboard so I can see it. And here we go. Crazy that Lewis is the new guy and he's same age as Leary, who's been around forever. Well, Lewis has been absolutely grinding the ladder. But yeah, Leary was a young star. Started winning tournaments, or coming in second to Viper in tournaments around age 16. Well, I think the bonus that ACCM has from the winning streak is that right now his current elo and his highest elo are the same. So if he falls behind, he simply can play one game, and if he wins the game, he catches up. It's not like he's in the position Lewis is in, where his current elo is far below his highest, so he needs to win a bunch of games just to catch up to where he was. ACCM might not have even peaked yet. This is pod racing. Yeah, so we'll have Gabby as the Inca and you pudding as the Goths. Okay. How does this Civ matchup work these days? Oh my gosh, this is the Goths, where they could get this and get to 235 pop. Oh, yes, I'd want to see that. So that scout gets in through the wall just to die. Gabby has to be careful. I don't think that's fully walled. Men-at-Arms from the Goths trying to break through the house. We'll have double bed-axe on the way for you pudding. Goths, not really a good Empire Wars Civ. They like their hunt in the Dark Age and their free loom in the Dark Age. Their insta-loom in the Dark Age. I mean the insta-loom. So more skirms coming forward. Let's go to normal speed. Ooh, Man-at-Arms dies to the TC. So Gabby defending that well so far. And with some Eagles, though. Maybe a bit tricky to deal with Goths in the Feudal Age, but once you get Slingers out, you do have a great counter to all the Goth infantry. So I think I would favor Inca in this matchup, but late game, if Goths get hand cannon or gunpowder, that could flip it around again. Why do I keep calling you pudding? That's the Goth player's name. Is that what y'all do to T90? Do you ask him why he keeps calling you pudding? That must be what you do to T90, isn't it? I know what you do to him. I know what you do to T90 there. Nice y'all there. That's what I say as an American. It is very useful to have a second person plural that is different from the second person singular. Y'all is your favorite Americanism? Do you have other Americanisms that you favor? I'm surprised that there is any that you favor. Use? Not use. Y'all is the way to do it. Oh, hello Hexacaddy. Say my name is the main T90 griefing chat target. Especially now, since T90 came in second, T90 in Dark, to say my name and Hope in Cartographers. Now he's lost the tournament finals to say my name too. That must be extra grating for him. So Men-at-Arms breaking through. Gabby has to abandon her wood line. Ducks, bringing the T90 memes to the T-West chat. Confusing the T's as I do the lilies. I know a guy who always says use guys. Good morning. How are yous? So Skirm's coming around. Skirm's from Gabby coming over, fending you putting off. And JJL58, thank you for the follow. Does you pudding love pudding, or is he calling his... I don't know where the name comes from. I don't know. Also, the map's slightly bugged. There's the water down here again. I don't think that's supposed to be there. But I've seen that many times. Garbage is a nasty word. Appropriately, though. So Skirms versus Men-at-Arms at the bottom. Going over the hill again. Trying to run away. Rubbish is better? What about trash? Yeah, well, one man's trash is another man's skirmisher. And skirmishers are the real treasure. And Gabby will still be chasing you pudding's Men-at-Arms around, but you putting up to the Castle Age. What about junk? That is a boat. The Men-at-Arms, maybe they can escape. Gabby could try to wall them in. Why do they project the map into this elongated aspect ratio for the minimap? The minimap and the actual game share the same aspect ratio. If you turn the grid on and look at the tiles are twice as wide as they are tall. It's the same for the minimap, twice as wide as it is tall. I don't know if having a different projection for in-game in the minimap might still work out. Maybe it wouldn't be confusing, but at least intuitively it makes sense to my mind that they'd be the same. What did I do wrong? You said y'all suck, and Automod didn't like it. Automod saying, no, you suck at swearing. The map is wider? Well, it's the same distance, only the projection is different. The units don't move faster side to side than they do up and down. But the projection of them might make it appear so. Oh, Tambo, look at that. Look at that. Automod not having any of that. So, aggression here from you pudding. Continuing with the Men-at-Arms, we might see longswords. Remember, the Goths do have an attack bonus against buildings. It is +2 in the Castle Age. So longswords actually could shred through these houses. And Gabby will have tons of extra population space. Also, no one taking the Royal Albert Hall yet, but Monastery and TC going up for you pudding as the Men-at-Arms and Skirms break in. Have a workshop going up there. For Gabby, maybe some scorpions to defend. And there it is. There is the longsword upgrade. You're going to take a square and tilt it while holding 2 corners. Well, you'd also have to stretch it to make it look like this. It would look like a diamond indeed. Okay. Gabby going to quick wall with the house, try to trap you pudding's longswords in. They can still run out across the shallows, but they will go right through that house again. Lots of crossbows coming from behind. Eagles do not want to fight the longswords straight up. And maybe they could fight the skirms? Crossbows coming in, killing the eagles, killing the skirms. Longswords going down. And down they go. Skirms also getting hit. Very low HP. 69% complete the house, but low HP. And Vills have armor now, you're right. In the Castle Age, the Vills are armored. So the blacksmith upgrades will apply to her villagers. She was very good at the Vill fights back when that happened in the Feudal Age. But I am thankful they pushed that back to the Castle Age. Because I played decently against Winchester in a game with that strat once. And if I do something even decently against Winchester, that's how I know it's overpowered. So, Eagle Warrior on the way, Bowsaw on the way, both upgrades for Gabby. And bear eating the crossbows, trying to munch on them as it runs forward. Oh my gosh, you pudding, not walled, but has a villain position to wall. His army is forward, but coming back, maybe afraid of the mangonel, stone wall going up. Will he wall? Will he wall? Okay, eagles, they're running in. They are running in. Will they get there? Will they get there? And there they are. If you tilt it, I mean, if you... I don't think tilting it does it. Oh, they're through. Maybe it does. It also makes the bottom bigger and the top farther away, so I don't know if that does the projection right. Maybe it does. I need to think more. Anyway, Gabby is in, and at the same time she's trying to keep you putting out. He might break in too. Just a tiny bit of HP on those houses, but she's losing vills trying to wall this up. Brings the crossbows over, but they are fighting against skirms. Really needs the mangonel. And Favorite, thank you for the follow. And skirms, crossbows hit the vills, force them off of the farms. Ooh, vill going down. As eagles run around, you putting with a panic TC. That is 70% and has his entire village raising the TC, so it should go up, but he might lose a vill or two. And able to garrison now. Ooh, might lose a third vill. Fourth vill even, going dangerously to the straggler tree. Losing more vills on the farms, sent them back to work. Little things like that, sending vills back to work in dangerous areas, that's the type of thing that you wouldn't see from the super top players. And it's amazing seeing players who are 2K6 still doing stuff like that. Vills going back to work on dangerous farms. But look at all those vills going down. I guarantee you, this is the type of thing Hera wouldn't make that type of mistake. Right, like at the top of the elo, you're not making that type of mistake. He has a bunch of dead vills, and yeah, maybe they're idled. Maybe they have to move somewhere else, but they'd be on a woodline somewhere else. Or just standing in front of the enemy while doing nothing but dying. You see that a lot when Ornu and I play together. Usually one of us is doing that while the other tries to boom, and then we both die. Other RTS decided differently on how to format the minimap with all its pros and cons. Yeah, AoE 3 has a circular map and a circular minimap. Yeah, that's the thing, Jack. You have the trapezoid showing where you are on the map instead of the perfect rectangle if you use different projections. Right, that's how I think AOM and AoE 3 do it. You have a trapezoid, and your zoom level determines the shape of the trapezoid too, because it tilts the camera if you zoom in a lot. Alright, mangonel crossbow for Gabby. She is booming equally with you putting in terms of ills, but you putting ahead by 1.5k resources. Let's see, Gabby's killed 14 vills, but feels like, oh, that idle eco time. Idle TC time for you putting is adding up. I think you putting would be decently far ahead if he had done a better job protecting his vills. Doesn't leave those vills out to die. And give him at least like a 5 vill lead. And I'd be much more confident with him. What happened with Hart? Hart moved into 3rd place above ACCM. Is there something else that happened with Hart? And hello, Kita. How are you doing? And Vill's dying to crossbows. Vill going for the TC. As skirms come out, maybe hitting the crossbows. Sending them off. Let's go, Gabby. Hello, Epic. How you doing? Okay, Eagles have to run around. Skirms force them away. Here, crossbows go down. Hart probably wants to snipe his way into top 2. Yeah, I saw Hart was streaming, but last time chat encouraged him to play while he was casting. He was tired, he queued into ACCM, and he got Dune Springs when it was the first time he played Dune Springs since they had just swapped it. And he lost, and ACCM's streak continued. Is Gabby fighting for the 25th spot? Last I had seen, she had fallen out of the top 50, so I don't think realistically she is. But I think she's still just enjoying the Empire Wars ladder. Do they say GG? Oh, okay, I hear it, I hear it. I hear more of a J, but yeah, I can see the G. Gabby number 57. Yeah, so top 25 are the players who get prize money. And here come the Eagles forward as the longswords go down. And the skirms start going down. Yeah, 1 G at a time. That's it. I was listening for the double G, so I didn't hear it at first, but then when I heard the single one, I'm like, ah, that's it. So Anarchy. Alright, Huskarls at the barracks for you pudding. That will be a good counter to the crossbows. And even Huskarls Eagles, I think, is a fairly even matchup. I'd maybe give a slight advantage for the Huskarls. However, the Inca can add the Slinger, and Slingers are reliant on an anti-infantry attack bonus, so they'll still do well against the Huskarls. The Pierce Armor doesn't help against the anti-infantry attack bonus. Gabby! Oh, Gabby! Pulling in our Arjeedin with the crossbows. Attack grounding as she moves in. How many get to compete? I think it's 128, and as many as there are who sign up. ACC I'm going to play tonight? I don't know. I'm hoping to find him. I hope so. So Town Watch on the way for you pudding. And longswords and skirmishers moving in. Longswords going for the market. Only 81 games, and he's won 30 of them. What's crazy is he's won 85% of them. And I don't know, maybe he's trying to dodge and get better matchups, but he's also beaten Leary, Yo, Nikov, and Hera, and Hart, most of them multiple times on his win streak. So that streak is really impressive. He's won 30 in a row. And TC sniping down these units. I seem to remember Empire Wars, ACCM doing very well on Empire Wars ladders in the past. So longswords killing Vils. TC snipes them down. On the other side, here come the Huskarls. Huskarls against Kamyuks. Oh, Kamyuks are great for this matchup. Kamyuks should slaughter Huskarls, but they don't have the numbers there. Okay, double infantry unique units. Let's go. We don't see this all the time. Look at that Vil count, 99 to 99. You pulling ahead in res, though. I'm still worried what happens in an imp transition if the Goths get to gunpowder. Remember, they do have hand cannoneers. Hand cannoneers and bombard cannon do pretty darn well against the Inca. The foot steppies. Kamyuk, oh yeah, Kamyuks are fast, 1.1. That's faster than a Fire Lancer. They even were faster at some point because there's the courier's tech that sped them up. Maybe that was just wrapped into their base speed though. I forget exactly how that was changed. That was early on in the HD edition. Yeah, Viper chance of not making top 12. Absolutely. Huskarls coming forward. And a gate. Quick gate. I don't think Goths will care about that. They'll just break through. Oh, there is a hole. There is always a hole. And Gabby maybe needed that range for Slingers. Getting the Slingers out. And this is what I was saying earlier. Slingers, they have +10 against infantry. And yeah, they only have 6 pierce attack. But the Huskarls have no armor against that +10, so they do 10 damage to the Huskarls. Not that Huskarls are a horrible unit for fighting the Slingers, but you still give Slingers the advantage. Yeah, Viper finishing under doubt is crazy too. Gabby probably microing over her own base, defending. Yeah, there's a ton to micro here. Gabby's also forward with Kamyuks. Here she is sniping Vils with the Kamyuks. There she goes, but also things falling apart at the front of her own base. Longswords, Huskarls, a combination there for the Goths. She needs to get enough Slingers out. Maybe there's still time for her to amass Slingers and Kamyuks to fight this. The Vil count is still equal. She has some idle time of her own now, and more idle eco for her. Has phosphorated Viper's brain too much to play anything not all in. I think I've said this before. I know I said this, but I think that Viper is very well suited to KOTD, where there are a wide variety of strategies, and less well suited to Empire Wars, where there's more fixed things you do immediately, and I think less room for creativity, less room for the masterpieces that he's known for. And that ultra greed defensive style. that I always felt like he played when he was at his peak. Maybe that's something that he doesn't quite do, I think, as well as Hera does these days, or even Leary. So Gabby cleaning this up, but there will be a forward castle from you putting. That is forward. Scores are really close. But looking at the KD, 166 to 106, Gabby ahead, and she's been sniping bills. Those Kamyuks are so speedy, running away from the longswords. Not as fast as the Huskarls, though. And she also has taken the south of the map with that absolutely hideous Inca castle. Even though, as Orlu pointed out, it does have the llamas on them, and okay, the llamas are pretty cool. Still, this is F-tier graphics. Night duty for ACCM. Is ACCM playing? We'll cast ACCM if he's playing after this game. But yeah, night duty to watch for ACCM. So she's still trying to amass more slingers. Right now, I don't see a way to fight the slingers for you pudding. God, my face is itchy from that Teutonic Knight helmet. Not playing yet? Okay, we gotta keep an alert out for ACCM. We keep our eye out for him. It will make more sense when they have the new architecture. I still think it needs to be slightly bigger. Doesn't match the size of the other castles, but look at how much larger this Goth castle is. More intimidating. Imperial Age handcart on the way. Are you putting Gabby up to Imp 2? She'll be a minute slower. Putting it in the back TC. Glad to see it's not in this TC. That would worry me. Size King. And chainmail armor. And cart on the way for you pudding. Also just overcompensating. Goth Castle, I do like it. I don't know if it really fits the theme of the Goths, though. I feel like the Goth Castle should be scarier and more intimidating. It's like, hey, Goths have reached Imp and they're gonna spam Huskarls at you. It's maybe a bit too architecturally pleasing for the Goths. Doesn't really strike the fear of the Goths in me. So Imp on the way, still for Gabby, just about to finish for you pudding. And we'll probably see some type of conscription, perfusion, champion upgrade combo, maybe elite Huskarl. We'll see what you pudding prioritizes. Remember, they don't have the final armor upgrade, but everything else you really do want to click as fast as you can. Feels like he's taking a good lead, up in score, and still pushing forward. Early chemistry for hand cannoneers also could be an option for him. Needs more gargoyles. Replace them with a Barbarossa. That would be sick. There is a Lord of the Rings mod out there for AoE 2. I don't know if it's for DE though. I know it was there for the original game. There's a complete Lord of the Rings total conversion. Okay, Gabby's still raiding. Gabby has, what's that? Killed 33 Vils this game. And she's up to Imp. The scores are still close. I'm waiting to see chemistry from you pudding. Selling some wood and elite Huskarls. Elite Huskarls, something that I think looks absolutely nothing like their normal version. You'll see a few of them chilling here. We'll see what they look like when that elite upgrade comes in. As the Trebs start to go forward, a few Huskarls here attacking Vils. Gabby has to be careful with her Vils there. Treb going for the TC. That was the Imp TC. But Gabby in the long run still has all the gold in the south, and I think the Goths do heavily run out of steam if they have to spam Halbs against the Inca. And there we go. This, oh, like that is a... That doesn't look like a Huskarl to me. It's all gold. The white color of the Huskarl is what really made it stood out to me. Seeing them gold and filled with player color doesn't look like a Huskarl anymore. I don't know. Maybe it looks better. Maybe you guys think it's better. To me, this is just weird. I put it in the Janissary Chuko Nu category of too different. Look like they looted late Roman stuff like Goths. Yeah, that makes sense. Do I fear suddenly contracting brain rot? I think I have contracted that already. I mean, the hats are nice, but the rest of the outfit changing color. I don't like that at all. I liked the old look of the Janissaries. When I look at them, I think, what is this unit? I can understand them wanting to make the hat. Maybe they could have just made the hat colorful and the rest of the unit kept the same color. I don't hate change, I just want it to look the same. Like AW1 legions? Stuff here goes down. Slinger crossbow. Oh, look at that Slinger going down to the Huskarl. Another castle for Gabby. I still don't know who's going to win this. We have 160 vills for you pudding. And oh, he's done it. He's done it. We might see 235 pop as the Goths. We might see 235 pop as the Goths. Oh, that's going to be crazy. Gabby still has all the gold. And I think it's going to be really hard for you pudding to push into this in the south. Maybe he could win with wood control? Also remember, there's a 75-minute time limit. Brick by brick. That was a good song from Lego Island. Okay, let's look at the destruction animation on the castle. It does darken as it gets damaged. Bill's trying to repair it. What do we have here? 2 trebs. Let's see, there might need to be a 3rd treb. So far, so good, though. I think it will go down. Another maybe 2 or 3 volleys. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Kamukes from the rear destroying trebs, and the castle falls. The Kamukes say, we don't care. We will walk right through it. You golden Huskarl, you can stab all you want. We are Kamukes. We got slingers behind us. Win on score, yes. Win on score, indeed. A Silmarillion total conversion. Now that would be crazy. Huskarls running down. Kamukes come forward, fight the Huskarls. TC garrisoned. Huskarls still running around, trying to chase the Kamukes back. Scores are closing now. Gabby's closed the score. She's going to destroy a castle foundation before it goes up. 85%. Will that go up? It's going to be close. 90%, 93. Going down to 100 or to 1,000 HP. Already goes down, though the vills abandon it and don't repair it. And that is a good waste of stone for you pudding. As Gabby with the slingers and Kamukes is holding in the south. 207 pop, you pudding. Give us 235 pop with the Goths. Give us 235 pop. And Gabby now with the score lead, yes. Although that Goth population, 16 Huskarls queued. We need more than that queued. More vills on the way, 173 vills, and he still has pop space. Chemistry on the way, Blast Furnace on the way. Trebs going forward, looking to snipe down yet another castle. Some Huskarls, though, raiding vills in the back. Gabby losing some vills, going for Elite Kamuke. I have no idea what those look like. Where are they? Let's check out those graphics. There we go, 15 seconds for Elite Kamuke. They'll be chasing some of those Huskarls. Where are the Huskarls going? Oh gosh, they want to raid. Gabby trying to do stone walls. Will they be in time? The Kamukes are elite. Oh, I like this. I like this. They still look like Kamukes. They have nice little capes. I can appreciate a good cape. That's a castle down. And we'll have perfusion for the Goths as the Huskarls get in. Oh, look at that Kamuke go. He still looks like a Kamuke. He still looks like a Kamuke. I like that. TCs can't be scattered until the Imperial Age. Oh, the Huskarl flood is continuing. Gabby needs to get those walls up, but that hero villager will be slain by the Huskarls, who are now in the economy. 111 vills to 176, and we have done it. You pudding pop capped. 233 out of 230, 235 out of 235. Ever so briefly, he did it. He did it. 235 pop as the Goths. TC goes down to the Trebs. The Huskarls come in to snipe the Trebs. Man, Gabby must be enjoying slaughtering extra Huskarls to die to the Slingers. Kamuke Slinger is great against the Goths, but I think the Goths would need cannon to deal with this from afar. I don't know how Slinger do against hand cannoneers. Slingers do count as infantry, I think. Do they? No, they don't. No, they don't. Okay. They do have more range than the hand cannoneers. They're a bit more mobile. So maybe they do okay still. Another TC being sniped off. To be fair, he has 173 bills. He doesn't really need TCs. 430 to 305 KD. And Kamukes here still should do well against Huskarls. They just need more numbers. And that's what Gabby's never going to have against this Royal Albert Hall Goths, the numbers. Oh my gosh, the Slingers are getting surrounded by Huskarls. And by cannon. There are the cannon I wanted to see. Will this army go down? The Treb's trying to snipe a barracks. They're losing numbers. Gabby down to 130 pop. She is overwhelmed by the numbers of Huskarls as you pudding takes another score lead. Her Trebs are going down. And now she has to hope that the gold in the south will be enough for her. She doesn't really have wood access anymore. Trying to take the small lumber camps to another TC. But you pudding staying at 235 pop as the Goths, making this work, killing the Kamukes as the Huskarls hoover all around. Oh, freaking Goths indeed. Late game against the Goths with extra pop. And now I've seen it. Now I've seen the 235 pop, and I am thoroughly afraid of the Goths. And now we just need the Malaya to get their 450 Karambit warriors. I was thinking maybe Gabby would hold with the Slingers, but too much population. 169 vills. And I think she'll lose this castle. And 50 minutes in, I think you pudding's about to push. And she has 65 vills on gold, 2 vills on wood. I don't know if she can hold with that. Yeah, thank you, Gabby, for making this hold out. 450 and they died at 2 siege onager shots. That would be absolutely glorious. Come on, Gazbanyat, you know you want to see that. Here come the Kamukes fighting the Huskarls. At 4 cannon now. Sieging the castle. Kamukes could pick them off. Ooh, those cannon are toast. There they go. One goes down, another could go down. There they go. There they go. 2 very low HP cannon left. And the castle will be finished off. And down it goes. One Huskarl here, poking at the eco. Gabby down to 93 pop. I imagine she's frustrated, losing when she felt that she had maybe stabilized and been pushing back. But the Royal Albert Hall, this is one of the few games I've seen where the North has been more valuable than the South. The North has paid off. They got army cheap enough that they didn't run out of gold by the time they needed it. Kept his population at 235. And those Huskarls are all over the place. Does everyone else play on this map? Catans I've seen a few times, actually. Catans I've seen. I don't know what the best civ is. I still think Goths are not that great overall at Empire Wars, but maybe 235 pop as the Goths is crazy good. Maybe Gabby just needed to focus the North more for the population space, but I guess it's hard to do that anyway, with how quickly the Goths can have mobility based on numbers. It does help he sold 2k food, that's true. I hope maybe they fix the map up so it doesn't have the random bits of water or the rivers that curl around too much. But yeah. It would be nice to get it fixed up. Yeah, campaign resources, holding 5k food. Gabby doing what she can to hold out. And it certainly is a weird situation to judge when the gimmick is population space. Oh, cannon shot on the Slingers. Okay, 53 Huskarls, they can charge the castle. Charge all the vills down there. You pudding has killed 187 vills. Cannon's still attacking the castle. Just make the water fixed elements. Map scripts don't really work like that. You can't really place a fixed element and still get stuff connecting and flowing properly. There's always a bit of jank to them. Always a bit of trickery you gotta use to make everything perfect. This never is for a wonder. So we'll have town patrol, crop rotation, two-man saw all on the way for you pudding. Cannon killing some slingers. Huskarl's going down as the slingers run around. She's trying to hold. She's gotten back to 120 pop, but she's still down by over 110 pop. Yeah, this is crazy. That Goth 235. I've been enjoying the Goth spam. This is the best Goth spam I think I've ever seen. Other than the triple sling the Goths. Triple sling the Goths on Gold Rush was great back in the day. There's GG from Gabby. And 423 Huskarls to 175 units that should counter Huskarls. But Goths are too strong. Gabby, even with a positive KD at the end, you can tell the moment when the Goths made a push. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Oh wow, she went from 80 military to 75 to 19. Oh my gosh. Look at the Goths. Yeah, there was this moment where the eco didn't and the pop didn't yet kick in for you pudding, but then he got the upgrades and everything clicked. Oh, that was crazy. And yeah, his eco was much better by the end. Gabby more gold, but spent a long time raiding though before Gabby finally GG'd when it was probably over. All right. Well, earlier I think I was wrong when I said I didn't know how much of a bonus it would be when the Goths already are ahead. But that looked like a crazy strong bonus. Oof. All right, everyone. Also, thank you again for all the subs, getting us closer to our chicken cosplay goal. How hard would it be to slow down the siege towers? You can slow them down very easily, but what you can't do is change the speed that's added per infantry unit. So what I did for TTL in the map scripts was I reduced the garrison capacity from 10 to 5. So their max speed instead of 1.3, which is almost the same as a knight, is 1.05, which is basically the speed of a longsword with squires. So the siege towers won't have as much garrison capacity, and they won't move as fast, and we also reduce their HP. I could reduce their base speed, but then I thought maybe they're too weak. That's what we went with for TTL. Less garrison capacity and less HP. Alright, so... should I do another game? I've been casting for over 6 hours. Should I do one more? Can we do one more, chat? You think we have it in us? Ooh, Lobo and Bloodless are playing Arena. Uno Mas, one more. One more. Duck saying yes. Okay, if Duck says yes, we'll do Slam versus Yo on Acclivity. Let's do this. Slam. Yo. Acclivity. Capture Age. And let me just set up a scoreboard. They're a bit of the ways into the game, so we might not even get a full game, but that is okay. Let me make sure I can see my YouTube chat. We will have Yo over to the west playing as the Saracens, and Slam to the east playing as the Saracens. So, Saracens mirror, and we'll catch up to real time. Slam selling the stone. He's going up to the Castle Age first while walling. He will be adding in a range. Just one more AZCM game. It is not possible to do that, no, Secretary, it is not. That is what I believe they'll probably do in the DLC patch, but you cannot do that right now. It is a hard-coded .05. Again, it was meant for rams, reused for siege towers, and is, has always been a bit of a meme for siege towers, but Siege Tower Gabetto has probably been the only real use of it so far, so they left it in. But now with the Fire Lancers, and even to a lesser extent the Longswords, the Siege Towers have been crazy. And also the lack of range conversions from Monks, now that Monks need to be adjacent to the Siege Towers to convert them. Siege Tower Crossbow is a super hard counter to Monks. So I'm hoping 5 crossbow instead of 10 also decreases that. Nice crossbow raid from Slam. Am I the night shift tonight? We'll see. I got at least one more game in me. We'll see if ACCM comes on. I'll cast him, though. I've been streaming for almost 6.5 hours now. I need to make sure I'm still fresh for tomorrow. We have had incredible viewer numbers even after that raid. So I hope you all are enjoying the night shift casting. As we'll have, what, 4 more days of this? It ends on the 18th. Today's the 14th, so 15, 16, 17, 18. As Ballistics now comes in for Yo. So we missed the start of this, but it feels like Yo stayed a bit longer feudal. Slam went straight to castle. And Yo had some raiding. Ended up with a much better economy. Even though Slam has more Vil kills so far. And actually Yo in the back, killing some Vils. Enjoying it because you could be sleeping. Oh my gosh, he's got 30 C's in his name now. Sunday the 18th. What time is it? Is it 17 GMT, the cutoff? Oh, Miguel. Okay. Let's go, Mr. Yo. And Reggie Garan, thank you for the follow. I don't know how to pronounce that, but thank you very much for the follow. I gave it a good try. Is it normal? This is their 1v1 elo, not their Empire Wars elo. Capture Age doesn't autocomplete the Empire Wars elo. And I'd rather not have to look it up manually and type it in every time. So I'll just leave that there. Is it normal that Yo and Slam would match? Yes, it is. And there aren't too many players between them, maybe a couple dozen. Vil goes down. But if no one else is queuing, then yeah, they would match. And Baskets. Hello, Baskets. You miss Fire? Yeah, Fire's usually streaming around this time. As crossbows go through the palisade and come around the back. Only 58 points between Leary and Sato. Yep. Like I said, I think Hera's safe at the top. I do still believe Vinch and Leary should be second and third. But from ACCM, Hart, Viper, Sato, Yo, even Doubt, Lewis should be pretty darn competitive. 0. Brachiopods for the people. Absolutely 0. Thought he was retired. Retired who? Oh, Big Basil, thank you for the sub.
Why did our brilliant leaders insist on building the wonder so close to the shoreline?
Ah, freaking Lepanto wonder. Oh, Fire? Oh, I thought he still streamed. I saw him in my chat the other day. He plays for Onamaru. I don't know exactly what he does, but he's there for Onamaru. Bring back Backed, the Backed streams. The Backed pauses. Here. I wonder if Hera's gonna queue, because I guess there's no real incentive for Hera to queue. If he's simply at the top. But top 25 getting prize money should mean hopefully there are quite a few players queuing. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully it's healthy over the last weekend. That's my one big concern of the format, that it might encourage very unhealthy playing habits. I hope Casper is doing okay. I know he's played 400 some odd games. Oh, look at those dodges from the Mangonels. While dodging, Mangonel gets hit. Ooh, that Vil doesn't die. Other Mangonel goes down. And Mangonel atop the hill destroys the other Mangonel. Other crossbows. Ooh, nice shot from Yo. Slam does clean that. Saracen crossbows could by themselves maybe clean a workshop, but Yo adding in skirms. And skirms on a hill should be pretty darn good. They have ballistics, they have all their armors. On the other side, a nice raid from Yo on Slam's woodline. He'll lose a few villagers. Down they go. Oh, and that'll be enough to call a GG from Slam. Alright, that'll be enough to call a GG from Slam. So 47 kills to 37 kills for Yo. And Yo definitely, I think, higher up on the Empire Wars list than Slam is. But Slam's still competing for that top 25. That top 25 prize money. Oh, we got We got Nikov and Slam. Should we do even one more, chat? Should we do even one more? And Big Basil just subbed. He got us closer to our chicken goal. Maybe we can do one more. Ducks with a 1. That says the number more I should do. Wait, we're definitely doing this chicken thing. If it's only 30 more subs, aren't we? Okay, chat, okay. Just because we're not quite at 6.5 hours yet, I'll give us one more. It'll be Nikov and Slam. Just be aware Slam's going to change colors. Nikov I'll put in the blue. And let me set this up. Alright. And then we just gotta remove the clan tag so the names fit, unfortunately. But here we are. So, one more says Jack in all shades. We'll get this one right from the beginning, too. It'll be a proper one more. So Nikov will be the blue Cumans to the west, Slam the red Tatars to the east. I haven't seen Cumans much in Empire Wars. I did see a mirror earlier, where Nikov went for a 1 TC push into Yo's 2 TC boom and Yo won. Do mirror matches unfairly disadvantage vampire players? I would think it would advantage the vampire players because they wouldn't show up. And all their attacks would be sneak attacks. They would have pure stealth in the mirror matches. I don't particularly mind mirror matches. I wish, though, that we had pure random civ instead of force pick. I'm not a fan of the force pick. Even less than mirrors. I am glad we saw that 235 pop Goths game, though. That was nice. So fletching on the way for Slam. More houses and ranges going up. Archers come forward. Skirms atop the hill. Different civs, you can try different strats, but with the mirror, it's just building up more numbers of the same units. Depends on the mirror matchup. I think there are some mirror matchups that are more interesting than others. Like Huns Arabia was always interesting because you could do different strats even with the same civ. Some things, yeah, it is more boring. Like the old Aztecs 5 militia drush crossbow FC into Eagles thing. That was pretty repetitive. Oh, the Roman men-at-arms mirrors. That's certainly something. So, Yo with skirms. This looks like a skirm game so far. Here the Cumans have a nice advantage that their ranges have a discount. And Nikov will add that tower at the front of his gold. My mind's still on the last game. Have I been saying Yo this entire time? I probably have. Nikov will be the Cumans. With the skirms out. This is what happens when I'm 6.5 hours in and you tell me to go one more game. Oh, Hera Yo just started? We have to cast that too. Slam taps out quickly. No rest until 6-7 hours? That's a lot of hours, Ducks. I don't think I can stay up 67 hours. The most I've ever done is 72 hours on 3 hours of sleep. I was back in college. I had trouble speaking by the end of that. Hera hunting ACCM and found Yo. Stamina one more. Well, if it brings us closer to the chicken goal, maybe. You want me to leave this one and go Hera Yo? Well, what do you want, chat? I'm not opposed to leaving, as much as I love Slam. Chat's saying yes. Okay, we'll go Hera Yo. We'll go Hera Yo. We'll night shift over to Hera Yo. Everyone's saying yes. I'm getting a dadgum. I'm not getting a no. Okay, chat has voted. Yeah, this is America. We're a democracy. Slam fan, but he's being harvested tonight. Oh my gosh. All right, we'll swap over. We'll do what the chat wants. We'll make our one more something that counts. Am I pulling that? It's a T90 raid into... I think I'm the only one really casting. I think Hart might be casting. 2, yeah. So it's the 2 of us pulling the night shift tonight. And, where are we at? Hera Yo on Crownwood. And let me get Yo's. Oh, thank you for the sub, Birdman.
It's Genghis Khan. We must flee.
There you go, getting us closer to the chicken. Let's see. Do I have the overlay in the right? I don't. Swap that. There we go. Alright, so we'll have Yo to the west as the Saracens, Hera to the east as the Saracens. Did we just leave a Saracen's mirror to get another Saracen's mirror? Chat, what is this? Alright, so these are the chickens. Thank you, Birdman Ire, for helping us get closer and closer to forcing me to dress up in a chicken costume. I really hope we hit that goal and then someone just gifts 50 subs out of nowhere and I can immediately change into the tuxedo from the chicken suit. Maybe I should swap them, and then people might like the chicken suit more. Oh, and Jack, thank you for using your Prime sub.
Let us give the infidel dogs of the West a sight the likes of which no son of Europe has ever seen.
Appropriate for the Saracens matchup. Build the Wonder in Accra. Well, thank you, Jack, for the sub. And Rasamira Boloskaya, thank you for the follow. So, Archer opening from Yo, not getting in time, though. Hera manages to wall up, and he'll have his own Archer defense. Yo trying to camp the hill. And we'll be down by an Archer, though. If Hera micros properly, he should be able to kill this. And Yo's goal is to get a poke on the Scout. Hera losing some HP on the Scout. Nice dodge on the Spear. And Yo would love to kill the Scout. Ooh, Hera living life on the edge. Waits until the last moment to kill the Spear, and actually, Yo winning that fight. Okay, that is crazy. Hera being downhill didn't help him there, but Yo takes out Hera's Scout. So on this map, usually you're far enough apart that it's fine to go to the Castle Age and boom, but if you want to sell your stone to go up, then you might not be able to boom all that well. Those clip mics I can wear inside the chicken suit. Yeah, I mean, we've learned already that the Teutonic Knight helmet plus microphone combo just doesn't work out. Don't want to sound like I'm casting in 2004. Although, to be fair, AoE 2 is older than that, so maybe it's appropriate. Also, hello, Dane Lislow on YouTube. Oh, Mr. Yo on a win streak. Okay, this could be sweaty for him. Saracen's Mirror is a 99 special, back when we had 13 civs. And okay, Archer's coming forward. There was some good numbers in his ranges. Have a cup of morning, Yo. Archer is going through the palisade. And Castle Age first for Hera. Land Madness with the trees on hills. Yeah, I like this. I like this how it's forces the Land Madness type of aggression without all the rock terrain. I think it's a nice twist on that concept. I gotta take my headset off for a second. My ears need to breathe a bit. Can't wear a headset for 6.5 hours. A bit of a breather there. This is where I need to rely on chat to read the campaign voice lines. Type them in the chat for me so I know which is which. If someone subs. Yeah, so Yo sold his stone too. Both of them sold the stone, and then Hera had to buy it back. Crossbow on the way for Hera. We'll get that before Yo gets up, and we'll see the micro from Hera, how well he can take this fight. It'll be a 20-second advantage for him in the upgrade timing. Yo may be walking almost into a forest. Hera chasing. Hera's last game, he lost something like 28 points to Dark. That's true, that's true. Hera loses, and it's a lot of points because of the elo difference. That's the hard part of being so high up on the ladder. Crossbow's coming around, getting behind the wood line. The Abbasids were a pretty big deal 50 years ago. What's happening here? Crossbow's going down. Crossbow's dodging. Ooh, taking some hits. Crossbow's going down. And everything there dead. So over here, Yo trying to use that Saracen's bonus to break through. But Hera, just like the last time we played Yo on this map, will be adding in TCs and going for a boom. Yo also booming himself, maybe a tiny bit later on the TC edition though. Tiny bit later there. And Hera bringing over a Mangonel and try to keep the crossbows out. Okay, Boomer. There we are. Okay, Boomer. So, I was looking for my chapstick on my desk, and it's small enough that it was behind the microphone and blocked it completely. It sold stone late and bought stone late, so Hera ahead in both regards. Finishing his TCs, and 12 to 18 military though. Yo more crossbows than Hera, but Hera adding in the Mangonels. Still has double range production, so does Yo. And I think Hera has to play this very defensively. Does he have Town Watch? Doesn't have Town Watch. This feels like a good Town Watch situation. And also, oh look at those pretty little horses in the back. Also a house wall situation over here. I don't like how Yo could stand on the hill and get through that weak palisader so quickly. He has ballistics too. So there's no rewalling now that he's in position. Okay, that's maybe a bit dangerous for Hera. He'll need to bring his crossbows back. He can try to chase from the outside, but he won't be able to trap that military with how quickly the Saracens get through. And now, yeah, Hera has to run everything, move this way. Hera will go and wall the outside. He's going to make sure that Yo can't get out. And needs to protect these villagers. Yep, there he goes. And ooh, that vill... dead. Mistake from Hera not garrisoning him. So Yo will try to lure those crossbows off the hill. And this is exactly what I said in that You Pudding game, where he was sending those vills back to those farms when there was still danger there. Hera not doing that. Putting them on the wood line, keeping them safe. Only one vill kill so far for Yo. I mean, when you have Saracen crossbows, you can be fully walled, and there will always be a hole. So Yo now needs to micro with a Mangonel, and Hera doesn't have ballistics though. Maybe there's a chance Yo with ballistics could win the fight, but doesn't look like it. Hera too strong with the micro. And that army goes down for Yo, and Hera up now by 12 vills. 12 vills already similar res collected, but Hera should pull ahead, with Yo just now doing his third TC as Hera adds in his fourth TC. And this is what I see all the time from Hera. Getting that small advantage and turning it into a large advantage while booming, and we'll see that res collected from him. I bet that's going to skyrocket into a lead for Hera. And more crossbows coming over for Yo. And handcart on the way for Hera. Coming over. It's a lot of crossbows for Yo. Probably is. And handcart on the way. Another Mangonel coming from behind. And okay, mangonel goes down. Another mangonel wandering around. And crossbows turn around. And they'll split, come back. Bill goes to repair. And oh, that was just a skirm. Oh my gosh, Yo. If Yo goes in there and takes a mangonel shot, that would have been crazy. But no, he's wise enough not to do that. Wise enough to stay away, loses a small crossbow. But Monk there for conversions, bringing his own mangonel forward. This is where you could also, with the archers, sit outside and pressure the ranges. Hera realizing he doesn't quite have the numbers, so he will go skirms. Every time I see Saracens go or every time I see Hera go skirm mangonel against crossbow mangonel, Hera finds a way to win. But Saracens' crossbows are extra dangerous for the DPS output they'll inflict upon those ranges. And they can melt a house, they will melt an archery range. Hera might have to go and repair. Idle a Vil for a bit. More mangonels for Yo coming over. And Yo now down 20 Vils. He needs to pressure. Just Hera taking an even larger eco lead. And now we see that, almost 1k res ahead. This is the Vil though. This is what I was saying, this is what Hera does. Pulls those eco leads. Somehow we'll turn that eco into military. And Yo needs to apply enough pressure that Hera doesn't have the opportunity to do so. Yo adding in a 4th TC himself. So more military for Yo, more eco for Hera. And Yo's on a timer here as Hera clicks up to Imp. Can Hera hold? It's 5 skirms in that range might be as good as dead. And Yo, mangonel shots don't quite connect. And Hera going for the crossbows more than the mangonels. Gets a great hit on the crossbows, but loses 2 mangonels in the process. Yo still 2 mangonels left, and he will repair them. That was a great hit on the crossbows. Yo expecting Hera to go for the mangonels, but Hera crossed over and went for the crossbows. Tripped him up there, and he was not ready to dodge. Ooh, how did Hera dodge that? He went right underneath it. Split their repair Vils with all the mangonels. Oh, Hera waited a split second to shoot there. Gets the crossbows again. This looks like he threw the changeup there. Yo's expecting him to dodge a fastball. But Hera came in with a split second later with the shot. And he's still up 103 to 87 Vils. 3 deaths for him. A bit more idle time, and he is up to Imp. So Imp will slow down the Vil production. Any more ranges? More ranges in the back. Major Blazer typing in the caps. Mangonel goes down. Mangonel goes down. Another mangonel goes down. What is that mangonel? What did that die from? Is there a mangonel from Hera somewhere? What killed that? Was it these skirms? I didn't even see what killed that, but both mangonels go down now. And scale barding armor for Hera. Getting ready maybe for camels? Mamluks in the Saracen mirror? It was a mangonel? Okay, it was a mangonel then. I must have maybe died behind the workshop. It was between the workshop and the house? Okay. Then we don't see the corpse. Or the wreckage? The wreckage, I guess. Mangonels don't leave behind a corpse. That would be quite morbid. Invisible Mangudai. Oh yeah, it wasn't who it was? It was Spud messaging the vampire mirrors before. Must have been one of those vampires that doesn't show up in the mirror. Killing that mangonel. Ooh, okay, decent shot there. Crossbow's really low. If Yo lands a shot, he doesn't, though. Look at that Vil repairing well in front of the mangonel split there. It is a mirror match. And now, Imp. Bracer in for Hera. Ring Archer armor, chemistry on the way. Not doing Arbalest, but moving forward with all of his units. Doing the units that benefit both the crossbow and skirm lines. Bloodlines and chain barding armor on the way for Yo. Maybe also thinking of a calf switch. Don't think there are enough crossbows to push through the houses right here, even with the Saracens bonus. They will dare some TC fire, though, and be quick-walled by Yo. Great gate. The gate might go down right away. 69 HP. And that goes down right away to the Saracens, but the crossbow numbers are dwindling, so Hera won't be able to push through buildings that much longer. Still killing quite a few Vils, though, and maintaining that nice Vil lead. As Yo still goes up to Imp. Hera trying to castle the middle, not on the high ground, though, but more towards the middle, getting another TC up for himself to secure the gold. Adding in the chain barding armor and adding in stable. So we'll see what he does, if it's camels or hussars. Right now, it doesn't really have a gold unit, just relying on the skirms still. Alright, Mamluks bad on the Saracen mirror. They are not the greatest on the Saracen's mirror because Saracens have good arbalests to counter them, and also because camels usually counter them. The attack bonus the Mamluks have versus Cav does not apply to the camels. Camels are just camels. And Saracen camels with extra HP should do a pretty darn good job of countering Mamluks. This is maybe more for upgrades and trebs. And I'm still wondering what Hera does from the sables. Is this going to be heavy camel? Is he maybe waiting to see what Yo does? And without halbs, only pikemen, camel might be the play here. I wonder if camel or arb is the play, though. We have bloodlines and forging on the way for Hera. Husbandry 2. And Hera attacking the blacksmith foundation, forcing Yo to repair it. I think Yo takes this fight. KD still very much in favor of Hera. All the skirms here will go down for Yo. Skirms all going down. And heavy camel, late barding armor, just in as the final skirm killed. And more castles here, but Hera, castle on a hill, has the Vill walled in so the camels can't get to them. And we'll be moving forward with his own camels, heavy camel on the way for him, doing the final armor upgrade. Already has forging in. So Yo may be ever so slightly ahead on the camel upgrades, but Hera will buy time with the castle, and we'll have 2 castles for treb production. Yo will have 2 castles too. Chemistry is in for Hera, in for Yo, so they can both add cannon. Age of Skirms, relics, also relics, 3 relics for Hera, although Yo does have access to 2 more. Hera getting some skirms into raid, picked off Vills, and Hera consistently ahead in Vills too. Yoda leading the farms he was reseeding. Is going down. Mirror just the favorite pick this tournament? Feels like it. We've seen lots of mirrors. So Treb's going for the castle. Castle going down, and Hera repairing his. That hill bonus will be great for him. Once this castle goes down, camels are free to run in and pick off Trebs. More upgrades for Hera, masonry on the way for him. Yo setting the repair vills, that might be too little too late. Hera ready to run in. Ooh, just stays alive. Or just stays standing. And Yo says, nope, it's going to be lost. I'll try to do gates in front of the Trebs. And does get a gate up. Okay, but I don't think that's enough. Both players trying to take good fights with stand ground. Significantly more camels for Hera. And he's going to destroy those Trebs. He's a huge score lead. And is Yo going to call GG here? Yo usually is a fighter. He'll try to fight it out. Hera keeps his castle alive. Look at that. Perfectly calculated from Hera. Got down to 400 HP, but stays standing. All the Trebs from Yo destroyed. And Hera has all of the momentum now to move and deploys Trebs to hit the next castle. The final castle right here for Yo. Maybe he could Saracen his way to another castle, but dang. Yeah, for the actual tournament, as Duck says, they'll have proper drafting. Hera creeping his way forward with another castle. Yo not giving up yet, trying to go Arbalests, make a swap. Hera has all the blacksmith upgrades he'd need, though. Can do his own Arb if he wants to. I think he just needs the Arb upgrade. Selling some stone, and once that castle collapses, it's time to treb the TCs. Skirm still raiding the Vills. Yo trying to expand for another TC. Has some outposts to see Hera isn't around here, but Hera will scout that with his monk. What map awareness with the monk from Hera. Sees the TC from Yo. And this will be another castle going down. Castle here to protect the Treb. Can someone explain it? When you patrol units, well, maybe they'll do it here. There, right there. That's a stand ground patrol from Hera. The collision turns off in various ways, and when you put them on stand ground, they do a better job of stacking on top of each other. So both players trying to do it here to engage in fights. And there have been different pathfinding algorithms in use throughout the game, and right now it is very easy to pull this off, so much so that they can't really ban it because it's kind of unavoidable. So there we are. We have 135 to 95 KD for Hera. Much better res collected for him. And that's just domination, up faster, more vills, everything. Yeah, GG. And that, I think, finally is indeed the last one for me for tonight. I do need basically 7 hours. It's a pretty crazy mechanic. Yeah, patrol tricks has always been part of AoE 2. Don't get me wrong. Patrolling, even stand ground patrolling, has always been a part of AoE 2. But the pathfinding changes have changed how it works. So it is much more powerful now than it's ever probably been, especially for those melee engagements. Old man Rule, yes, we do have to leave. I do need to go to bed so I can cast tomorrow. It's after 9 p.m. for me, and it is my bedtime. I have an appointment in the morning I need to go to, but I'll cast when I get back in the afternoon. And there we go. This helmet is painful. But we're very close, we'll see. If we get to 150 subs over the weekend, we'll do the chicken costume. So we'll find someone to raid now. We'll end stuff on YouTube.